G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Shadowverse Open West June Cup for the 2023 season. Already halfway through this competitive season has been absolutely insane, both in the SEO region and, of course, here in the West region. The points so very, very close. These players are fighting for those top 8 spots, of course, in the Contenders Cup at the end of the year, and we're going to be excited to bring you all the action here for the June Cup. One Baz, as always, to bring you all the action, and of course, joined by my partner in crime and a new setup. New place, you put him in a white room this time because, you know, thought it'd be different. One, of course, Trickster here. Trick, welcome to the cast, as always, my man.
Thank you.
Like we said, right, such an awesome cup we have ahead of us.
Yeah, definitely excited for today. Like you said, I was checking out the point standings and they're super close, especially around like top 20. There's a lot of players with like 21 points, 22 points. And so some of these top 8 players today really going to look to get those couple extra points to kind of get out of that like head-to-head spot of the rankings.
Yeah, again, we just can't highlight enough how close it really is. We'll show you guys in just a short moment when we do get to that. But our guest as well for the June Cup, returning once again here for our guest spot. It is Zones coming back here. Welcome, my man, again here to the June Cup. Just come off last weekend of the awesome Buddy System 7th anniversary event we had, and now got you back here for the June Cup.
Yeah, I'm coming off of doing some captaining for my desal team as well, so it's been a crazy day of Shadowverse for me, but it's about to get crazier, so I'm excited for all of this.
Yeah, like you said, all this awesome cup action. We're at the 7th anniversary, of course, happening here for Shadowverse, kind of in that after party state of things at the moment. Of course, already some awesome celebrations happening over the past few weeks. Hope you guys have been getting your free packs, of course, 10 packs every single day, being a part of all the new custom cool modes that are available. The leader packs as well coming in just a short, well, I think it's like 36 hours, I think roughly. Zones and I worked it out, roughly coming up as well. So much cool things that have happened, so many cool things that's still coming up, as well as one expansion I think is coming out, guys, something to do with heroes and Riven Brand or something like that. I don't know, happening this week. You have to check that one out. Some really cool cards returning in that set. But let's talk about the June Cup here, what we've got coming forward for you guys, and show you the top 7 players that came through here this time. Very similar to the end of last season's competition. Trick, how are we looking for the format?
Yeah, we definitely are excited for today. The format, it's the same as what we know. We have 2 days. The first day, we have 7 rounds of Swiss. And then if there is some tiebreakers necessarily, we'll play an 8th round, get to the top 8. So we have those players now moving into today. The same as day 1, they're each bringing 3 decks and there's 1 ban. So you get to pick which of the decks you don't want to play against from your opponent. And then it's best of 3 conquests. So you have to win with both of the decks that you have remaining. Right now it's single elimination. And so each time these players are playing, if they lose, they're not moving on. And then we're going to be going until we have 1 victor at the end of today's cast.
Yeah, big top 7 coming your guys' way here. Only 1 player went 7-0, which you'll see is the current leader, actually, of course, of the West Cup. So a lot of you guys probably already know who that is, teasing that a little bit here. Most of the other players going 6-1. But Zones, they're surprising, right? Big prize money for these players, and of course, there's big points on the line for the players competing today.
Yeah, and I mean it's pretty incredible. I mean, on top of the points standings for that spot into the end of the year contenders, we got the 5th and 8th place players. So basically, making it here gets you a nice 200 smackaroos, plus 100 bonus for using the webcam. 3rd and 4th, if you win your first match, that gets doubled. And then if you make it to the finals, I haven't, but these guys can. I always get stopped at the semifinals. So I'm like, but first place in the finals. It's that doubles again, and it's split then plus 200 minus 200 for second place. So you're fighting for that a nice chunk of that like final split. It's just great. Like, I mean, these players are fighting for a lot. I mean, basically for a weekend of just playing Shadowverse. Great game anyway. So. I miss doing this kind of thing, making the top 8 and fighting for this prize, and also you get a really cool looking flare, like you can show off. No one else can get that when you win. So.
That's like one of the things I'm missing out. Of course, the money's one thing, obviously, but the flares and the icons and all that kind of cool in-game swag you just get to show off, right, and flex on everyone else on ladder. That's always really cool to see. And probably channeling, you know, in Igni here a little bit, you know, it is US dollars, you know, it's not just any boring currency. That's a lot of money for a lot of players, right? Even the 200, right, that it just be coming here in the first place. It's a lot of money for these players. Obviously, it can help support them, which is really, really cool to see. Look at the standings though, coming into our June Cup. As we said, it's so very, very close, the point standings at the moment in both regions, where it could really be up for grabs for a lot of different players. Look and see if they can end up qualifying for the Contenders Cup at the end of the year. We'll get that up for you guys, I believe, in just a short moment here. As I said, of course, already teased, one of those players is already up here. Here we go there. Coming through from the bottom there, 10th place, it is Dawnbreaker Shinkai at 24 league points there coming in. Of course, as well, we've got Mana Surger Stoles and Justin tied alongside Nautilusu, a champion from earlier this year, and Yorn Calby Melon as well there, all at 25 league points. Oh, that is a lot of players tied up there at 25 LP. Vest Vision and Yo from Team Revelations tied up for 26 points. And of course, our top two, Sonar 5's Osav at 32 league points. And the man, the myth, the legend himself, it's Meme Legends at 35 league points. Still holding on to that lead. And of course, one of our players here making it here to the June Cup is going to look to extend that lead as well and really solidify holding that first place spot, guys.
Definitely, yeah. Meme Legends in a good spot, already going to be moving on to top 4 today because of having the bye with going 7-0 in day 1. And so having the most points going to be adding 1 to that for free, essentially, today, bumping it up to 36, maybe even more. Definitely putting themselves at the front of the pack moving forward. And like you said, we're halfway into the season, so there's still a lot of time for things to kind of get shaken up, but definitely a good spot to be in right now moving forward. And as we see here, continuing, looking at the bracket, like we were saying, Meme Legends, our 7-0 player, has the bye, moving on. Next, though, we got the team kill, Twilight Knights, Guilty, and Rayatos. They're going to be going up against each other, and even though they're from the same team, I did notice that only one of their decks is the same, so we're going to be seeing a lot of variety there, even from 2 teammates. Both of these players, I think they're like 1 point away in the standing, so depending on how that match goes, it can definitely see who's going to be taking the lead for Twilight Knights in the point standing.
Yeah, and jumping to the bottom half of the bracket, just by mere placement, definitely no precedence or priority here or anything. We have Hishiro, the celebrated player, one of the most well-known players in the West, been to World Grand Prix multiple times, and a very consistent performer in SVO history. And speaking of history, up against Historia, so, you know, maybe his history is up against him, we'll see. But that's going to be a matchup to look at. Historia is a newer, I don't think this is their first SVO, but I believe this is their first top 8, so we'll get to see how they do against one of the veterans. As always, I love seeing veteran versus new player. You really get a feeling for kind of like what the community is, what the scene can do. So, and last but not least, Zolthrin against my teammate KSLVD, and I believe Zolthrin is another player who's played a while, but I think this might be their first top 8 as well. KSLVD, I know a lot about him, so I won't say too much, but last year at the All-Stars, he came in 2nd place, and you know, we basically labbed a lot of Discard Dragon back then, and believe he's chosen not to bring it today after all that, and because of all that work.
He didn't win with it, right? So he's gonna be like, nah, get rid of that, get that out of here. That's bad luck. I need the W here today, boys. I need to get away with it. But it's really cool to see that, guys, that mixture that we're seeing a lot of, I'm gonna say, this season, right, of both veteran players and newer players coming in as well. A lot of guys coming in from the community, or guys who have even been grinding, right, for a long time, that are finally making it into the top 8 and finally getting their chance to, I guess, I would say rise and shine. shine a little bit, right? And really bring it to a lot of these veteran players, which is really cool to see, you know, that growth of the game still being there nice and strong, and showing that you guys at home, of course, can be a part of all that cool action. Speaking of, real quick as well, the final hours of the community support program are still available for you guys if you want to get those extra card tickets before the new expansion does drop here. Of course, you know, if you've got like that article that you need to finish editing, need to finish drafting, that video that you've got half edited that you kind of forgot about and thought you still had a few hours left to do, you gotta do it now, guys. You gotta get it uploaded now, guys, and send it in there to the website to be able to get these cool rewards. Of course, svO.gg/CSP, where you can submit some awesome content, get those card packs, and either hoard them for yourself or share them with your fellow community members there. So just a quick reminder, guys, a couple hours left. You've basically got the length of this stream to basically get your things in and submitted. So make sure if you do have anything in the back that you kind of been sitting on, send that in and get some really cool rewards. Get those card tickets. There's some really cool cards coming, the new expansion you don't want to miss out on. But guys, we're getting ready now to jump into game number 1 here for our June Cup quarterfinals. And as you said, right, it's going to be, as always, the Twilight Knights, the team kill matchup we always seem to get every few cups or so, whether it be in SVO or in the community cups here. Of course, Guilty and Raitos coming through. And again, we're talking about decks, right? I think a lot of you guys at home will know what the top decks are, and of course, only being a week since SAO's Cup, they're going to be very similar, a lot of the top decks, but it's going to be those one-off differences, right? Those comfort pick differences that we're looking out for to see who can maybe get that advantage.
Definitely. It's always rough with the team kills. I feel like it's kind of a brutal game to be playing in on a team, because you're not actually really teammates when it comes down to the tournaments. And I remember in the past, some of the teams like Disaster, it felt like they had like half of the bracket was their players. And I feel like at some point it's like, when it's good to have like a big team to get like a lot of advice and a lot of good scrim mates, but when it gets too big, it's like everyone knows your secrets and things. So we'll see kind of how that plays out here, if there's maybe any interesting plays because they really know what to expect from each other, or maybe there were some secrets they changed their list last minute. We'll see how that kind of plays out with these players.
Absolutely. And you know, isn't it appropriate their team is TK, which I think, I mean, Twilight Knights, but you know, we could also say that stands for Team Kill, right? Like,
yeah. Well, you can see here, I believe we're going to be going to the decks in just a short moment here, but kind of you were saying, Trick, you know, I feel like TK is also one of those teams that tend to dominate, right? And they tend to have a lot of players in both regions. I feel like that. You're always seeing one slip through in the top 8, or you're always seeing quite a few of them out managing to get in. The situation always seems to happen, and I don't think they like it too much, obviously, but we love it at home. It's always great competition, seeing those guys go at it. It's like a televised scrim almost, right? Just a little bit more on the line for some of these players. But I believe we are jumping into the decks now-ish. I might be slightly... Oh, no, there we go. We're jumping straight in now. Going to be, of course, looking at the decks here first. I believe from Guilty, it's going to be that Mysteria rune coming out here. And this is going to be probably one of the main decks I'm honestly going to talk about today, gentlemen, because of the major differences we've had over, I want to say, maybe the past week and a half, 2 weeks. Of course, if you're paying attention to the SCAO competition last weekend, you saw this deck all of a sudden had a lot of cards being cut. There's a lot of one-off followers coming out of nowhere, basically being filled with, of course, a lot of draw potential, a lot of Freyas coming out here as well. But it seems like Guilty is running that classic format here, which is pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, this is definitely a deck that has moved around a lot more than I expected. I feel like for like, I don't know, months, it was almost the exact same list. And not really because of any new cards are coming out or anything, just because of players trying to find optimal ratios. It's moved around a lot. I remember Hannah was a card that a lot of people kind of looked down on in the past because it was messing up like Freya pulls or other things. And even though it does search for your followers, you need to get them really fast. Like you want the duo on turn 5, and so if you draw this on turn 4, you can't really afford to play it to search the duo again. But now we're bringing it back in, and it does help you pull back more followers for your Storm combo. And seeing like Freya being taken out of this, maybe that's part of the goal there. And but yeah, just really interesting seeing how these players have chosen to kind of edit these lists kind of at the end of an expansion when it thought it was maybe solved.
The trade-off between Hannah and Freya is essentially that Freya is a bit better going second because of that 1 play point refund, and she's not a Mysteria name, but Hannah has the Eve effect, which is not just flavor text. It is the ability to add any one of those spells to your hand. It's another spell that you can float, and the name being in your deck. So one of the ways to disrupt Mysteria is to transform their followers outside of being Mysteria names. And so having that extra name, while it can make your average attack on board worse, makes it easier to hit the 5 names you want, which makes your party better. So the good with the bad is kind of shifted toward Hannah being better over Freya, because you just play around that and you get more names.
Let's see what else Guilty is bringing to the table here for our first quarter final. It is going to be Discard Dragon coming out here, and again, one of 2 expected decks, gentlemen, I think we're expected to see here all throughout today. And this one is going to be that Infinite Flame Dragon format. Of course, I normally see the difference between Infinite Flame Dragon or Ultimate Bahamut, right, being one of those main 2 tech choices that players are going for.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary card. The 10 play point comes down, does like 15 plus damage, finish out the game. This deck is another one too, where it's kind of interesting. That's more of like a meta shift that's bringing it back than new cards from the mini expansion or anything. But yeah, definitely a lot of players feeling like it's time to bring this deck back again. We saw it like last cup, some representation, but for a while it was kind of struggling. But yeah, this card just still has a lot of the same strong duels it did before. We've got Draziel to be able to have like lots of healing or just cycle it as an insight, as well as just like one of the main cards, Lumiore. For anyone who kind of has forgotten what this does, once you have 4 discards throughout the game, you can play it with its full effect to start discarding 2 cards and drawing 3. So replacing the 2 cards you discard as well as herself, and then also just starting to do damage with her own effect as well as every other discard you play afterwards. And so a really strong finisher. Helps you deal with like boards as well as your opponent's health. So yeah, just a good card overall that this deck really gets to use to shine.
Yeah, and one of the newer adaptations in discard lists has been the introduction of Greater Will. This is a card that gives you the ability to sort of lock down decks that because of the shift in the metagame, there's a lot of decks that try to go wide on board. So you get the opportunity to kind of lock down a slot, really potent against Mysteria, because that is a slot that they can't attack you with. And some of the decks that don't show Burial Rite, it gets some utility. And so that gives you time to ramp more, because you need to find the right balance in this deck between ramping and getting your discards. Ideally, you get both, but the cards that ramp and discard affect the board. So you kind of play to kind of be, I guess, fight smarter, not harder in this case by using this card. It's a one-of, but it's a very impactful one-of.
And looking towards Guilty's final deck here now. You know, we were saying 1 of 2. Here's 2 of 2. It's been right, Shadow. I think a lot of you guys at home were definitely expecting to see this. Arguably the top deck in the meta currently here. And again, looking to be more of that standard format of this deck that we've seen time in and time out. That's been very, very powerful, guys. And I still love to see that a lot of these players now are bringing in that Ghost and Apparition as well. It's kind of like that tech choice. And there's no chess rune here today. Of course, a lot of us were finding out about that, of course, that really cool chess rune interaction last weekend. Thanks, Igni, of course, for that little tidbit there. Of course, knowing when Mr. King comes out, when of course the chess pieces come out, the chess pieces will come out. Mr. King will then turn into a ghost, however, and we'll give those chess pieces Storm and essentially lock the deck out of play, which is really cool to see, but still a very, very strong deck nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely a strong deck. Even with a small nerf to the Hound, losing that 1/1, it's still very well represented. And I believe only one of the players isn't bringing it today. So probably the most popular deck. Definitely liking to see that Ghost Hound coming back in. I know we moved away from it for a while, but yeah, it has a lot of good interactions against other decks as well besides chess. So maybe we're going to see some of that coming out today. Good against like Lumiore and some of those other things too. So yeah, a cool list, some good tech, and yeah, just excited to see how, since it's so popular, how the players are maybe like teching their own decks to beat it, or even banning it. We'll see how that goes.
I like to also highlight the Hugin Mugen. I think it's not nothing new. I believe last week we also saw plenty of copies of this card, but this actually changes a lot of matchups in a lot of meaningful ways. So Hugin Mugen is a bit awkward into decks like Rune, where they can take advantage of the low attack on board to lock those board slots. It's a lot of targets. You kind of have to look for windows to trade them off. When you're going first into Mysteria, for example, you can definitely play them on 3 and probably trade them off. But against Dragon, it is a huge game changer because the patch versions of this deck that were not playing Hugin Mugen struggled to hit the 5 last word breakpoint, but Hugin Mugen makes it a lot easier, gives you more options to get those rush followers with Kerberos or Hugin Mugen to hit into Dragon's wards, which then cleared the way for your Sin Hunter. So ironically, the deck got a little weaker, but the Dragon matchup got better because of it, because you can play a little more slow and consistent, which is nice in that matchup as opposed to trying to go breakneck speed.
There's a Guilty's Dex lineups there. Let's look to see his opponent and his teammate, we should say as well. On Titan Knights, Ratos coming through and whoa, it's Playwright Shadow. No way, guys. Whoa, almost exactly the same. Do want to point out though, only running one of the Hugin Moon in there, so a bit of a change. I believe that's also one that added to leads. I believe that's where that has gone, and maybe a couple other ratio changes throughout the deck.
I think it's +1 Night Terrors, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, very similar list. Both of these players opting for this, but we will see some variety in some of the other players playing like the Burial Rite that heals and some of the different things. But here, a lot of the same stuff. Just maybe highlighting another card that is not new, but just very strong. Michael or Mikhail, that card I feel like really was a big change for this deck in the mini expansion, and so. For anyone who maybe doesn't remember exactly what this does, it's just a 3/1 rush for 2. Doesn't seem that crazy, but then what makes it really strong is the invocation effect. And so at the start of your turn, if you have Rally 10, which is very easy for this deck to accomplish, because not only do you have like the Burial Rites where you play like one follower and then it throws another one out to get the rally to 2, but you also even have like invokes with Lack and Dula and things, getting the extra followers coming out that way. And so you can hit this really fast, like even faster than like the sword deck, which you think would be like, oh, the rally deck. And so yeah, you get this early and you can get it often bringing multiple copies out in the game, and just having that extra healing and like the follower that you can kill with your spells and things just really made Shadow so much more consistent.
Yep, I mean, you said it, Trickster. I don't really have that much to add. The 2, okay, I guess I will mention the 2 is kind of the like canonical ratio. When you have 3, Michael can be a little too bricky because he doesn't give you any special effects in your hand, but often that first invoke comes out a bit early, honestly sometimes exploitable by the opponent if you are too fast with your rally. Like if you do like a carriage win into Metatron and then your Michael comes down on your turn in your 5-6 play point turn 6, that you're now only have 2 board slots left, so you can no longer evolve Miroel. That's a bit of like advanced interaction, but the second invocation often matters a lot for clearing boards, and the healing changes a lot of matchup spreads as well. Blood suffers a lot trying to chip this deck down when you get that extra incremental healing on top of your Septic Shrink and Metatron and the Kerberos tokens. So definitely a game changer there.
And moving on to Ratos' second deck now. This is where we're going to start seeing a bit of a difference between the two plays. Is going to be that Wrath Blood coming through. Seems to be, of course, one of the fan favorites coming through now, as they both blood variations at the moment. And really cool to see, guys, right, that even though we've got 2 players from the same team, we are getting a good mixture of decks. Yeah, of course, but we're probably going to see either both players run either Shadow or Dragon, right? But cool to see Blood make it into it.
Yeah, it's kind of a deck. I don't know if I would say it's like a comfort pick or like maybe a meta call, but honestly, from my experience, this deck has just been really good all around, and there's not really ever been a spot where it's been like completely unviable. It's more just like if you want to bring it or not. And while the other decks have been changing, it's pretty much stayed the same for a little while now. Just having some really good finishers and also like multiple different lines to finish the game, so that really increases the consistency, and having every single one of your early game cards just ping you kind of will always be doing the same thing, lots of draw. And so I feel like this is a deck that's always popped up with 1 or 2 players, just maybe bringing it because it's a deck they like to play, or maybe they want to rely on a more consistent deck. One of the maybe like slight changes people have been messing around with recently is Fell Transformation. That's kind of always come and gone throughout the meta, and this is just an extra card that can give you a little bit of extra reach. If you play with Vania, you can do like 3 damage, which is pretty strong for 1 play point, and just also like a ping and things as well. So a pretty flexible card. We'll see how it plays out today.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that there's not a lot of bad places for this deck, but the main downside to this deck is drawing that go second card. This is a very strong go first deck. A lot of the decks in this format are, but this plays into that. So if you think your strength is going first, then this is a good deck for you.
If you have really good luck, right? Luck on the droiding, you always going to get you that first player. There you go. A lot of these cool decks are available. Also want to point out real quick, Fell Transformation, I believe, just got announced that it's getting an alternate art in the next expansion with the Battle Pass as well. So if you like that card, you want the alt art, maybe using ladder later on, yeah, there you go. Might be a option for you to have there. Looking towards Rato's final deck now before we jump into our first quarter final matchup. Will be that Condemned Haven coming through, which is really cool to see. I know the lads last weekend, the SVO cast, it was very surprising for them to this one come up. They really enjoyed seeing that then. It's really cool that it's kind of transition here as well into the West region matches. A couple guys running this deck here today, but what we're talking about, of course, Ratos's lineup here. So Trick, what are we looking towards here with this deck?
Yeah, so this deck, it's kind of had an interesting history from the mini. Early on, I feel like a lot of people were excited, but then it felt like everyone was like, oh, it's a meme, and kind of discounted it. And now I feel like a lot of players are starting to say that this is even a tier 1 deck, and a lot of the community has like agreed on that now at this point, and we kind of see it here today with the high representation. So this deck, it's pretty interesting. If you draw Skullthane super early, that's just always amazing for like most Haven decks. If you can get the 4 accelerates in, it opens up a lot of lines where you can have extra damage playing this for 0 play points to deal 4 damage itself, as well as popping a lot of your amulets. But it's not something that like is necessarily required. There are other ways that you can still finish out the game if you don't get the Skullthane early, and it's unlikely you'll be able to play it 4 times. Maybe you can just look to your Unreal card and be able to bring that out with a lot of amulets popping. Can do the 2 damage chip. I know like on turn 9 you can do 2, but I don't think that's usually what we're looking for in this deck. So got the Tara, some other things to do more damage instead. But yeah, just an interesting deck with just like a lot of strong individual cards that you can pair in different ways to try and reach your win condition. And 2, with the amulets kind of being streamlined, you can really draw the ones you want more consistently in this new version. So
yeah, as you mentioned, the 9 play point exists, but the reason that a lot of lists have cut down to 2 Unariel is that you're actually trying to look to just OTK on 7. So generally the pattern there is to get that 5 amulet destroyed, accomplished some way throughout the deck. The deck has actually been streamlined so that all your 1-cost amulets will destroy themselves with the Unariel effect active. So that is like at least 10 points of damage, and then what you're looking to do is either set up Grace of Taurus the turn before, or use Ascended Prison Priestess to load your hand with cost reduced amulets to then add enough damage to make that an OTK, or damage over 2 turns. The recent optimizations have been sort of made so that you can hard mull for Skullthane in the matchups where you need him, because there are some matchups like Dragon or Shadow where you pretty much just can't win without Skullthane. So that's kind of what made the deck pop up a bit again in popularity. Well, Shadow actually is the matchup that this deck was meant to originally counter. So yeah, but it's actually just really well placed overall.
I think a lot of players are actually kind of happy to see Haven come back, right? Because I know there was also, everyone's trying to run Crystallized Haven as well for a while. And personally, I'm more of a fan of Crystallized Havens. I'm a bit upset that one's kind of been memed out of existence now for Condemned, but it is really cool to see Condemned, right? It's such a really cool deck to have here in the top competition, especially when, as you said, right, Zones, there's so many Shadow decks that are out there right at the moment. It's cool to have some, even at the end of this life cycle, right, for the current rotation cycle, that we're still getting a bit of cool tech stuff in the final few weeks, right, to kind of match what has been strong throughout this expansion set. We're getting ready now, guys, to jump into our first quarter final. We'll get bands up now in just a short moment, and Here we go. It is going to be that Rune banned out from Guilty and Haven banned out there from Raito. So not too surprised, right? Guilty banned that out. We're obviously looking to prioritize playing that Shadow deck in this matchup. Raito's banning out that Mysteria Rune, which is that surprising maybe for you guys coming through? Because I know this was a bit of a just I don't want to say heated topic, but a bit of an interesting topic to talk about, where you have that choice between the Rune, Shadow Dragon, and what's the optimal ban going into a best of 3 format like this.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're jumping into the match right now. We've got TK Guilty on the top, TK Ryutas on the bottom. We're from his viewpoint. It's going to be Blood, and then we're going to be going up against Shadow. Like you're saying with these bans, I think that a lot of players are comfortable facing Shadow like we're seeing now. And since they knew it was going to be here, it's easy to maybe prepare for. But on the other hand, like Mysteria, while it is a popular deck, it's not something you can guarantee is going to be in your opponent's lineup. And so maybe that's just a reason to ban it out now because of preparing specifically for Shadow. So I think it's definitely one of those things where it's like, if you feel like you've got that matchup down, you could leave it up. But if you feel like you have a plan coming into this, you could definitely follow through with that in your bans.
Yeah, I think that one of the things about banning Mysteria is just that is a matchup where it's hard to make sure you have control over the pacing of the game. Even like Haven in paper, right, is favored into Mysteria, but if they just have 2 parties, you will just lose without any any agency over it. So it's awkward. What I find interesting, jumping into the game though, I find interesting that Guilty has chosen to keep a copy of Mirror in his mulligan. I often try to toss that card when I think I need to make sure I have tempo going in. Kerberos, very strong for securing tempo over the course of the game. Like, basically keep that always. Muriel, though, like, you don't play her until turn 6, so it's a little awkward to keep her that early. But he does have the Kerberos, so he's guaranteed plays for a while. And we'll see how that can progress.
Looks like he's taking his time a little bit, right, to consider where to go from here. And, you know, we always know this is going to be a fantastic matchup between both these players. We obviously highlighted before. It's going to be, like I said, kind of like a highlighted cool scrim match. But that also what makes it such a showdown, right, between both these players. You would have obviously known these guys have obviously played quite a few matches against each other. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses. And that's what maybe can make this turn or make this match very tactical, right? Very strategic, maybe compared to some of the other matches we see throughout the day, because of how well known these guys know each other here. As Ratos is going to get some of that damage coming in against Guilty, and starting to set up, you know, some of those early cost cards. Of course, having the gift already there, tank already set up, building towards, I want to say, that mystical turn 7, right? I feel as if every single deck currently, right, is playing around that mystical turn 7, trying to get that OTK and trying to outwit your opponent.
I think Guilty is considering whether to toss a Coco or Mimi here, because he has a Call of the Great Arm and a Spectral Stomp in his hand, so he wants to order it, Call into Stomp to make sure to draw the 2 cards off of Stomp and get the Lakandula invoke. The awkward part, so obviously most of the time you want to put Mimi. I think that's the damaged Kerberos hand token, but against Wrathblood, Mimi can enable some of their stronger plays. It's not so bad early on in the game. So he's going to make that decision. Oh, he's actually opted to toss the Miroel off the Call of the Great Arm, getting both a Miroel and Lakandula back, and so then that extra Miro and draws a Michael. That is really awkward. Well, I think he's likely going to play. He is going to choose and run out the Mimi right now. Right, and that means that it is so early in the game that the extra ping when Mimi dies on the Blood player's turn is not going to be that big of a deal. So it's a good time to get Mimi out of the hand and some extra damage done.
Really seeing like the benefits and the downsides of these invoke cards. They've kind of always had the history of when you draw them, it's unfortunate, and we did see Guilty drawing 2 of them, but then getting the strong effect of the invoke clears the follower as well. So kind of seeing the good and the bad there on that side. And I remember when we were breaking down this match even before it started, we were talking about how Blood likes to go first, and Rayutos, they are going second. So with that in mind, it's something that they're going to have to overcome. But I feel like the Vania on 2 and things are really strong. Getting some 0 play point pings can kind of lower down the turns that you can do your strong combos. Kind of makes it so that you can like cheese out a turn 7 combo on turn 6. And so definitely having a good hand is going to be able to possibly keep Rayitos in this game. And so I'm glad to see that for our players.
Yeah, and it looks like he's setting it up so he can play a Vite next turn. I'm just making the safe line. I'm kind of a little surprised he chose to play the Steamrolling Tank instead of Drummer there, but maybe Drummer on for 5 play points is a pretty strong way to stall the board in this matchup as long as Miro isn't active. So, and it's also 2 pings for a Gyaradeath combo later, so he might just be saving it for the turn 6 Gyaradeath here, right? He's possibly like a turn 4 Vite into Howling Demon into Gyaradeath to try to close out the game. No questions asked. So I think those are his considerations. That Michael is seeing use here, clearing out the Steamrolling Tank. So not the worst draw, but the rest of Guilty's hand is a little clunky here.
Yeah, having the Tyrant and Sin Hunter is like a great finishing combo, but it looks like only 6 shadows now, so really gonna need some more Burial Rite cards to come into the hand and make sure that things like the 4-drop, being able to get the extra burn damage things could be a good draw. Or even just any low-cost cards that you can cycle and draw with on 5 to just get that shadow count up for the strong finisher.
Especially now as well that we are going to just about get to that Wrath point right now for Rayitos. He's going to be more than happy to obviously, well, first of all, have an awesome board setup, right? Just so many bats there for Guilty to try and deal with. But of course, when turning up Wrath, you know, his health is starting to drop a little bit here, and we are finally going to see, I believe, its first Septic in hand there for Guilty, but it's what else you can play around it, right, guys, here at the moment. As Trick said, right, the Sin Hunter's there, but we're going to be using it. There's double Black and Doula in hand as well, which is rough to see, and they're going to have to just run in the Septic here.
I think you might have to tempo out the Sin Hunter here because the Fanfare can still destroy Vite. Vite is evolved.
Yep.
But the question then becomes, does he use an Evo point here? And in this position, you really don't want to use Evo points as Burial Rite before turn 6 when you're going first, because that, like, you kind of want the Evo after the Miracle turn for power spikes, but right now, Guilty, he's got to make it to turn 6.
He's got to actually live first, right? He's got to actually see Miriam. No, he's going to send in Coco to clear and hold on to Sin Hunter. Okay, so maybe not taking Zone's advice, Sage advice, but still clears it either way, right? Still has 1 Evo point at least, but free clear, 9 damage. Sorry, did I say 9? Sorry, I meant 11, guys. My bad. Sorry. Coming into this one here in 1 turn, and Rayitos is just about ready to send out the big boy of Wrath Blood, right, coming. So Gyaradeath is seconds away potentially from coming in the hill from Mikhail. It was good to see, but I don't know, guys. This might be Rayitos' first game if things keep up.
Definitely seen some big swings there, going from Guilty at full health to now Rayitos at full health in 1 turn. And looking at the hand of Rayitos with Gyaradeath and the proper pings in hand, there's going to be 11 damage plus coming out next turn. So definitely with the health total we are seeing for Guilty right now, doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
I'm just going to say it like the Mimi says, it's already Rover. There was Rayitos just had a perfect lethal setup even with the Michael invoke, because playing Mira on this turn means that Guilty is not going to get any healing, so he's just going to pot this bread and butter combo. I sold the deck short. I said it suffers going second, but it is popping up.
1 Vania away, and it's all you need.
Yep, and there you go. Rayitos is gonna, I guess, hold it for a minute. But we know that he's gonna take the first round matchup here. Of course, 1-0 now in this series against Guilty here with that Wrath Blood, and he's gonna have his own usage of Barrite Shadow now to go into. And now, boys, do we get the BR Shadow mirror match next here, or does Guilty maybe try and opt for the discard dragon here, just to maybe have a refresh off of having a somewhat semi-bad match there with BR Shadow? I guess we'll find out in a minute, right?
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I would queue probably the Shadow. Dragon versus Shadow is a slugfest, and I don't get the easier matchup out of the way.
Oh, well, there you go. Double mirror match, double Chronos leaders as well, which is really cool to see, by the way. I don't know about you boys. I have her as a leader. Do you guys have her? Did you manage to pull her yet? Managed to put a leader?
Got two copies. I was trying to get the play set,
watch
but
out.
just a
Trick
two
with
right
two
now.
copies.
So.
Hang on, here we
Nice
go.
Yeah, I have to admit my favorite Shadow leader is still one of the really old collab leaders. So I have the Carnunos, but I choose not to use her.
Nice. Well, it's good to see you've got that connection then. I'm also having the leader, because normally one person's missing out, so no one to cyberbully this time, unfortunately. We'll have to wait till next time. Yes, I tried.
All right, so let's see. Reito's going first. Guilty with a pretty strong go second hand, missing the best go second card in Metatron, but one thing about Hugin Mugen is that basically when you go second, your only chance to play that card is on turn 3. And then usually they will cash in for 2 cards, because the go first it's really hard for Burial Right to advance their game plan without removing followers from the board. So they're not going to get those locked on board. They're going to be able to cash in, and Reito is choosing the more aggressive mulligan here. I feel like when I go first in this matchup, I want to go for Kerberos, I want to go for Hugin Mugen, and Carriagewin I only keep if I have the Septic Shrink. So Reito's making a bit of an aggressive play. Is going to make sure to get the 2 Burial Rites next turn here, so not overly aggressive. But Guilty's hand looks really nice, as long as he gets that Metatron. We'll see.
Well, we're all touching wood, fingers crossed. Everything, we were giving him that no caster curses here, guys. We're the West region. We don't do that. We don't do that here. All right, that's any SEO thing.
I feel like Radiatos is really
No!
doing a good job of.
Oh, there
And there it is.
I told you, no curses, only luck.
Alright.
Yeah, good draw. I don't think we're gonna see the Metatron be used for burial right fodder anytime soon. Gonna be holding on to that till turn 4.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna make this an interesting game, because Radiatos up 1, but now that the Metatron's here, this game is definitely gonna be interesting. It's gonna really come down to who can get some of their cards, like the Septic Shrink or some of those other key cards. We saw on the bottom, Radiatos kept the Muriel, so already has that, but Guilty's still gonna be digging to find it. So there is some draw in hand though, so maybe we'll be seeing that come out on turn 5.
Tough decision here for Guilty, but I think you actually toss Hugin and Mugen here, because while they are great on turn 3, like I mentioned before, with the option to play so many Burial Rites next turn, because he gets Coco and Mimi when he buries a card, he can just choose to play Burial Rites. Oh, he chooses the Carriagewin. I think he's going for a more consistent line, which I don't mind, but it is going to be a bit slower to get the Burial Rites out, which might bite him. We'll see.
What's a witch if not fickle?
Yeah, and I remember saying we were saying Ceridwen, maybe you don't keep unless you have Septic Shrink, and now there's 3 in hand, so they're going to be able to cycle and draw some more cards and things, but definitely not at their full power yet. The Ghost Town apparition has been killed though, so that could be brought back on 7.
True judgment upon your soul.
Rayutos is definitely showing. Oh, Septic Shrink for Guilty. Wow, he's found every key card that's not Mirrowell so far. So
It's a
just
lot
one more
better
key
off for
card
Guilty
and
this time, right?
Oh.
Like, compared to last time, and
oh
look at
my.
that, it's Septic
Another
Shrink.
draw.
Yeah, so Rayito's also in a good spot now. You can go Carriagewin into leads here. With the option to, I think he's thinking about if he wants to cash in on the Corral Souls, but it's definitely a really strong position to just get your second Carriagewin active here. Yeah, especially with one Michael out of your deck, that actually makes it less likely for Michael to screw you over on turn 6 by blocking up your third board slot.
Yeah, this is one of the spots where, like, on ladder, I'd be trying to count, like, how long it's going to take for my Ceridwen to pop, and be like, do I try and play, like, Septic Shrink on the next turn from hand for an extra 3 damage, or do I just like chuck it away now because I'm not gonna have enough time for it to die otherwise? And so seeing like Ratos thinking about the count, doing the math, holding on to the Septic String, so maybe gonna try and play it next turn. We'll see how that turns out.
I'm down for just. I think he's thinking about throwing out the Michael, but I'm down to just lead the Mirrorwell, and then next turn you can Michael and Corral if you don't have any other options. It is also important to try to keep a Lakandula. Not that important, but it's nice to keep a Lakandula for the Mirrorwell turn. This makes your boards a little better at clearing the opposing Mirrorwell if you expect them to have the Metatron into Mirrorwell, which we're seeing piece number 1 here.
Got that Mystic Metatron, which we talked about. And then deck review, right, of course, coming into this matchup here, seeing that come out for Guilty. Very strong turn for an easy use there. But gonna send out the Mimi Night Terror combo.
Yeah, he's digging for the Mirrorwell. That's his power play. There is a case for not necessarily digging for the Miro and just kind of trying to natural draw it and advancing your bureau rights, but I respect trying to make sure you hit the strongest card. He's kind of punished now slightly for not hitting the Mirrorwell. Well, you know, maybe too early to speak. He still has 1 draw left, but now it's like his tempo is a little worsened by not playing more aggressively. Like lots of trade-offs in this situation, to be honest. So, and I think this is a good time for Rayitos to just punch in for damage here. I like Septic Shrink and Seismic Stomp. I don't think he's had a Shrink destroyed yet, so he can't actually go ahead and toss this one out. Maybe he can take a little bit of a breather here in his aggression.
Yeah, if we see the Septic Shrink come out here, maybe it'll be a Michael to clear the ward all the way, or maybe use the ghosts to do it, but then you don't get the ping, so gonna probably go for the Evo here, it looks like.
Oh,
that's a little surprising, usually wanting to save it for after your turn 6, but thinks it's necessary here.
Or maybe he's happy to get that clear when he knows that Muriel's next turn, right? Well, at least available for next turn with that Evo, so of course going to be able to pop. Of course, at least 1 Caldwin Amulet is going to be popped, of course, at the beginning of next turn too, so maybe he thinks it's okay for now. As Zone said, I want to try and push a little bit of damage at least through that, but now it's up to Guilty, as Zone had also said. A little bit harmed, right? Having some dominant aggression coming through. He still doesn't have, I believe, a Muriel in hand from what I can see. And now he's going to have to try and dig for it, right? And already has a full hand, so has to worry about that too.
Yeah.
This is definitely a turn you could leave your opponent board locked, and then when they get the invoke of the Michael, it would make it so that you couldn't do your turn 6 combo. Also, really liking Rayutos purposefully not playing Michael last turn and using the Evo instead to guarantee having those 2 followers in hand. I wasn't really thinking about that at first, but I think that's definitely why the Evo had to come out in case there's like a spell off the top, then there wouldn't be the 2 followers for the burial, right? So definitely playing around the worst case scenario there. Really respect that.
Yeah. One thing to mention though is that the board lock in this mirror match is kind of a fake thing, because like if you calculate it really well, you might be able to pull it off. But the Septic Shrinks just do too much damage left on the board, and you have no way to neutralize their effect damage. So
we do finally see the Muriel though picked up by Guilty, just a little bit too late, and gonna have to send out Metatron here. He's gonna get to full health and have a bit of a tanky ward on board, but it's down right that turn for that Muriel, and now Ratos is gonna be potentially more than happy to just go to town with his own one.
Yeah. That is very nice curve out development here for Rayitos. I think he tossed everything but the Metatron here.
Getting lucky with no Michaels in deck. I guess you'd be able to trade it out into the Metatron, so that was not going to be a worry either way. But yeah. Oh, and the best revives. Okay.
Wow.
My man's cooking right now, boys. He's cooking. Look at that. Big ward, big burn damage, half HP already. Luckily, Michael's going to come out for Guilty to heal up a little bit here.
Storm and draw in hand, too.
Let's see. So, effectively, Guilty is at 9 right now with the Septic Shrink popping out. So, with the Corral Souls and Metatron, if Raitos finds 2 more burial rites, it is actually game over here. Because I do not think Guilty can leverage any more healing.
Yeah.
Well, this is looking very close. That's a Metatron, that's not a burial rite. That's good news for Guilty.
Accept this death.
That's right. He'll do it off the top, part of the card zone. Yeah, you remember, he's gonna pull it off the top right at the end. But
Well, that
Guilty.
the Metatron revive. There's a lot of wards in Guilty's graveyard there. That helps a lot too, preventing the damage. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, you're right. No, the point's better. I was just gonna say that Guilty is. Yeah, it looks like he's getting a bit of a comeback, right? It's good to see that he was able to get that Muriel finally. Raitos' own Mikkel, his second one, coming out with a Septic Shrink as well. Pulls another one off the top of the deck. And is that a burial right? I see that zone? Is that a...
That is a burial right shrink. So that is, I believe that's lethal because that is going to be stock down to 8, and then corral down to 6, and then the double septic.
Wow, good to see that coming out.
Even draws a call, which is just 2 more damage for fun.
Yeah, another septic as well coming through, but that's gonna be
my.
Raitos 2-0.
No, don't do it to him. Don't do it.
Gonna hit him with the Court of Great Arm anyway, because he has to solidify that he's the better TK player. He's Twilight player. We know Guilty, of course, has done quite a bit all throughout last season, making it to the season 2, but Raitos, we believe, his first top 8 here and making a big show for himself here for the June Cup. 2-0 after that one, lads. And what a way to go about it. I want to say probably a perfect rotation of Shadow Mosaic for him. The Blood match was really good. The Shadow match was fantastic for him. And unfortunately, Guilty was unable to respond in both matches.
Yeah, I was definitely impressed by the late game in both matches. The first time really setting up that 2-turn lethal, we saw Howling Demon like jammed. I don't even know, it was like 0.2 seconds into the turn, just came out, knew that the 11 damage health he was setting his opponent to is like exactly what he needs to win next turn, and knowing the Muriel turn, like a perfect setup there, no way the opponent could play around it. And then in the next game as well, just really seeing like smart, like holding on to the 2 followers in case like a spell is drawn the next turn to like guarantee the Muriel can come down, doing everything right, just really having like clean late game to like guarantee, make sure nothing can go wrong and get those lethals in.
Yeah, the games are so fast, I'm speechless. His setups are really good. I think definitely game 1 a little bit of clunkiness from, and that's kind of the awkwardness I think we mentioned about the Burial Right Shadow losing a lot of consistency with the patches. You can see that in action. If you draw your late game cards, your invokes, you get less of what you want to see in your deck, and that can happen. So, but I mean, Burial Right can't lose 2 games in a row, and I mean, well, it didn't. So it could,
technically, it's what,
it also
1-2
did. Wait,
at the moment.
actually.
So technically, it's 1-2 at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess, how it continues throughout the rest of the series. We're getting ready now for our second quarter final match. So we say goodbye to Trick and the Room of White for now, as it's going to be Zones and I for this one here. But this one is going to be a very interesting match here, right? Zones coming through. Hishiro from Team Revelations, of course, I think arguably one of the greatest players in the English region, period, right? Everyone knows of Hishiro, right? His resume speaks for itself. You know, multiple cup winner, Contenders Cup, WGPs, all the way out here. Absolutely insane. And then you got Historia coming through, right? Kind of maybe a potential dark horse in this matchup, right? Zones coming through. Haven't seen them in top 8 before. We believe they've at least grinded, though, the SVOs for quite some time and finally make it to top 8. And what a challenge for themselves right here to potentially make it to semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. But I would never count out a new player. I think everyone starts somewhere, and you know, Historia beat one of my really strong teammates as well in Hapu to make it. They were fighting for that spot to represent Brazil, and Historia clutched Hapu out in a Haven mirror. So you know, that might be one of their strengths. We'll have to see when it comes up to fight time.
And let's look at the deck list coming through for both these players now. That Haven really up there is actually quite interesting. Could be a good test of stamina, right, for both players. That's normally more of an extended match. You will tend to see Hishiro here once again seeing Mysterio Rune come out, but again, one of these players that's bringing I guess the original format, we're going to call it the original variation of Mysteria Rune here, not the one we saw, of course, in the SCAO region just a week ago, where it's more standard here coming through, not seeing the Freyas being involved, but seeing more of the Theros, making it, I guess, a little bit more safe coming through, potentially, and of course having that Greya as well, which is really cool to see. I think I'd like to highlight those zones as well, because it's not a card we see when we get like the one-off cards, right?
Yeah, Greya Crimson Promise is a nice tempo play. You can often just play her out on turn 2. When she's in the Mysteria pool for Majestic Sorcery, she effectively adds 2 damage, because often you're going to be running low on Evo points there, and you get the ability to evolve one of your followers. Greya's Ember is a strong removal tool. This is an OTK kind of control into OTK deck, so having that removal option. And yeah, I mean, she's just kind of a workhorse of the deck. One of the threats also is when you go first, if Greya's in play, she actually kind of has to be a must remove, because then you can evolve Originator for free off of that. Some of the really tricky lines with this deck involve sort of delaying when you play duo, because you can play so many cards in one turn after a Originator discount that you can just go pow 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 on your spells, giving the Mysteria trait to all your cards in all spells in your hand and deck, and that's why this deck plays such a massive density of spell, 24, and all your cards generate them, right? The evolve discounts that, and then on top of that, some of the tricks in this version, I call it Mysteria Classic.
Yeah, Mysteria Classic.
Is that multiple Mysteria reductions will layer, and then you calculate your play points on top of that, then using 1 or 0 cost winged inversions on your own followers, which you have the luxury of because you have multiple copies. And that winged inversion, just one of the cheat cards of this format, really potent for all sorts of uses. Remove Norm Blanc, that's a hard card to deal with in some cases. Transform your own followers for more play points. Transform opposing Mysteria followers in the mirror to deny them names. Or just like turn a potent threat on the board into a less potent one and lock a board slot. Just lots, applications galore. Huge skill tester.
Yeah, and I really love the winged version as well, because we've seen it in so many different types of decks, right? And so many functions. But I think Rune is definitely where it shines the most, right? Which is really cool to see. But let's see Shiro's next deck coming into the second quarterfinal match of the day. Here, of course, for the June Cup. It is going to be that Discard Dragon coming through here. Again, going to be that standard variation that we are basically used to seeing time in and time out. This is going to be the Infinite Flame Dragon variation, not going to be the Ultimate Bahamut variation. We did briefly talk about this a little bit before, but real quick zones, recap real quick hit for us here. Discard Dragon, what are we seeing here?
Right, so the primary plan for Discard Dragon, and we went over the sort of the end game. Primary plan is going to be try to find that Argente. She is kind of the reason to play this dragon, purest silver. The reason to play this dragon variant over others. Ramps and discards, right? Those are the 2 things you need to do. You want to ramp to 10, you want to discard as many cards from your deck as possible. Discard to the 4 count, not as possible. That's a little...
That's later, that's the end game.
Yeah, and so, and then so often in one of the things in this deck is that you will often have to play an Argente without the 2 discard condition, and what that means is you're going to shrink your hand size. But the deck is constructed with cards like Strike and Blessing and Wormwater's Blessing. I think I might have gotten the name wrong. There's my apologies. Waterworm's Blessing. Okay. Yeah. And very so the ordering of these cards can be done in such a way that, Argente lets you go quickly, ramp, and then you get to overflow, at which point Waterworm's Blessing will then give you that card draw back. So you're kind of like also playing hopscotch, or I don't know, some game that I can't think of with your hand size. And one last interesting thing here is that one of Warden, this is another option to go increase our hand size, but I think the main use case now is actually with Infinite Flame. It's another 0 cost. So if you can play Infinite Flame, you can play this. That adds 1 more damage to Infinite Flame's evolve effect to destroy every follower with defense 5 or less. That 1 damage could just be what you need for lethal.
because this little quick image here of Infinite Flame Dragon as well, just in case, you know, because it is one of those cards between that and Bahamut as well, and the evolved version of Ignis Dragon, which is, of course, really cool to see. That was taken away. And again, bringing up from last cup last weekend, a lot of boys were comparing Waterworm's Blessing to kind of the evolved version of that accelerated effective Ignis Dragon, right? Where before that would be the 3 cost, get a play point. Now Waterworm's Blessing, you get that and draw and healing as well, which is really cool to see so much in just one card. And funny to see, you know, a lot of players only using that one of Wardens now as just extra damage, just in case you needed extra damage and discard Dragon, by the way, which is just funny to talk about. It's there, just in case you need it. Hishiro's final deck now that he's bringing to the second quarterfinal will be the Burial Riot Shadow. We're not going to meme it, all right? Everyone's memed it to death. We already know that, of course, is the most played top deck. We just saw it, of course, in the previous matchup here. Is there anything real quick here, Zones, you'd like to bring up and talk about? Maybe something we haven't covered yet. For example, maybe Deathly Tyrants. You know, that's a really, really cool spell that a lot of players are running. And I do remember, you know, just a cup ago, there was the Great Civil War. Do you bring 1 or do you bring 2? And it looks like a lot of players have finally decided to start 1.
You know, actually, I was in the bring 0 camp before, but
here we go. There's another camp.
Yeah. But I think with the way the metagame is developed and the way this deck is constructed, you just want to play this because it is a potential 15 damage with Sin Hunter evolve and play this. And with, I think Seismic Stomp specifically is a good enabler. Oh, I skipped past Sin Hunter. Sin Hunter, of course, is kind of your usual carrier of the Deathly Tyrant's Feast. It's just a 3 damage storm that evolves to 5, then you give him +10/+10. That's 15 damage. On top of your other chip damage, usually lethal. There's other combos with Sin Hunter as well. Yeah, and it's just annoying to try to ward against. But there are some key followers in the metagame that can ward against. But Seismic Stomp is kind of the key enabler for all of this that's made Deathly Tyrant's Feast better. It is a fast way to turn out more card draw and more shadows. So one of the struggles with Feast originally was to hit that 20 shadow breakpoint early. Like, if that card can just be stuck in your hand, it's an extra spell, which is awkward. Kind of want more followers. But with Spectral Stomp, sorry, I like the name is just, I mixed that up.
There's a lot of cards. Don't worry about it. It's all good. There's so many
Spectral
cards.
Stomp. Yeah, I refer to these by like half their names half the time. So, but Spectral Stomp, right, like that extra shadow generation, it's a spell, so it generates instantly, requires fewer board slots to use, so it's flexible. So getting that shadow count up, digging deeper in your deck, makes Feast a lot more viable in the deck. So it's kind of interesting that like the way the deck has changed made these old cards, old tech cards, more viable or more necessary in some cases. And viable and necessary are both important things to consider. It's a little bit of both in this case.
And it's cool as well to have Spectral Stomp now as well. Like, we had a lot of players, you know, we missed out on Hound, of course, when the nerf came through. We're calling it the nerf, right, for the big expansion, right? And people did lose Hound, but you got Spectral Stomp, and people look towards Spectral Stomp as kind of the improved version anyway, right? Yeah, you lost Hound, but we got kind of a better card out of it, which is quite interesting to see and talk about. But that's Hishiro's decks. Let's look towards Historia's decks here. What is Historia bringing to try and take down one of the many titans of our region here? It is going to be Mars Sword, and I've been hanging out to see this deck all day, Zones. I'm not gonna lie, I love this deck. I love the hero cards that, of course, are here in Shadowverse. Thanks, Shadowverse Flame, for that one, by the way. And I know the boys last weekend will be absolutely mourning right now because they missed out. Sucks to be you guys, should be in the West region. But here we go, Zones. What does Mars Sword bring here to the table, of course, against all these other top tier 1 decks?
Yeah, well, I mean, digging back into a bit of history, pun intended, is the Mars Sword was a dominant deck pre-mini. I think the biggest thing that it suffered from was the buff to Mysteria, and then there was the release of Burial Rite being stronger. Those are not easy matchups for it. Mars, the key card in the deck, she evolves for 0 evolution points, and when she evolves, if there are 20 or more officer cards in your deck, you summon her Regalia, Flame General's Regalia, which gives all your followers that come into play +1/+1, rush, and clash, deal 1 damage to the opposing leader. And that stacks, which can be really nasty, but often the new play pattern for this deck is sort of to just stay at 1 copy, because what you're really trying to do in this deck is to play that Enhanced 7 Valiant Fencer. And what that does is you draw cards until you have 7. 7 is the thematic number here. You know, fill your heart hand up to 7 cards in your hand. Yep. It is a bit of gambling because after you do that, you're going to be out of play points, but all your heroic followers will be reduced down to 0. And to take full advantage of this, you need that Flame General's Regalia in play, because what you're going to be trying to do then is to chain some of your other heroic followers, your Amero, your Mock Knight. Yeah, the evolve effect there. It looks cool, but it's honestly not what you want to be doing. Yeah,
It's there. Don't worry about it.
The Amero, the Mock Knight, and the Wind Slasher are then going to be, used in combination, right? Amero gains a massive amount of stats from having other heroic followers in play. Evolve Space, gets a double attack off the Wind Slasher, and you can call it GG from there with some extra damage. So that is your goal of this deck.
And it's just, again, ironic. We talk about like every deck that they're going. I know we say 7 a lot, but that is the magic number today with a lot of these decks, right? I'm going with that OTK. And funnily enough, Mars Sword, which I can't believe I'm saying this, even though it might be slightly slower, even though it's still a fast deck, right? Against Baby Shadow or Dragon. I mean, that could be an argument. You argue about that in the chat if you want. It's still that magic turn 7, right? As you said, right? With that Fencer, with the Mars, to get that big damage in.
With the new innovation here, we haven't gotten to her yet. I've kind of been working up to this. The 7 might be slow, but when you're going second, we have that the 3 copies of Metatron to try to shorten that by 1 turn, and that makes the deck a little less consistent. You're playing fewer officers. But when you have that Metatron, you get to that 7 play point turn 6 now. 1 turn earlier, then you can Mars the next turn, and then Valiant Fencer the turn after. And so having 1 fewer turn to survive is a big deal because that 1 key turn, you're trying to be a little faster than your opponent. So Metatron making her appearance in yet another deck.
Well, let's go to Historia's next deck. I'm praying that Mars Sword makes it in somehow, but looking towards rest of them. Yeah, do we need to go for this?
Well,
I think we all know what's the human being, right, Shadow?
Okay, Trickster alluded to one of the tech options here, so true. I think we owe him a mention, the Sweet Soul Necromancer. That I think we mentioned during one of the games, game 1, that one of those rough parts for Burial Rite is access to reliable healing. Sweet Soul Necromancer is an attempt to try to band-aid that. She's not a cure-all. She's not going to heal you to full the way that Craig and Mysteria might, or some other decks have that healing power, but that incremental healing can heal you out of lethal range in a lot of tight situations, and that's why some players have chosen to bring this. I know I was talking to KSLVD, and we were trying to kind of like just judging which slots you want to use. She has no evolve effect, but she basically, if you were to bring her or in Ghost Town, she's just better because she still draws you a card. She costs the same amount, loses Bane, but that healing is way more relevant right now. So,
yeah, it's cool to see that tech. I'll see. It'll be interesting how Historia will use that in this matchup. And Historia's final deck coming through. Speaking of healing, it doesn't really do that too much anymore at the moment. It is Condemned Haven coming through. Again, we talked about a little bit earlier. It's actually a very popular deck here in the top 7. I was going to say top 8. The top 7 competition here for the June Cup. Of course, it did really well in the SCIO competition. Other players, of course, have been looking to play this over the past few weeks anyway. And even in the final cup here, we are going to see it straight up. There is some slight differences, I believe, here that we saw compared to the likes of Radiatos' one, which unfortunately we didn't get to see get played just yet here. Real quick before we jump into our quarterfinal 2 here zones, what are we looking for Condemned Haven?
All right, the main tech card that Historia's teched into is the winged inversion. We've talked about that a couple of times. This helps secure the Mysteria matchup, which is a lot among others, but what it can do is, since there are some variants of Mysteria that only play 1 of each card, we'll get to that later today, that can just instantly win the game. On top of that, it can clear out some of your own board slots. One of the things this deck struggles with is, let's highlight this card, is Crusader's Rallying Cry can often gum up your own board because it generates both the Falcon, right, and the Holy Flame Tiger. The Holy Flame Tiger, honestly, the card would be better if it didn't generate it like 90% of the time in this deck. You can get in situations that Holy Flame Tiger just keeps you from winning the game. Shout out to my teammate Asia, almost throwing a game with that earlier today. But Yeah, like this card is, but this card is also really strong. The healing is huge, and there is a pattern where if you have Skullfane in hand already, you play Crusader's Rallying Cry on turn 2. What that sets you up is the ability to accelerate it to pop Crusader's Rallying Cry on turn 4, and that helps you get that Skullfane countdown consistently. And of course, we're going to mention Skullfane again, the bread and butter of the deck. This is why the deck can win more matchups than it should. Just completely broken in this deck. And I think one thing that I should mention is that Skullfane on 4 is like amazing, but in this deck you can often make do with Skullfane Activate, and Activate means accelerated 4 times. I'm just gonna define that abbreviation a bit. Activation on 5 or 6 is even fine. 6 going second can even work, but 5 is kind of the deadline, because then it's ready for your Unarial turn, or you can be played for 3 the turn before to set up some damage and get some healing. So all-star in the deck.
So very much looking forward to the showdown between, again, top talent in our region and a new player here, of course, making it into the top 7 competition. For today, at least, anyway, for the first time here. Bans, I believe, are ready. Time to see what has been banned out. Please keep my sword. I want it to be there still. It's there. It's there, boys. We've done it. We've won Shadowverse. It is there. We are very happy to see it. Brune and Dragon up, of course, for Hishiro. It is going to be the Shadow ban away. Historia is Condemned Haven. Unfortunately, we do miss out on Condemned Haven again. That's twice in a row. We do miss that one out, but not really too surprised. I think Zones to see that, because, I mean, again, as we said, the deck was getting popular, but it's still not to the point of Dragon, right? It's not the point of the Shadow, but maybe Hishiro doesn't have as much, I'll say, competitive experience, or maybe going up to the scrims wasn't doing too well against it, and he's going to see that one banned away.
I have another idea for that, and that might be that Hishiro's written some blogs about his previous tournament preparation, and I think 2 years ago, 2021, he mentioned that one of the things he learned after Contenders, I played against him. He said one of his struggles was playing combo decks. So maybe Historia's trying to prey into that, and you know, leaving up the Mysteria to test Hishiro's mettle on that Mysteria deck. But we're not going to see that this game.
Yeah, but we are going to see my sword coming through for our first match here, guys. Quarterfinal 2 for the Shadowverse Open West June Cup 2023 season. Historia against Team Revelations. Hishiro from the viewpoint of Historia with that Mars sword going into discard Dragon. Very strong matchup. We got ramp for days on Hishiro's side, and Historia is going to have some great rotation of followers to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, Hishiro has the best 2 cards in the Dragon deck, the Go First card and Dragon Oracle on 2. But honestly, his hand is a little awkward. So this is a matchup where, as Dragon, I think I mentioned, you kind of want to juggle between the discard plan and the ramp plan. The ramp plan is not as good as the discard plan in this matchup, and that's kind of because this is one of the matchups that Mars has always wanted to target in history, in the history of Shadowverse. And I would like to see Hishiro cycle away this Drizzle here. He doesn't, because the interaction is Drizzle is like a massive 8 defense on board. That is a lot of damage opportunity for the Mars player to trade into. So I don't like keeping Drizzle in my hand in these situations. I'm curious what Hishiro does here now. Strike the board away. That makes sense. And is he gonna go and discard this Mermaid? Yeah, I think that's the default play here. Yeah, with the mic.
You gotta start getting some of that discard count up, right, and a little bit of healing to come through. Which again, if you're playing Mars Sword, that you're smacking the table at that point. Each time you see healing come through, but he's always actually going to go for that early Mars Evo, get that amulet. So not going to go for the Metatron play zones that you had brought up before, but it's still going to get that amulet out now and look towards getting some of that damage in quicker, because looking towards building up that slight advantage. He's actually going to use the Brave Vanguard early to clear out the Mermaid and get some more of that ping damage in. Hishiro now already on turn 7. The ramp absolutely incredible off of Waterworm's Blessing as well. And yeah, he's looking pretty good to start rotating through that discard engine.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how he makes the clear here, but let's see. He's got to do some digging here with this Augite Worm. Gonna toss out the Warden of the Adamant Claw. Draw. Ooh, the strike. Not enough play points left to play it, and it wouldn't. So if he had one more play point and the Noram Blanc discarded, then he'd be able to clear. So Yeah, this is actually really awkward for Shiro. And you mentioned that Historia did not play the Metatron. I like that because this is a matchup where double Mars is still really strong.
Yeah.
Discard Dragon is going to end up struggling to clear your board without making a board of their own. And that means double Mars, all your followers are just going to turn into more damage than the Discard Dragon healed off of clearing you. And it's a losing cycle at that point for Discard Dragon. So I'm curious. But we're at Hishiro's turn. Yeah, he's going to have to just ignore the board at this point and probably just keep trying to play his main plan. He is on his... I think that's his third discard. Finally drew the C-Loan. Yeah, and that's still a bit awkward. So I think he's going to try to use... Oh my goodness!
This top deck Spencer doesn't even have to search for it. And he goes Metatron. Sorry to cut you off there.
Wait
but that
a
was
minute.
such a top deck.
Plays the Metatron here to avoid boardwalk. Yeah, okay. I like this. I would have thought about the double Mars, but when you the double Mars is only good, I believe, when you haven't seen the Fencer. With the Fencer in hand, the second Flame General's Regalia is just a bit awkward, but this is just a really nice way that Historia is doing to kind of churn out his resources there, making hand space. Unfortunately, did draw the Cat's Lady Thief, which is the tutor for Fencer, but I
Bit
mean,
of a brick right
is,
to have now, but I mean, can still have good stats, right? I mean, 4/4 if you don't do the other Mars at least as well. So at least it's good as a body, I guess. At least it's got rush and still have that ping if you're that desperate later on. Hopefully he won't be. But is this going to be a forced Drezel turn here potentially, or actually no? He's going to go.
Oh,
actually, he's
that was
got
the
4/4. Okay,
Yeah, he has the
so
4
we're off by
discards. So
one.
yeah, no,
That's okay.
I must have missed one somewhere, but yeah, you cannot go for Drizel there. You just have to Lumior this turn in Hishiro's spot, and honestly, you don't even have to flip the Noir Blanc. Them switching to 4/4s doesn't necessarily make his board stronger because of the way Mars works. Oh, he is going for it. So, and I think
Maybe trying to search an extra discard as well, right? Maybe
what he'd really like, what he'd like to play this turn is a Lilium. And he does the Infinite Flame in hand is really treacherous here. So Hishiro does have a way, like he was on the ropes here, but he does have the ability to sort of close this game out now. He's trying to figure out how to use the last of his play points. I think he was hoping to draw a Lilium or never mind. I think
Pain and terror.
Oh, that hurts. I felt that in my bones then, man. That's not good at all.
Is that the third
problem
Drizel? Oof.
Yeah, it is. He burned the Drizel to get another one. He's going to clear the board here, but the problem is he's going to take ping damage. He's going to be able to clear the Mars. It's going to be an empty board, but that Fencer is going to be one turn off, but that's a Mac Knight. That's a Spear Knight as well, and that, I believe, is going to be exact, right? Coming through, he has to go for that Evo. You said Mars Sword, right? It's that deck you want to use to run into discard, and there you go. It's just one extra to wrap that one up in Historia. 1-0 against Hishiro there. Sure, you might want to, you can maybe call like a guaranteed win, right? But Historia doesn't care. He's 1-0 up on Hishiro.
I mean, we take those.
Exactly right.
in Historia's situation, no bias, but yeah, I mean, he played that well. He saw his opportunity, and I think Hishiro, I'm unfavored matchup. I think the only thing I might have, thought, I like that he went for the Lumior. Slightly, I think got slightly punished by not cycling the Drizel a turn earlier. He was trying to kind of like deciding back and forth on when to use it, but that just shows you like how critical some of these decisions can be. It's a bit results oriented. He could have drawn to something useful with that Drizel. But some like you kind of just have to commit because you don't have a lot of time in that matchup. And Hishiro is going to change gears here though.
Yeah, he's going to go for that Mysterious Rune. So, yeah, understandable, right? Sometimes players do like to mix things up a bit, and it's a good refresh, right, coming through. You just lost with a deck, throw it out. Don't worry about it. That's another game away. Let's bring my other deck in. Let's reset. Let's relax, take a deep breath. And, of course, Hishiro, with all that experience, that veteran experience, is going to know all about that coming through here. Historia now has to win with that very right Shadow. And I'd say a pretty good start happening on both sides here. Some really strong card pickups on both sides of the board.
I would not call this a good start for Historia. Like, nothing against him. I see this kind of hand and I'm already despairing. the
He's gone from cheering him to hating him in one game, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
I'm not hating on the
kidding,
player. I'm
I'm
hating on the hand. I know. I'm playing into it.
That's being clipped
yeah.
on Twitch right now. 30 seconds.
And I'm kind of curious if Hishiro's actually going to take this opportunity and invert this leads. That. Oh, and he does. Yeah. So he takes a little bit out of his his own deck's game plan.
Yep.
The inversion often speeds up your own plays. To put a huge stopper on what Historia can do, and this is a massive punish for Historia's opening lines here. Historia went for a bit of like a hand size decreasing line by going with the carriage wind into leads with no invokes. A little faster, of course. You do need to be fast in this matchup, but by denying Historia that last words on the leads, Hishiro's basically kept Historia from seeing another card, and that one card can be a huge difference, especially when Historia drew a Lakandula. So
exactly right, and even look at this as well, where I mean, he wouldn't have his winning version when he was thinking Historia had at the time only 3 cards, now 4 cards in hand, right? And it might not be overly obvious, but you know, sometimes when you play this game long enough, right? Sometimes you do kind of get that sixth sense, right? You can kind of guess or take a guess of what might be in hand, what they're playing with, and might know that Historia's maybe struggling a little bit here at the moment. That's I believe
that's another whopper
of his Mikhail. Oh no, he's got one more. He's running 3. I'd made sure to double check that. He does have 3 in Historia's lineup. So
yeah,
I guess that's like on his deck, but that's not what you want to see at all. Absolutely.
At this point, I'm less worried about how many Michaels are left in my deck and more about if I'm ever going to draw something I want to draw.
Exactly.
As Historia. Oh my goodness, Hishiro, don't do it to him. Don't do it. I don't think Hishiro's going to do it. I think he might go for the. Hishiro's actually not in a perfect spot here. He has not found the originator, which he was digging for. I think it'd be really cheeky, and I'd be super impressed with another invert here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 in deck. He's got 3 in deck. He's more than happy to if he's.
Oh,
I mean, if he's behind the
goodness.
story, and you can see in Historia's face that he's not loving life at the moment. No, it's not good.
No, this is such a disaster because you know what's gonna pop out of that carriage wind amulet? It's gonna be another fallen angel. She costs 3.
At least he's healthy. I guess at least he's healthy.
Oh god, I mean, this is like one of the times when the format is a bit more subdued, but yeah, in Historia, that hand size decrease, I am hoping for Historia's sake that he draws another follower here, because he is...
Let's see.
Okay, the Michael
By the way, the fact already had 3rd Mikhail, he's already seen the other 2, that's gonna hurt.
No!
Man.
Did I curse him? Is that my fault?
Maybe. Did we touch him wood? Did you have your fingers crossed? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Does he just...
Yeah.
I was going to say, he kind of just has to 4-shot Mirio just to the effects active, right? Which is... but, I mean, at least the effects active. I mean, his Evo is going to be 80 Mikhails, or would have been, if there was 80 followers to get rid of in hand, which there isn't.
Yeah.
And now, once again, he's stuck to 3 in hand. Hishiro knows that, you know, his story's kind of stuck here. And yeah, he doesn't have, everything ready to go just yet. He's still, of course, digging, but he's in a lot better situation with his story's in, and I think I don't want to say he's comfortable with the situation, but knows he's got a little bit of time, right? Even though he's a bit behind, he's not in a bad situation. He's got plenty of time to still kind of dig in and kind of search and build up towards, that majestic sorcery and trying to find, the good old magic originator, the good old OG Mysteria.
Yeah. Oh, but that is his last copy of Duo. So Hishiro's I believe he's out of duos in his deck now. He still has not found the originator, which is very unfortunate for him because that majestic sorcery is plinking along a little bit slowly without that. Okay, and now Historia. Oh my goodness, that's a burial rite, but if he uses the shrink, he no longer has a follower in hand for stomp. So,
and you can see he's thinking, he's just like, do I go for it? Do I not? Do I force it? Do I just skip turn? What do I do here? Looks like he's gonna go for the spectral stomp.
He's gonna stomp for 1 card, which is not a great spot to be in, but there's a lot of cards you can find that can recover his hand size, and he might just be going for one of those.
And also, that
honestly,
fat 0 on barrel right's not a good number, is it? Just trying to search through.
it is
Nobody wants
absolutely
either.
not. And yeah, he's gonna have to toss the Sin Hunter here, but
Hunter as well.
I believe. All right, let's pray for him to not draw Lakandula here. That is like the most important thing for him.
I mean, we saw 3 get draw last weekend. We don't want that now. Call the Great Elbow.
Okay.
Judgment.
Historia can start playing the game next turn, at least.
Yeah, that's
So-
true. That's true.
I mean, continue playing the game. I don't know.
Machine Exchange Party overdraw there by Hishiro, but oh wait, no, he used it last turn. Yeah, so he's only gonna have one
One
of
party
those left. So that's gonna be a bit rough, of course, for that OTK setup. As Craig #1 of probably 60,000 we're gonna see today is out on the board. Now in bottom 20 though, and no Mysteria, the card.
I'm
not the
wondering.
deck.
Yeah, the originator. One of the conventions that I've adopted is to call them by like their like last card.
Yeah.
It's like there's like 2 Ans, 2 Greas, so you go duo, originator. It's like I don't know, but like that runs the risk of forgetting card names like I've been doing all day. So I don't know.
Hey, everyone has their own ways, you know. As long as it's G rated, we're all good. Or PG rated. I don't know.
One consideration for Hishiro with that second arcane instruction there is actually to open it up as Mr. Heinlein or possibly Pala, and the idea there is to. That comes up a bit more in other Mysteria variants, but the idea is kind of just to make sure that you get the names. You're going a bit slowly, so you're not in a rush to, cash in on the multiple Mirandas here.
Yeah.
But I think the flip side of that is that Miranda is more valuable here when you don't have Originator, because she is just more Mysteria count, which you need to hit. So it's not obvious. And what I like that Historia is doing now is that
This rotation has been fantastic.
he's been making sure his board is clear, so those enchanting spells and possibly that last inversion that Hishiro has are stuck in his hand.
Yeah. And of course he's got plenty of draw, but 9 in hand. He's already overdraw a lot of stuff. He hasn't wanted to. Magic Missile. Okay, I know we've joked about these before, but Majestic Sorcery is going to come out here and it's going to force some damage.
I don't think this is lethal. I'm trying to calculate, but it is healing, which is
It's
really
15
important.
at the moment.
Yeah.
So, he did overdraw the party, right? So unfortunate, because if he had that, that actually would have been lethal. That would have been would have been 1 off, or would have been plus 1. It either would have been 1 off or would have been lethal.
There might
Either
be
way.
a right in Hishiro's hand. I'm having a hard time tracking that right now because the Mysterian right is sort of how you add some damage there. It'd be really hard to play Mysterian right. And oh wait, there is the right. Okay, so that would have in fact have been lethal with the party. Yeah.
So it's just unfortunate that he doesn't have that, but it does. I mean, to be fair, that's game next game, right? Up to Historia now. He has to end it this turn or try and find some way to survive.
Okay, so Sin Hunter. That 15. Oh, that is. Oh, but he can't. Wait, he can't shoot the golem. Oh, but he has the sweet soul. So yeah, and his that's or the carriage one. Either way. Yeah, and
as long as
that's
he's
the
able to
power of
hit
the
it.
deadly time.
And I can't believe we're about to say this, Sam, but Historia has come through out of nowhere and 2-0'd Hishiro from Team Revelations here for the June Cup of the SVO West region. Absolutely insane gameplay coming out there. Big props to him there for taking out Hishiro. Of course, congrats Hishiro to making it here to the top 7. Unfortunately, we don't see him later on in the bracket because we know obviously he's such an awesome player. Would have been cool to see him take on some of the other veterans later on here. Which I would say maybe it's an unfortunate day here for him, right, Zones. I mean, that game, like we said, right, I got to like bottom 15, bottom 14, no magic originator at all. Discard Dragon had, it was an okay start. Again, that ramp, like you said, right, perfect ramp at the start. had a great rotation of discard, which is unfortunate. He ran into Mars Sword, right, who had, I guess, a better start, and it just gave Hisoya that potential to run away with it.
Yeah, definitely Hishiro had a bit of bad luck with his draws there, especially with not finding Originator at all, which is that's why I hate playing that deck. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
But also the bad luck to run into the one player in the bracket playing Mars Sword, which is such a massive counter to the discard dragon. Like, and he queued up into that immediately too. So like, just that's bad beats for Hishiro for sure. But I think we should also say some massive props to Historia. That game as Burial Right was not easy to navigate. I mean, he kind of didn't have a lot of options, but sometimes the choice to make a play versus not to make a play is also an important option. And I think I might have not agreed with every play Historia made, but it came out like in a very coherent game plan for him. So I'm impressed with how he navigated that. For sure.
Yeah, that rotation, right, and those end few turns. Of course, the cards he got were fantastic, but the way he was able to rotate the correct ones, keep the draws coming, and keep the Barrelites going, and it's such a huge combo, and eventually getting that win is huge for him. And again, that momentum coming through after winning a game like that, going into semi-final, is going to be huge for him coming through. He's very excited to see what he can do there coming into the semi-finals. Plus, he'll be taking on Twilight Knights Ratos later on he'll be on the semi-final too, my bad, it's top 7. So we'll be waiting to see who he'll be going up against a little bit later on in the day. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a short break here. When we return, it is going to be Zoldthren taking on Disastrous KSLVD. We'll be joined once again by Trickster and Zones to cover all of that action. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after this short break.
Twilight reigns. Day wars with night. Thus it has been from time immemorial. At the end of their trials, bearers of light come to know their fate and face it head-on. With wills sharp as blades, they stand against the darkness. Drawn to their imperial valor, fledgling heroes will come together and become the guiding light for all those who abide in hope. And Aeon the Lost Lambs will follow in their shepherd's wake. For they all know that at grueling journey's end, a bright future awaits them. And the time for swords will be no more. Bearers of darkness sneer at light's folly, and with baleful claws seek to rend the world asunder. As the ages pass, the battle rages on, giving birth to new heroes who forge their own legends. Heroes of Rivenbrand. What legend shall you forge?
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure, leave it to us.
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun. You're gonna love the Academy.
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but...
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
All right, we're back. We're 3 quarterfinals in, just one left. Gonna be jumping into the bracket quick to see where we're at, and then bringing that next round of gameplay. As we see here, Meme Legends, the 1-7-0 player, got the bye, so they move straight ahead. Next, we saw TK Riotos take out TK Guilty in that team kill there, so they'll be moving on to go up against Meme Legends. On the bottom, we just saw a great match. Hishiro going up against Historia, and Historia took that one 2-0, a little bit of a surprise. So now we're just going to be finding Historia's opponent, jumping into Zoldrin versus this KSL VD. How have you been feeling about the matches we've seen so far, Zones?
They've been crazy. I think we saw but kind of both ends of the metagame where Raitos kind of just took his Wrath and his Burial Rite and just popped off with all the face damage turn after turn after turn, and the poor Guilty just kind of had to take it. He did not weather the storm, unfortunately. And then that last game between Hishiro and Historia, we kind of saw where the decks can stumble a little bit, and there's a lot of room to try to wriggle your way for extra turns, kind of slow down your opponent, put some speed bumps in there, hope they trip and hit themselves with a garden rake or something. But I mean, even with all the speed bumps, Historia got hit with some massive hindrances to his game plan, and he still managed to plug through. So I think that shows a level of experience and comfort by some of these players in handling when their decks aren't firing on all cylinders as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to try and figure out who that next opponent will be for Historia. So we'll be jumping into the player's deck list. It's going to be Zoldrin versus KSL VD. We'll jump into Zoldrin's deck list here first. So looking at it, we see Mysteria Room. Both players are going to be bringing that deck. What do you think stands out in this list specifically?
Well, seems like a rogue chess card has made its way into the deck. This is, I'm not sure on the numbers here. Can you? The deck construction is a little weird, but I think it is standard numbers. The magical strategy is definitely a bit of a weird card. I think it is basically a substitute for Magic Missile, except it makes a follower that you can invert instead of having a thing you can direct anywhere, which has some top bottom some different applications. And then I believe we have chosen a different lock piece from the enchanting spell that we usually see in the form of Greater Will, which replaces itself at the expense of being 1 play point more expensive. It is also better against Septic Shrink, because Septic Shrink does not need to attack to do damage to you. So bit of trade-offs there as well. So I mean, this is still mostly the same Mysteria deck with just some tech additions to kind of touch up different matchups, I think.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense with Greater Will being better against Septic Shrink. And we were talking about before that in like the Shadow Mirror, it doesn't really make sense to lock the Septic Shrinks on the board. So maybe having a way to do that here. Also just noticing too, the double and Brilliant Mage, it's often a one-up, but
it's a 2.
2 is like a little more maybe than usual. And I guess just really wanting to make sure to guarantee the Royal Duo. The effect on Evolve is one of the reasons you play this, as well as just getting 2 Mysteria followers with pretty good stats, but that also puts a card with Enhance, and the only target for that is your Royal Duo. So in like, not best case scenario, but like if you didn't have her, you could search for the Royal Duo with this, I guess, on an Evo turn.
Yeah, and the other part, getting and summoning, which self-banishes after the change to Majestic Sorcery to be any Mysteria fellow that left play rather than destroyed, that makes it easier to hit your 5 names, kind of puts some pressure on your opponent to either... It puts a lot of pressure on the opponent to have the summoning in play. Either they have to try to transform it, they also have to remove it to clear a duo if you're just threatening lethal, sometimes without even the full sorcery play. So definitely has some applications that are at the expense of slowing down your main plan. So trade-offs is kind of the name of the game here.
Yeah, and let's see if any of these tech choices are kind of similar to what's in the rest of Zoldfrin's deck. We'll jump into the next deck now and kind of break that one down. So we're seeing here, it's Discard Dragon. Didn't do very well just now up against Mars Sword. That is a bad matchup, but maybe we're going to see Zoldfrin here be the first person to really have Dragon perform well on the stream today. The Uranus is kind of interesting. What do you think that's doing in this list?
Starting to wonder if Zoldfrin's out here trying to prove that these cards that have been nerfed are still playable, because you know, we saw the Greater Will in the I mean that nerf, I mean, it's still played, but like the Uranus is just kind of crazy out there. The main thing is pre-nerfed, Uranus was a mainstay in the Discard Dragon deck, because you could theoretically even play all 3 copies with 5 cards or less left in your deck and just win the game there. Now at 4, it's harder to put Uranus into any turns. You can only play two copies of it maximum. But I mean, it's kind of, the idea is just to get healing, have a little bit of reach in case you run out of cards. I mean, notably the card cut to make room for Uranus here is Infiniflame. So, and on top of, trying to see if there's anything else missing. The most notable omission being Infiniflame, of course. So, definitely have to make some concessions there, but that mid-game healing, the extra bit of chip damage, it can matter. I don't think it's terrible. It's just a little unusual.
Yeah, definitely not something I was expecting to see. When I see Uranus, I definitely just am like, oh, there's some free vials towards my next legendary. But we can jump into the next deck now. I believe it's going to be the Burial Rite Shadow. So let's get that up and see maybe if there's any nerf cards. I don't know. Is the In Ghost Town going to still be around, or what do you think Sultan's going to be doing?
Oh, we don't see any Ghost Towns. Okay, well, I'm doing a quick inspection. This actually looks like a very standard list. At the get-go, nothing too crazy. And I mean, to be fair, this is Burial Rite's kind of a deck where it's kind of on a balancing act, right? You have to have the right mix of followers to bury, and then spells that can bury on the last board slot, and then card draws so that you don't get stuck with the wrong cards in your hand. So I mean, this is a standard list. I think Zoldfrin, you know, kind of used all his creativity on the other 2 lists and just went like, all right, I'm just gonna play something that requires me to do less cooking for this one.
Yeah, it's a little bit more standard. Definitely a theme I've been noticing in these decks is that it really feels like you need key cards on key turns for a lot of these decks to be at full power, especially with like Mysteria. You really need specific followers early and every time, and the same with Shadow. And so there's a lot of decks that, yeah, I seem to have the potential to brick right now in the meta, and then some of the other ones like Wrath maybe where it's a little more flexible which cards you play. Just interesting seeing that balance here and how it might affect our players moving forward. But now let's jump into the opponent's decks. They're actually going to be somewhat similar. We have two of them are the same in the Shadow and the Mysteria, but one to differentiate it. And speaking of the same though, this Mysteria list is far from the same as the one we were just looking at. We really get to see a lot of one-ofs being played here on key cards, which seems a little crazy to maybe like a new Shadowverse player, but I think what we've been talking about in the past is a lot of the reason is just to guarantee you don't draw duplicates. What else do you think are some of the benefits of this version?
Yeah, like you mentioned, no duplicates. Freya is always going to find you effectively a Craig, an Originator, and a Duo, and those are all cards that you need to hit in various matchups. Like if we didn't need Craig to survive aggressive matchups, we would cut him from the deck entirely. There were actually very early iterations of the deck that played 0 Craig. So the guaranteeing that you find everything, the Hannah actually, if she gets found by Freya, she finds another Mysteria card. The making room for spells, but I think the really cool one is Blitz. Talking into the sort of need for survivability in the deck, Blitz gives you that, and then secondarily, so it gives you a magical pawn that strike recovers 1 defense on your leader. Those like key defense points, and and also because you're playing fewer duos, you have fewer duos to evolve with. You don't have the free Evo from Crimson Promise. I believe Crimson Promise is completely missing from this list, so that makes your blessings worse at recovering defense. All of that means you need more defenses, but it gives you room to play cards like Crushing Rain and Raining Blades, which allow you to have fewer names in play, but give you more burst face damage on the turns where you're going for lethal. So yeah, this list is I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, like you were saying, the Crushing Rain and Radiant Blades are good when you don't have enough names, and I think that's especially important in this list that's cutting like the normal Anne and some of the other followers, because you only have 4 Mysterian names without the spell. And then you could play your Arcane Instruction to fetch like the 5th name, and maybe you even need to get 2 of the different followers throughout the match if you're really short on names. But it definitely is a deck that is a little more like one game plan, and you really have to be all in on it. And so having some extra damage there too, if you have to like check out some of your cards like Mysterian Exchange Party early to try and find your key followers, maybe you do need that extra damage. Let's see now too what other decks we're bringing, if they have some interesting text or variation. The Shadow deck, initial impression, it's looking kind of similar. What do you think about it?
Yeah, the main difference I think, and this is something I think I was discussing with KSLVD before deck submission, is that he actually changed his list last minute. I was prepared to talk about Sweet Soul Necromancer. I took a look and he cut it. So he was like, I think like the story is like he wanted to submit with some Sweet Soul Necromancer, but I think just some playing around with it, and he went with a much more standard looking list. I think the issue is just you give up too much when you don't play like 2 Michael, 2 Huga Mugen and all of that. So you don't really have, there's just not too much wiggle room there, unfortunately, if you're trying to be a little bit creative with how you construct this deck. he gave me a bit of a debate there.
Yeah, interesting. It does look like a pretty standard list, but the list has been performing well on stream. And another deck that's kind of been a pretty good pick is the Haven deck, which is his next one we can jump into. So far, I believe Haven's been like getting bans left and right, and so in this position, I feel like KSLVD is looking pretty good lineup-wise versus their opponent, because the Haven's been like hitting the bans and the Dragon was kind of underperforming, and so I think that this lineup feels pretty strong to me. How are you feeling about the positioning of these players or this last deck?
Yeah, I mean, I think into Zoltran's lineup, Haven is just like easily like the strongest deck. I think one thing that's interesting about KSLVD's specific Haven here, he has the Bishop. I don't remember his first name. The crystallized 6-drop. I think it's like Impious Bishop. And this card is more oftenly seen in Crystallized Haven because of the crystallized line. took out the Muse Chefs for this card, which is pretty crazy because Muse Chef gets you more damage. But I think what that means is KSVD is looking to play a more consistent slow line rather than trying to get more games in. And so the Bishop here gives you the ability to, it gives you a ward, is a long cooldown amulet that can also be long countdown amulet that can also be a short one if you're going second. So KSVD likes go second cards basically, and this gives them the ability to kind of get some go second power in a deck that usually gets no compensation for going second.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And something I've been thinking about too, the more this deck gets banned, is just the high roll potential. Even though it seems like it's a little bit slower, maybe setting up for turn 7 lethals, it really does carry over a lot of like the turn 6 high roll OTK potential that we saw in the past with Crystallize, because a lot of your key cards are still there, like Skullfane. And so I think maybe one of the reasons that this deck gets a lot of ban baits is if you get the perfect hand, you can kill your opponent with like double, triple Taurus on turn 6 and your Skullfane popping them all for damage. And so I think a lot of players too maybe are just like, oh, let me play against the decks I know I have until 7 and not have to worry about this one where it's like maybe their best and worst hands have a lot of disparity. So we'll see if that rings true moving forward now going towards the bans, if like our players are still worried about this Haven deck, or if maybe we can finally see it doing its thing on the stream.
Yeah, definitely a fun deck to watch. There's a lot of clicky actions going on the critical turn, and the setup, you kind of get a sense of impending doom when they just play that Grace of Taurus on turn 6 and you're like, oh, am I gonna lose here? Or do I have a chance?
Yeah, the Taurus is another card that has that potential to get its countdown reduced as well, which is pretty interesting. I've had like a little bit of trouble with that on ladder sometimes, where I almost wish it wasn't reducing its countdown so fast so that I could use my own effect to pop it on my turn and like take advantage of those interactions. So definitely something else where it's like you want to hit your countdowns for certain cards like Unreal, and then like other times you don't want to be doing certain things. So kind of interesting to see how our players navigate that.
Yeah, I think one of the ways you can kind of optimize some of the lines in the deck is to, like, if you have that Skullfane active, sometimes you actually kind of want to sit below the 5 Amulets Destroy going into the turn, so you can play like a 2 countdown Grace of Taurus, right? And then you can play the Unarial, then you pop it on turn for 2 more damage. There's some advanced patterns in the deck, and like the deck is pretty hard to optimize. It's pretty simple to play when you get the basic plan down, but the room for optimization is kind of impressive. That like having that switch between the 5 amulets and not 5 amulets, it's really cool. But yeah, like when you play against someone that's like you expect to be like experienced in that deck, I think it's a good ban option, because like, you know, you kind of maybe like take a lot of their prep time out of the equation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We'll see if our players want to take advantage of that and take a look at their bans. It looks like we're going to have those up now. Interesting. So the Haven does make it through.
And is that the shadow band out from Result? The shadow band out for both. Alrighty.
Yeah, this is pretty new. Yeah, most of our players in the past, it seems like, have been wanting to face Shadow, what they knew what they'd expect and be comfortable against. But now it looks like these players are maybe thinking it's the best deck and wanting to just get it off the table completely.
Yeah, the one matchup that I've been debating with some of my friends and teammates is the Haven versus Dragon matchup, which I hope we get to see. That matchup, I consider it to be, I think if you don't see Skullfane as Haven, it should be Dragon favored, because Norum Blanc is a very difficult card to OTK through, and so a Lumior play into Norum Blanc walling up into just a next turn Lumior is often game winning. But I was watching Hotwasher and Happus and my teammates scrim that matchup, and like every time with Skullfane, like that matchup that completely flips the matchup. So I like to think of Haven matchup sometimes as like have or don't have Skullfane, and the Dragon matchup is definitely the have Skullfane for sure.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of old spell boost matchups where you really need to draw your spell boost card early, kind of like Skullfane, so you can get the discounts going. And We'll see, yeah, if it's drawn or not. Jumping into the last quarterfinal match, we're going to be seeing Zoldthrin on the top, and we're watching from the point of view of KSLVD on the bottom, going first with Mysteria into Discard Dragon.
Okay, going first with Mr. Being Dragon going second is never a comfy place for Dragon, but that is a nice hand for Zoldthrin. He's got ramp into Argente, then he can refill his hand. So
yeah, definitely looking good, being able to get the 1-cost Angel's Blessing for that cheaper draw. On the bottom, is this the one of or the multiple copy list of the Mysteria? Let me check.
KSLVD is playing the one of Mysteria.
All right, so yeah, interesting. We don't see some of the main pieces, but there are ways to fetch them. We'll see how that goes.
There's the Freya, and that's gonna find Duo, so that is a good ordering when you're going first. Usually the sort of traditional ordering for cards in this deck is to go, you know, if you're going first, Duo into Originator, lets you get all your cards in the sequence you want. But Zoldthrin's hand is kind of popping off. He drew both a Lilium and a Might, which gives him the ability to go 2 discards for 4 play points here. It's gonna Might first, tossing a Sea Loam.
Yeah, interesting for like discard. I feel like ever since they lost their like 2 play point discard 1 draw 2 card, it's been a little hard where like sometimes you have the discard cards and sometimes you don't, and I feel like a lot of times the ramp, like, it is really good, but it's kind of like you just fill your deck with ramp and draw because you don't have maybe more discard cards. If you did, you might run them, but drawing into them all here is definitely gonna be good, and be able to get that 4 requirement online faster.
I think he's debating here between the Lilium and the Augite Worm. Because this is kind of an awkward hand after that Might. You don't really want to pitch Augite Worm when you should be hitting. Like, one idea here actually is for Zoldthrin to just chill. I think that's a little too slow. Because next turn he could go Blessing, Augite Worm, and then Argente for 2 draws. But I think he is actually going to choose to toss his first copy of Lumior with the Augite Worm. And then that is going to let him go Blessing into Argente next turn. And that is a second copy of Freya for KSLVD.
Yeah, especially in the list where you only have a very like limited number of your Mysteria followers. That copy of Freya is going to be good, just having to figure out when to fit it into the curve. It seems like now is the best time because you'll usually want to go on turn 5 Duo, but there is always a way to maybe play it on turn 6 and still have play points left for another follower.
Right, definitely, but it definitely makes sense to play it out here, and he gets Hannah, which with the remaining 2 play points, I feel like is just the best play here. There's probably some consideration whether or not to use Hannah's Evolve effect at some point here, but with limited Evo points, I doubt that is a valuable consideration. And I don't think SVD has seen Arcane Instruction. That's kind of another key card, especially in this version, that you'd like to see. He's taking his time and thinking about it. Because the other card to consider here would be the story. So, because Hannah can find you either Craig or Originator. Oh, he's actually going to go and choose to... Oh, he was thinking about the inversion.
Yeah, I guess making hand space to not overdraw down the line. When you play the Duo, it does put a card into your hand, and so if you get to 9, you're going to be staying there. Interesting, though, getting the Craig, probably wishing to draw that maybe the second of his remaining Mysteria followers, but there's still a lot of draw in the hand, especially with those stories. Really going to be able to churn through the deck, so maybe a chance to still get it in a timely manner.
Yeah, and Zoldthrin now going to his first Evo turn does have the 1 play point Blessing. Argente is also glowing, so she can draw off the ramp effect, and he's drawn a Might for the turn, which is going to be another way to get more cards seen. So I think Zoldthrin's actually considering going Argente into another discard to hit the 4 discards, choosing to discard the Might. So Argente first before the Blessing is interesting, but I guess that gives him the option to play Lilium here, and he can save Angel's Blessing for next turn because KSLVD is likely maybe going to evolve the Duo. I'm not entirely sure. I kind of want to cash in on Blessing here because sometimes the Mysteria player can just be like, I don't need to use an Evo point. Have fun using it here. But it's going to choose to now play the Lilium. And that does put Zoltan into overflow for next turn. That's good.
This was foreseen.
And get the 0 cost creation. So that is also very useful.
Yeah, definitely a decent setup in the hand for Zoldthrin. Now, KSLVD, thinking about what to do. I feel like you usually want to jam the duo, but maybe just taking the extra time on this turn to plan ahead for the future turns. Definitely not like the exact cards you want to have in your hand right now, so requiring a little bit of planning for how to navigate turn 6.
You ready for the good stuff?
Choosing to use that Evo, so it is going to remove a lot of damage from the board, but like you said, that does keep Angel's Blessing online for cheap, so I'm sure we'll see that coming down.
Yeah, this is a setup turn for Zoltan. He just wants to. He hit us for. Oh my goodness, that's all 3 copies of Norm Blanc. Yeah, double ramp. Is he gonna find one more piece of ramp? He doesn't really need it. I mean, quote unquote need. He's actually gonna just probably be chilling here, taking this damage, and then just going in with Lumior. So this game is on to the races.
Yeah, and without Mysteria in the hand of KSLVD, the game plan for that deck is going to be slowed down a lot. And so without like the cost reductions and Mysteria trait being given to all of the spells. So while Zoldthrin is really like all full speed ahead, getting everything that they need, KSLVD is kind of on the slow track.
Yeah. So if this were not Mysteria, I would, with this Argente, I would discard the Mermaid and a Norm Blanc here, because you only need 2 Norm Blancs to get the full lethal on a Lumiere turn, assuming everything else clicks into place. But the awkward thing here is that you might get your Mermaid board locked, and that cuts into a lot of your lethal potential. So we are going to see 1 Norm Blanc, 2 Norm Blancs thrown out, 2 Norm Blancs. Oh, for the board clear. That is interesting. I really would have I would have rather tried to ignore the Anangrea and try to set up for an OTK, but I kind of respect this. Also, no followers left on board is good. Is a good place to be.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of the spells dead in the hand of KSLVD. Interesting, yeah, seeing that board clear coming in. While 7 damage is a lot to worry about, it is tough, like you were saying, that Zoldthrin lost a lot of the damage potential that they had moving forward into the end game. And so I think that kind of just was able to slow things down a little bit, buy KSLVD some more time. We see the cards being played for draw, still digging, but maybe not finding exactly what's needed yet.
Yeah, and I think it was always awkward when you only have 1 copy of a key card in your deck and you have very few ways to avoid overdraw. If I don't want to curse KSLVD here, but if he overdraws that copy of Originator, he's going to be in a bad. Oh, that's a guaranteed Originator fetch for next turn. So now he can slow it down a little. Seeing both Noirm Blancs is kind of nice. That means there's effectively no guaranteed OTK for Discard Dragon. But I think he's still going to take a massive amount of damage here, so it's going to be on KSLVD. So right, Zoltan's going to go in with the Lumior and 1 Norm Blanc here. Probably going to use the Draconic Creation to try to chunk out as much damage as he can. And then it'll be up to KSLVD to try to use Craig and the effects he has in his hand to reverse this.
Yeah, and this would be a big win for Zoldthrin because we were saying before that Haven is kind of an interesting matchup there, where if the dragon did have to go against Haven, it'd be like, do they draw Skullfane or not? And so being able to get the dragon off the table enough to worry about bringing some of the luck into the matchups would definitely be appreciated for Zoldthrin.
Yeah, I'm kind of counting the relevant cards here for Zoldthrin to get like a lot of damage left in his deck. He's digging for, because I believe he's down to 1 Argente, 1 Augite Worm left, and that is his 2nd Lilium. So and 1 Lumior left as well. So Zoldthrin, I don't believe an OTK is possible, but he is running out of gas if he does not get this OTK.
Interesting though, in this new version of Mysteria, only having the one duo does take away some of the healing from second duo, which is usually not the best play, but it does mean that the health total might be still staying lower. Craig is there, but there's not going to be a potential for double Craig with only one copy. So that's something as well, where only so much healing can come out in a turn.
Yeah, and another awkward thing is, of course, that because KSVD can't conserve Evo points easily here. Okay, he is going to use the blessing before evolving Originator.
Going beyond dimension.
Oh, but this is
Yeah,
this
good
is a
ordering,
difficult
though.
turn. Yeah, yeah.
I glean
And
hope.
then,
Yeah, getting that trait onto the blessing before playing it is definitely a heads up.
opens the instruction. I think it's time to Craig, and then cue the sax music. Oh my goodness. Probably just play as many spells as he can here. Definitely has to get out of Augite Worm range. And KSVD doesn't know that the first Lumiar was discarded, so he might still have to worry about a second Lumiar, but
My masterpiece is complete.
other different prioritization to think about.
Yeah, Arcane Instruction, a good draw to be able to get another Mysteria follower into the destroyed pool eventually. So that'll help out with being able to potentially reach a lead later. Having one on the board, another one in hand.
That's the full clear from Craig. And that is, I think, Majestic Sorcery also reduced all the way down to 0. But obviously not going to play it this turn. Wait, the Uranus top deck here. Is this when this card comes into play? Oh my goodness.
Interesting.
Because I think Zoltran's chugged through a lot of his deck. If he has some damage, the Uranus can be cashed in for 9, which is a little bit off of lethal, but the sources of face damage are not plentiful here for Zoltran.
As a whirlpool.
I don't think he has any way to get lethal this turn. He is digging through the Uranus. He might have to try to... Zoltran might have to try to find a way to leave that Freya on board for KSLVD, and that would restrict KSVD's board slots off of the Majestic Sorcery. But he has no Evo points to work with.
Yeah, gonna be tricky to do. Really, kind of showing if the two Norin Blancs in the past had gone face, maybe that would have been the lethal setup that's needed. But losing out on that 2 damage to trade the board, while it maybe seemed necessary at the time, Zoltran might have had enough health to have just sent those face. Gonna see how this turns out now in the end.
Okay, throw out the Lilium's Dragons. Those do some work in slowing down. Oh, and oh, I don't think I like throwing out this big dragon though. But maybe this is enough to stall out the board. I am so unsure. This is complicated, both sides. KSVD, I think, does have to find lethal here, or empty his own board. If he knows he does know about the Uranus, since both players are aware of each other's deck lists. So
Yeah, and with the cheap Majestic Sorcery in hand, there's a lot of play points left to draw into potential extra damage cards, but most of the spell boost ones are gonna probably be too expensive to play this turn, even if they're drawn into.
yeah, and what pattern we'll see. Oh, but the inversion does give him some, and I think KSVD might just be trying to heal out of range here. Is another consideration. Yeah, but like, right, if with no Crimson Promise in the deck or the pool. Oh my goodness, these draws with the Craig, there's healing, the spells. I don't know, Trickster. It's looking like he's popping up with the spell boost. And as a veteran spell boost player yourself, what do you think about that?
Yeah, spell boost, especially with 0 cost cards and spell boost. It's oh wow.
And the
There it
part up
is,
at
the
top,
damage coming out.
the freshly
only
drawn
having-
crushing rain.
You're a solid fighter.
Wow, there you go. Like you're saying, the spell boost cards are so strong, and you really have to go all in this version because you only have one Royal Duo. So when you do your Storm term, if it doesn't win the game, there's not really a follow-up. And so we just saw there KSLVD fully committing, drawing the cards, playing him in the right order to get his spell boost low enough to be able to clutch out that match. Impressive.
Yeah, that is not easy to calculate because he actually had to boost that freshly drawn Crushing Rain from 6 all the way down to 0, and like chained numerous inversions, and then drew the party. The party was pretty big, but I don't even think that was enough on its own. I think he actually needed every card, and you love to see it.
This one's for my family.
All right, and
So it is that Haven versus Dragon, and no Skullfane yet. So sounding like Dragon might be in a good position.
oh, interesting with the Augite Worm keep there. I do not like solo keeping Augite Worm when I play Discard Dragon, especially going first. The hand size is really awkward.
Yeah,
Might
it's gonna
combo
get
keep
really
with
small.
but with the double ramp, Zoltan's really gonna have to make some decisions. But KSLVD will have plenty of cards with that turn 1 Emerald Maiden.
I'm definitely excited to see KSLVD piloting this deck, because I feel like Haven is, even though it's been like popular for a little while, it's definitely a newer deck that I haven't really been playing on ladder personally myself. So it's kind of interesting with all of the accelerates and different amulets. You can kind of like pick the ordering of your turns and have some flexibility there. So it's gonna be interesting to see what's the most important. This hand though, with the removal spells, maybe not exactly what you want to see right now, two of, but
It's definitely not good to see Feathery Tempest this early. It takes up hand space. You need to commit a follower to use it, and most notably, those are not cards that are not a 7-cost Flaming Skull Priest kind of thing. And I think we've discussed that is the most important card for this matchup.
yeah, and this would have been the turn to draw it, to be able to discount the 1-cost amulet, the final tick. But now it's switching over, just kind of maybe forgoing that game plan. Even if Skullfang came into the hand now, it might be a little late.
Yeah, I like that agitation from KSLVD. Now, Zoltran has ramped twice. His hand size is low, so I think he's going to be looking to hold on to this Waterworm's Blessing. I believe he can just... The key decision here, I think, is, since the Waterworm's Blessing will draw next turn, the key decision here is whether or not to commit the Lilium immediately here. You can't play Draconic Creation without losing Waterworm's Blessing, but there is a case for just playing the Lilium and holding on to Draconic Creation for later, and just to get those discards rolling, because you have to spend the play points on your discards eventually. So he's probably just taking some time to think it out. I'm very much against playing this Blessing here, though. He needs it for the draw. It'll be very bold.
Yeah, taking a long time to think about it. It's I feel like that a lot of times when I play games like Shadowverse, I play a lot of my turns really fast, and then it comes down to like one key decision in a turn, and then like that turn can take as long as like the rest of the whole game, because it feels like what you do there really decides how the rest of the match is going to play out. And yeah, so there's definitely some very key turns amongst what might be like quicker games.
Yeah, and I like that you brought up time management, because sometimes when the plays do look simple for these players, but they're taking their time to think, they're not necessarily thinking about this turn, but rather what to do 2 or 3 turns down the line. Not even with the hand they have, but like what ifs and all of that. So
yeah, we definitely saw that for KSLVD last turn, or last game, excuse me, on Rune, because the cards that won the game were cards that like were drawn from the deck that turn, and so there wasn't a potential to win that turn from what was known knowledge, but like the stuff that wasn't known and what was drawn into really is what shaped the rest of the win there. So yeah, you really do have to be thinking about like what's on top, or maybe like what's below that.
Okay, and Zoltran does the full pass from the previous turn, kind of rewards him. He gets a Lilium Evo here, and that is, I think, the second discard, so he's going to hold on to that Draconic Creation 0 cost, important for OTK. And the main thing is to hit 10 play points to get those Flip Norm Blancs, especially with no Skullfang, get the Flip Norm Blancs into the turn 7 setup from Haven. And so Zoltran is definitely on track as long as he draws some Norm Blancs. Knock on wood for him.
So looking at a full hand now for KSLVD, I'm interested like in what's going to be most important here. Probably going to want to remove the 4/4, but deciding like which of these amulets maybe you need to save for Unreal, or like which ones you want to throw out now. Getting the discounts on the ones that were just drawn is strong.
Yeah, because he's not relying on Skullfang. KSLVD now has to try to load up for the sort of classic OTK with discounted amulets. And I think he now, if I were him, I'd be thinking about if I want to use one of these Feathery Tempests to, like, he doesn't need it, but it needs to empty up the hand space because he's going to be drawing a card off the Astolfo Last Words, and he still needs to find, like, relevant amulets to kind of act as ammunition for his Lunarial.
And it will be interesting to see how the end game of this goes, because without like Mayu's Chef and stuff in the list, the damage potential is lower for a non-Skullfane hand. And so I wonder, if this is gonna have to be some kind of like multi-turn lethal setup, or a little bit of like a slow game where maybe both players are healing and dealing damage and just like kind of dragging it out over a couple turns. It'll be interesting to see like what that finish looks like for KSLVD.
Absolutely. All right.
Moving on.
Zoltran kind of doing a slow setup turn here, not committing too much to the board. Acknowledging that KSLVD is going to probably be trying to empty his own board, so with plenty of healing in hand, he's Zoltran's not going to prioritize the clear. Also, most likely needs the Evo point to get lethal here, because you often need to evolve Lilium on a Lumior turn with the 0 cost already in hand to get all of the OTK damage, and that seems to be what Zoltran is playing for.
Seeing the Holy Lightning Bird being hovered, if that comes out, it could be an extra 4 Storm, maybe just clear the board with Feathery Tempest and set up enough damage for a lethal on 7. Not the normal line of play, but it would definitely be interesting to see.
Yeah, I believe that makes a lot of sense. I think you hit the nail on the head, because KSV does not have that OTK setup. He just has to do as much damage this turn as possible, and then he's gonna expect wards to get in his way the next turn. So he set up to do storm damage this turn, and then effect damage the next turn. Hovering the Crusade, though, that is interesting. I believe that was one of the cost-reduced amulets. Oh, maybe it wasn't, actually. Hard to tell. Oh, no, it was not. It was not. That was a freshly drawn Crusade. Is it? No, that was cost reduced. He has 1 click. No, he has 0. Sorry. I'm waffling back and forth on that. And that is just going to set up a little bit of damage next turn, using all his play points as effectively as possible.
Almost wondering if the spell would have been, Feather Tempest would have been used to clear the Mermaid to get the extra 2 damage, but choosing to save it, maybe for other wards. It doesn't work on Norm Blanc, but it can still be used to clear certain wards.
Drazael specifically, which we can see a copy of, and usually expect a copy of in the Dragon player's hand by now, because when you put them on the ropes like this, they're often going to be forced to commit a Drazael. So yeah, if you don't have to play the Tempest, there's no need to play it. I think that's a very reasonable line. And Zoltran on 14 with 2 free amulets, he is still like in lethal range, because 5 play point refund with, if you assume 1 play point amulet each, that is 10 points, then 2 free amulets, it's 4 more damage. Okay, Zoltran gets the healing out, and this is looking tough for KSLVD.
Moving on.
Yeah, a lot of healing, good amount of wards. Definitely a strong turn to respond to the early aggression.
I think he healed back almost all the damage. That is. Yeah, and this is right, kind of ties back to talking about Skullfane, but KSVD is still trying. Like he's not here about the theoretical applications of not having or not having Skullfane. He's got to win the game here and now. Gem finds another gem. You like to see that.
Keep cycling them.
The Taurus is a lot of damage, and this is one of the main reasons you save that Feathery Tempest. I do believe so. That is. Evolving that is going to be 7.
Yeah,
I think he's still a little bit off. Because the Wormling in play is also another 2 points of healing. And yeah, KSLVD is out of gas now. And does not have enough damage to close out the game.
Show your might.
Apostates cannot be saved.
Is that boat sinking?
Purification!
A lot of Evo targets that turn could have gotten like a slightly similar effect. If you Evo the Tarish, you could have traded the Burden and still had the same damage, but getting the 8/8 body maybe works a little better if like another Draziel comes down. So I like that.
Yeah. I mean, after that, it's kind of just biggest board, I think. But yeah, you're right. Like it doesn't make much of a difference. And with 3 cards left in hand, Chaos OVD is gonna need quite the hand to get out of the situation. But one of those cards is Unariel, so not impossible here. Zoltar does not seem to have any healing coming his way. Oh, I spoke too soon. That is another mermaid. That might be extremely decisive.
Not a bad draw. How many targets are left in the deck?
That's a good question. I think there's still at least a Taurus and the Asphalt. The Asphalt is... It draws a card. All right. So that is 2 damage. Wait, is that exactly enough? I think so. Yeah. Wow. You know what? Maybe I'm just a liar. It actually had 4 more damage than needed. That is impressive. Oh my goodness. Chaos OVD finding, like, over the course of 3 turns, exactly enough damage to close out the game with no Skull Feign.
Yeah, that was impressive. Like you were saying, like, pretty close there at the end too, really relying on what cards were drawn and getting exactly what was needed there to finish it. I think it's a great example of, like we were saying before, the player having to think about what's left in the deck, and even though their hand looked a little bleak, knowing exactly how to order that last turn to still clutch it out. And moving on now to be going up against Historia when we get to the semifinals.
Yeah, that'll be another crazy match to see. You know, both Chaos OVD and Historia have been with how they play their deck, finding ways to get out of non-optimal situations, and that is what I love to see in Shadowverse personally. So.
Yeah, and some quick 2-0s as well. We're going to be jumping into a break pretty soon, but before we go, any last thoughts, zones, before we come back and hit the semifinals?
Well, you know, the man of the hour, the man of the day, the man, the meme, the myth, the legend, meme legends. I want to see him play.
Yeah, going to be bringing back, for those of you just tuning in, our top points earner for the region is 7-0 and got the bye. So going to be playing for the first time today in the next match when we get back. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be some great Shadowverse, and we'll see you soon.
Popping up.
One Mania away, and it's all you need.
Yep, and there you go. Atos is gonna, I guess, hold it for a minute. But we know that he's gonna take the first round matchup here. Of course, 1-0 now. Septic as well coming through, but that's gonna be Atos 2-0.
No, don't do it to him. Don't do it.
Gonna hit for the corner great arm anyway, because he has to solidify that he's one turn off. But that's a Max Knight. That's a Spear Knight as well, and that, I believe, is going to be exact right coming through. Just has to go for that Evo. You said Mars Sword, right? It's that deck you want to use to run into discard, and there you go. It's just one extra to wrap that one up in Historia. 1-0 against Hishiro there.
Oh, but he can't. Wait, he can't shoot the golem. Oh, but he has the sweet soul. He has the sweet soul. So yeah, and his that's or the carriage one, either way. Yeah, and that's the power of the deadly time.
And I can't believe we're about to say this, Sam, but Historia has come through out of nowhere and 2-0'd Hishiro.
If with no Crimson Promise in the deck or the pool, oh my goodness, these draws with the Craig, there's healing, the spells. I don't know, Trickster. It's looking like he's popping up with the spell boost. And as a veteran spell boost player yourself, you know, what do you think about that?
Yeah, spell boost, especially with 0-cost cards and spell boost. It's oh wow.
And the
there it is, the damage coming out.
The freshly drawn crushing rain.
You're a solid fighter.
Wow, there you go. Like you're saying, the spell boost cards are so strong, and you really have.
It wasn't actually. Hard to tell. Oh no, it was not. It was not. That was a freshly drawn Crusade. Is it? No, that was cost reduced. He has 1 click. No, he has 0. Sorry. I'm waffling back and forth on that. And that is just going to set up a little bit of damage next turn, using all his play points as effectively as possible.
Almost wondering if the spell would have been Feather Tempest would have been used.
2 damage. Wait, is that exactly enough? I think so. Yeah. Wow.
You're a solid fighter.
You know what? Maybe I'm just a liar. It actually had 4 more damage than needed. That is impressive.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open West Region June Cup for the 2023 season. Now here for the semi-final action for our top 7 today. Let's have a quick look at the brackets going in to see how we got here to the semi-final set. Of course, with Meme Legends being the only 7-0 player getting a bye for this top 7. Of course, only 6 other players getting to the 6-1 record. Of course, to make it here to top 7 here today. The first match we had was Twilight Knights Ratos taking on Twilight Knights Guilty, and of course, the good old El Clasico Twilight Knights team kill matchup. Ratos, of course, getting ahead there 2-0. Of course, with the other matches following up in suit there, with the Historia getting a huge upset victory against Team Revelations Hishiro, and just before the break, KSLVD from Team Disaster taking out Zolthran 2-0 as well. But we'll finally get to see Meme Legends in action now against Ratos, the current top champion of the West region here for the 2023 season, leading the points. I believe he's at 38 points last time I checked coming in, which is a fair amount considering as well, even though we have a huge amount of ties all across the board here, zones. And yeah, this is going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, I mean, Meme Legends, we've talked him up, and I mean, he's been having a great season, and you know, Raito's making a name for himself as well, so maybe Raito's gonna be the one to take out the Meme Legend, maybe even take on the name himself, some kind of a legend It's
It
just
just
how it
takes
works. You beat
legends.
someone, you take their name. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
leave it
it'll
with
just be
memes.
meme from now on. Or just meme. Then you get to rate these legends or something like that. Let's go to the deck list. Let's see what's happening here with the meme legends, of course. We haven't seen him today, so we'll go through the decks here for you guys. And he's got some really cool stuff actually to look over here. First of all, looking towards Mysterio Rune and being the only other player here today who's running I will say the newer Mysterio Rune deck, the deck that we saw back last weekend during the SEAO competition. 2 copies of Blitz for a start, also sneaking in because we're going to sneak in some chess rune stuff a little bit for some reason. So we'll check that one there up there for you guys to have a look at now. But yeah, Zone's very similar to the previous one-off sets that we saw before.
And I like to call this Mysteria Light, or we have classic Mysteria Light, right? We're highlighting Blitz here, and we saw Blitz in action with KSOVD's game, where you just want to play really cheap spells that give you more healing to make up for the fact that you're playing fewer copies of Duo, fewer copies of Craig. I think KSOVD was knocked down to like 5 or 6, and he just dumped like 8 or 9 spells after a Craig that turn and healed all the way back up. The more spells does let you get quality over quantity on your Craig usage. So kind of what you're looking for in this kind of list.
Look how Craig real quick here as well, just to show you that, of course, the AoE damage, AoE healing, just basically at that point playing any card. It gets to a point in the end when, of course, you've got Magic Originator active. There you go, of course, having Craig real quick there, just to show you guys that one as well.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And when you activate his effect, he says keep on tempo, and I like that kind of. I mean, it makes sense. That's how you destroy the tempo of other decks with this deck. So, like, it's such a ridiculous card, honestly.
And it's really cool to see as well, right? Speaking of, I guess, cards that are cutting the custom cards, Crushing Rain, Raining Blades as well, the Spell Boost cards coming in that we saw from a little while ago in the meta when Spell Boost Ruin was running rampant a little bit, making its way into this, I would say the light version of Mysterio Rain, of course, coming in just to give that extra buff power for some of those cards. Because again, you've already got those one-offs, right, that you need at the end of the day to try and get that OTK. So just a little bit extra there to make sure you can close out the match. Let's go to Meme Legend's second deck here. And this is, I believe, going to be something different. Oh, no, we'll get to that one in our third deck. And second deck here will be Discard Dragon. And again, here Zones, same old as usual. Very, very powerful deck here. And mostly looking the same.
Yeah, this is the Infinite Flame package, deluxe. Actually, it's not deluxe. It's just a normal Infinite Flame package, but I want to make it sound fancier. Right, with the Warden of the Adamant Claw, giving you some flexibility in drawing or more damage off the Infinite Flame. One card that I think has been losing a lot of her power in terms of defensive usage is Drizael. Drizael gives you some outs. I think the most important matchup to use Drizael for her full cost is probably the Burial Rite matchup. A lot of the time though with Drizael, you often just want to play her for the accelerate. You do want to dig for your Lumiors, your Noir Blancs on the other cards. And this is not a metagame where you get the time to spend 7 play points and not actively try to win. The exception being when Drizael keeps you from losing the game. I think we saw that a bit in the previous match. Drizael did prevent did prevent some lethal outs, but ultimately did not advance the game plan. I think it was the Hishiro match that was the thing. But,
yeah, trying to get the accelerator up, unfortunately a little bit too late on the judgment of that, and also getting all 3 in the end as well, and not getting some of the discard stuff was a little bit unfortunate there for him, not being able to stay in the competition, of course, there from Drizael. But yeah, again, it's that standard Discard Dragon deck, right? That it's tried and true. We know it's tier 1, right, for a reason. We know it's like one of the top 2 main decks for a reason. We're going towards the final deck now, and this is the one I wanted to talk about and bring up here, which is going to be really important because it's the only different deck here that we haven't seen just yet. Today, I want to say, of course, we've seen one variation of it today, but unfortunately that one has been knocked out. That will be Vengeance Blood when we get that up in just a short moment, which is really cool to see. There you go, Vengeance Blood coming out here, which you love to see. And of course, there's been so many edits and variations of it. I want to say over the past, especially over the past week and a half, I want to say, it's definitely had some rotations, some picks coming in here. Of course, Bad Girl Life, I've seen a lot more play coming out of now, where that used to be 50-50. This one's a Doomlet of the Abyss package, as well, coming in for this particular variation of Vengeance Blood. I know obviously that one's a bit of a toss-up whether you bring Doomlord or if you don't bring Doomlord into the set, but what makes Vengeance Blood such a strong deck here, Zones, and why would you take it over Wrath Blood, for example?
Well, Wrathblood is kind of like a reliable, like it's a card that will just I'm not great on cards. I don't know. It'll get you places where you want to go. It's like it's your family car, right? A sedan. Vengeance Blood is like the expensive, crazy like Formula One car that just wants to go bad, and sometimes it's a little too fast. It's designed to be extremely explosive. I think one thing that's interesting here is that Meme Legends does not have Razory Claw, which is a deck that, which is a card that's been seeing some more play to get more damage, and opting to fill that slot with some copies of Lanecrest Academy, and Bad Girl Life, I think, is the card that takes that slot rather. So he's actually choosing to get more card draw. Bad Girl Life with the ability to discard a academic card, which all your academic cards in this deck are meant to do damage. Academic Follower, draw 2. But if you are in Vengeance, instead, you do not discard that Academic Follower, and rather that Academic Follower will instead gain the ability to evolve without using evolution points. Just kind of trying to make sure that he draws into his Vengeance activators, right, which are the most important parts of the deck, and those are either Waltz, which is the sort of lesser but more consistent option, Waltz King of Wolves, or sorry, it's like Moonlight thing or something, but he is the King of Wolves. But he right, his full cost does come into play sometimes. That's kind of like the inevitability condition when you have some cards. But mostly you're gonna accelerate him, give you temporary vengeance for 2 turns, and then draw a card the next turn. This is the harder one to play around. The other way to activate vengeance in this deck is going to be the Deceptive Shapeshifter. That is going to be discarded with the Room Service Demon, who is a card that I'm sure many have seen in other iterations of Blood, but Deceptive Shapeshifter...
Something Handless Blood, something.
Yeah, Deceptive Shapeshifter gives you Vengeance when discarded, the only discard outlet being Room Service Demon, and this is sort of the faster way. It costs 1 less play point, you do damage when you do it, and this is the preferred way to activate Vengeance. Easier to fit into more turns, but otherwise the same effect as Waltz. And so, you're looking to activate Vengeance, and then once you're in Vengeance, all your cards hit like trucks or Formula One, I don't know, whatever vehicle analogy I was using, but they hit really hard. The last thing I think is I kind of want to mention is the Doomlord. Doomlord is, of course, does have that destroy the whole board for how much you have defense remaining and lower yourself to 1 with that. But being changed to cost 7, right? We talked about 7 being like the arc number of the format, does make it a little harder to use Doomlord actively. So what this role Doomlord often serves in this deck is that while you're in Vengeance, right, with those activators we mentioned, Doomlord lets you just fuse most of your hand down to play the last key card in the deck, which is Full Moon Leap. And so you often are relying on Doomlord to kind of eat away your entire hand, and then you can deliver lethal with one of your followers that normally doesn't have Storm, with a Full Moon Leap played on them. So that is sort of the adaptation the deck has taken, because you can no longer play Doomlord on turn 6.
And of course, another, I'll say, add-on from the Handless Blood set, right? Of course, for me, being a huge card there alongside Room Service Team. But yeah, such a cool set of cards here for Vengeance Blood. Hits like a truck, but as fast as an F1 car. Someone call a certain team of Silver Arrows, a certain driver who likes to maybe crash into things a little bit too much. If you know, you know. I'll leave it at that. But that is going to be Meme Legends set of decks he's bringing here to the semi-finals now, of course. As he managed to get 7-0 in day 1. Of course, only 6 other players went 6-1, hence the top 7 here today instead of the usual top 8. Just in case you were wondering, but we only briefly covered that towards the beginning of the broadcast. We're currently waiting for the bans so far to see who will be using what, which will be banned away. I mean, Condemned Haven has been banned a majority of the day so far, his own, so that's probably a safe bet. safe to say. Oh, let's see. Actually, ban's actually ready, so let's find out and see. But that's probably going to be a safe ban, and I wouldn't be surprised if Vengeance Blood, but it's actually going to be the Mysterio rune on Meme Legend's side.
Oh,
and
wow.
it's going to be the Wrath Blood taken away on Raytos' side. So very, very interesting ban choices here.
Yeah, so from Meme Legends perspective, I think the Wrath ban makes sense. That's like the deck that plays best into his deck. Wrath is considered to have a favorable matchup into Dragon. Dragon is the deck you target with Wrath, and then it usually has healing to survive the Vengeance matchup. So that taking out Wrath makes sense. Raitos, though, choosing to take out the Mysteria when he has Haven, I think he's expecting to be able to play Wrath, and so he kind of maybe took a little bit of disadvantage on the bans there. But he is going to go first against Dragon here. So,
yep, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Semi-finals has begun here. The June Cup Shadowverse Open 2023 West Region Season. Viewpoint of Raytos, as of course was mentioned, is going to be Condemned Haven's viewpoint of Raytos taking on the Discard Dragon here from Meme Legends. And this is going to be interesting to see, not just because of course Meme Legends being the #1 player in the region, right, going to be the big target on his back, right, that everyone's gunning towards, but he hasn't had a chance to play competitively here in SVO today, right? Whereas Raytos already 2-0'd at the beginning of the day, so not only is he going to have the bit of a break period, right, of playing his first set of matches, he's got the momentum coming in here as well, being 2-0 into the semi-finals. So we'll have to see if that might help Raytos a little bit here at all against the likes of Meme Legends. And is it a little bit rough hand we're hearing here, Zones?
I think the Garuda top deck's a bit unfortunate because Raytos would have loved to just be able to jam that turn 1. Yeah, so I think this is going to be a Ban Beauty, which is the mode that gives you 1 draw and 1 heal. Draws a Grace of Taurus, so going to be able to play another Orchid mode. Oh, and Meme Legends, wow! Legendary Dragon Oracle on turn 2. Top deck.
Didn't see that one coming. What?
Yeah, Meme Legends also has like a hand that forces you to make a lot of decisions. But it is a powerful hand nonetheless. So the second Ban Beauty, and is going to draw into the Skull Fane here for Raytos. So I was gonna say, I didn't really get a chance to get in the part where I mentioned that Raytos does not yet have the Skull Fane, but now he does. So, and a Waterworm's Blessing out from Meme Legends. Okay, that's a bit interesting. I think I would have tried to use Argenta there, but he's playing, I'm not. but joking aside, like it does make sense to try to get the ramp out because he is going to be able to play Blessing the next turn. So just getting unconditional ramp. Awkward with the hand. Because I guess Meme Legends did not have 2 cards, 1 discard with the Argente. Especially considering he had the Sealong in hand. And meanwhile, Raytos is going to get that second Skull Fane Accelerate. So 2 with the Lightning Bird setup. That means he's very easily going to be able to activate by turn 5, which is kind of the breakpoint you want to see. Meme Legends getting a lot of ramp here, but no discard so far. So I think he might be able to get in 1 this turn. Does gets the Augite Worm in overflow. I think I would pitch the Tidal Tyranny here. There's almost no targets for that card. The other card to consider pitching is Strike of the Dragon Slayer. Just too expensive. So,
and what are the odds of you probably using that in Condemned Haven, right? Because at that point, there's a lot of follow-up on the board, and you've probably already been pinged to death by that point, or close to. So
chooses to pitch the second Sealong, which is also kind of reasonable because you're kind of past the point in the game where you can really afford to evolve a Sealong. Is that a second Skull Fane?
That's a second Skull Fane.
Oh my goodness! And that's 2 accelerates possible this turn. That means Skull Fane active turn 5 with double Skull Fane. This game looks over already. Meme Legends really needs to live up to his name in some capacity to survive, because Raytos is not going to show mercy from this position. He's definitely going to accelerate, get that. Does he already have it? I'm a little.
I believe he's 3-4 currently.
I think it's 3 out of 4. Yeah.
I believe it's 3-4. I mean, he could go for the Mouse Chef here, right? Go Storm Damage, pull another Amulet, and then maybe go for the Skull Fane. I mean, he's gonna do it either. It doesn't really matter, right?
I think Muse Chef is probably down to 0. Oh, okay, never mind. He's already at 4.
Oh, he's 4. Okay, there you go. Yep. Okay. So it's gonna be active now, and as you said, Zones, right? That combo, that scary combo, is gonna be available for Raytos now. And Meme Legends currently still needs to start discarding like his life depends on it, because it does, quite literally, at this point here. Aetos is already set up. Meme Legends, sure, he ramped up, but now he has to go through the discards. I believe he will have the 4-4 ready, but he's going to wait an extra turn here to go for the good old rotation of AoE damage with Lamar. So let's wait and see which discard choices he goes for, because Argente is in hand and could be an option, but that's a very heavy cost. You want to keep that for the stronger AoE damage, right? The stronger burn damage of Prestigious Gold. I've got Worms in hand. You also have to worry about hand sizes here as well. There's quite a few options into the break.
Chooses the odd guy. That is interesting, because he's close to having an OTK setup, but to secure it, I think he would have had to play the odd guy. Oh, sorry, would have saved the odd guy and played the Argente. Yeah. Interesting. So he does get the 0 cost, which is useful in the OTK, but also, yeah, it does have the last Evo. The OTK is like 0 cost, right? Lilium, evolve the Lilium. After playing the first 0 cost, get a second 0 cost, and then you need like 3 more discards on top of that. So, or 2 more discards. So either like Augites, it's like either 3 Augites or a Argente with 2 Norm blocks. Okay, but enough about that. This is gonna be Slowfade #1 out here.
I just love the effect there when it comes on board and just nukes everything. So much damage now. Rage is gonna push through here.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is so much damage. 4 plus 9, that's 13. So, Meme Legends down to 7. And I feel like, you know, sometimes you think about your opponent's hand, and it's like, if he committed 1 Skullfane this turn already, like, do you worry about another one?
High chance another one coming, right?
Yeah.
In the back lines.
Yeah. But I think Meme Legends has been trying to maximize his chances of having an OTK here with at least 1 Norm block. But this part is difficult because your board slots are actually quite the commodity here. If you don't have lethal, you're gonna want to try to optimize healing. But every of the mermaid that you get on the board, right? So Meme Legends, I think, has spotted that he does not have lethal, which means he can put mermaids on the board. When you put mermaids on the board, they hamper your damage potential. So you never want to get mermaids out too early when you're going for a turn like this. But if you don't have guaranteed lethal, then go ahead and do it.
Especially when we're just talking about Aetos is definitely lined up, and Meme Legends probably knows, right? He's probably got a pretty good feeling that it's definitely coming.
Yeah.
And now Meme Legends is kind of hovering of, do I go for the 0 cost now? Do I just play that and just try and maximize damage on my end? Do I hold off, potentially? I mean, he's going to have to play something, right? Because he does have a full hand. Another Lilium is going to mean Draconic Creation is going to come out. He's going to overdraw here. But big damage, another hatchling, very nice. Oh no, sorry, he ended up picking up the hatchling, my bad. So yeah, he's going to have the one there. Nice healing, wards up. It's a good looking board, but...
Where we're going, the board's not going to matter.
Yeah. Hold on, we're just time of death for Skullflame. Hang on, just waiting for it. Especially when it's at 0 cost right now as well.
It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful deck. When you get the Skullfanes. I was watching some like other tournaments where this deck made its debut. And like I think I was like thinking like Dragon should have a chance in this matchup when you deploy the Norm Blanc, but then every game is like here the double Skullfane. It's just so game deciding. Like
a very interesting way to go about wrapping that game up, but Aetos is going to take it there 1-0 against Meme Legends here. Maybe looking to continue the 2-0 train here, Zones, into the grand finals, which is very interesting considering, again, Meme Legends are hyping him up, right? 7-0, top player, max points here. Of course, the winner back in the March Cup as well, taking out the March Cup, and even getting very far through the February Cup as well towards the beginning of the year here. But a bit of a, I don't want to say shocking start because it wasn't that bad. We actually ended up having a pretty decent match after that one there. But definitely struggling a little bit, honestly, behind the Condemned there for a moment. And we'll decide to go for the Vengeance Blood match up here into Berite Shadow. Maybe looking for that refresh here and trying to get a 1-1 up.
Yeah, after the slow start, I guess he's going to turn up the formula. Formula One vehicle here, but ooh, not the most amazing hand. There's no activators, and it does have Arca, which is a card that didn't quite have time to mention, but it is one of the new tech cards to try to play with for burst damage. But she also depends on Vengeance activation to work. So does draw the Itsurugi, which is a good curve filler, but still not a critical card for your game plan. Basically, yeah, so Mean Legend's looking for one of the 6 Vengeance activators in his deck. He does have the Room Service Demon to make the Shapeshifter active if you can draw the Shapeshifter. And this matchup is definitely very comfortable going first as Shadow. Going second, sometimes you get, because going second, sometimes you get in a tough situation where you're looking at a Gallum and you want to Metatron that turn. Turn 4 being that critical turn number, but going first, you can just kind of play your cards out and be happy that you're advancing your game state. And Raitos is an amazing hand. You got the turn 2 Kerberos, tosses the Sin Hunter, which I think makes a reasonable amount of sense. You can often win this matchup without, and that is another room service for Meme Legends.
I mean, again, nice if we could actually discard what he wanted to discard, right? It's I'm going to force that Itsurugi. This F1 car zone is looking like an F3 car at the moment. I'm not going to lie, it's slowed down considerably to what we wanted it to be at. Rayato's going to go for the... you got to stop me making these references, man. Kernwin going to come out and get that extra barrier right in. And as you said, Rayato's not only happy to start turn 1 against Blood, but he's got an absolutely fantastic set of cards. There's another Sin Hunter in hand as well.
Drawing the Michael's a bit unfortunate. I think he is going to be able to play Mimi here, which he was saving, and definitely it's kind of an interesting dynamic in this matchup where Shadow needs to watch out. So Shadow in most matchups wants to just go, kind of also wants to go fast and get as much damage in, but in this matchup, one of the things your opponent can do is rely on natural Vengeance activation against you, because once you get Miro out, it's kind of hard to control how much damage you do. So getting that damage control early to kind of leave the Blood player just in range of an OTK, like a 1-turn damage burst, not quite an OTK, without giving them natural Vengeance is an important way to try to set up this matchup. So I'm gonna try to see if Ray just does that, and that might be why Meme Legends is kind of okay without you having the guaranteed activations already drawn, but still not an ideal spot for that.
Yeah, especially again, we talk about for obviously already 0-1, right? He's already on the back foot here, and once again, kind of dealing with a similar situation now. At least in the first game out, again, Discard Dragon, again, he's getting the ramp up, getting the discard here. He's got the setup, but he doesn't actually have the Vengeance activators here at the moment, so he's gonna just go for the Vayne. I guess probably just to get a body on board, right? Just to have something there. Kind of forced to just play something out. At least get Gift of Bloodkin out. So it's not the worst body to put out of the hand so far, but even still, you're gonna feel it feels pretty rough having to do that here, especially in Raitos now. As once again, just gonna keep building up that barrier rights.
Yeah, and even just tempoing out Metatron here is going to be a lot of work for Meme Legends to get through. But this is where the Vengeance threshold can kind of matter, because Raitos could very easily put Meme Legends in natural Vengeance. So when it comes to that Mania play, I think the main value there is just getting the Bloodkin's gift for Bloodkin in hand.
Gift for Bloodkin.
Yeah, because having that one extra ping to your own face can be 11 is not Vengeance and 10 is. So it makes Raitos have to pull the brakes up a bit on how quickly it advances. Having a body on board almost never matters in this situation because of those Lakandula invokes, but making sure you're using your play points efficiently is very important.
Yeah. He's gonna go for the leads here. Leads 1 of this game is Vania just eats 3 damage to face. Bye-bye. Call the Great Arm now going to be used onto the Kandula. Get, of course, adds that and Sin Hunter back to hand. And now down to 14 free Evo as well, of course, because the barrier rights already being that far in. We're talking about just holding off. That's going to do it.
Because, Mimi on the board represents 2 damage, and then the one from Gift for Bloodkin is just out of the range. for Natural Vengeance activation.
Does he? This is gonna be rough. Does he play the Gallum here? I mean,
He plays
he
Gallum.
could clear the ward and put himself in vengeance technically, because what, 2 damage to himself, then 2 last words damage off Mimi.
Yeah, that is Natural Vengeance. It's not a terrible play.
I mean, again, we don't want natural vengeance, right? That's obviously not what you want at the moment. But at this point, I think you take vengeance in any form.
The one awkward thing about playing Gallum here, and I think why Meme Legend's going to choose not to do it, is he's going to have to evolve the Gallum to clear leads because of how quickly Rayatos has played Burial Rites. And Gallum unevolved is better at blocking Sin Hunter than evolved Gallum, because Sin Hunter's condition is cost 5 or more. Or evolved. So yeah, I think
he's gonna toss it for Bloodkin here actually. Hang on.
Okay.
Of course.
That's pretty interesting. As we were just talking about, right? Looking to hold it off. Academy's gonna come down. I mean, I guess this sets it up to the point where natural vengeance can still come out.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a test of if Rayatos can hold on to that damage control, because Arca plus Leap. So Arca gets the +1/+1 from Linkcrest Academy. She'll be 5 on Evo, then +2 from Leap. That is 12. And then 14 with just 4 play points, and you can guarantee that. So I think Meme Legends just playing that with a Marin that is exactly 17 damage. So if Rayatos gets impatient here and hits Meme Legends into Natural Vengeance, he loses.
Imagine. Again, obviously he doesn't know that. We all know that, but he doesn't know that. Imagine if that is the route he takes, and then he loses, and then he watches back the VOD and sees that, man. That is going to be one horrible VOD review night. I definitely would not want to be doing. And he's going to go for the Call of the Great Arm here. Let's see if he's able to restrain himself a little bit here. Maybe see the trap that has been set by Meme Legends. Going to get an extra bear right here. I wonder if he'll just... You can chuck Metatron down.
Double Metatron is actually just super safe here. Oh, okay, but even one copy of Metatron is pretty hard to get through, so yeah.
Okay, he's gonna go for it. I was gonna say, I was wondering who was maybe thinking about just holding off. That's 7 damage, that's a huge amount, but no, he's actually gonna hold it. He knows.
He's very careful. Oh, and the Shapeshifter after the Room Service Demons have been played. Oh.
Yeah, and that he does have one more in deck, but let's be honest, right? You've already used both. The chances of seeing another one at this point is second to none. And
I'm gonna one up you there and say the chances of seeing another turn.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely, and it's really unfortunate. I will say that was such an awesome move that Meme Legends did the previous turn to set up that trap. Like, you're in ladder, you've won. 100% you've won the game off of that, setting something like that. Which is very unfortunate here that Rayatos, that Spidey sense went off. You know, he knew. Like, hang on a minute. Hang on, why'd you do that? Hang on. That's sus as, man. What are you doing there? And Meme Legends now again into the 5 play points. He's stuck in a situation where he knows it's just unfortunate. And Rayatos is gonna take it out 2-0 against the top current champion of the West region. This cup so far here, Zones, has been absolutely insane. 2-0s everywhere, 2 massive upsets now happening here today as well, and the play has been absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, and like the decks have been impressive when they're firing, but I think we've been seeing the players that are really looking for ways to maximize their chances from, you know, when the game looks unwinnable. And thing that I really like is I have this philosophy of, like, when I'm in a winning position, this is something that I've seen other places, is from other players in all sorts of card games, is that you want to start thinking about what is the only way you can lose a game. And I think Rayatos identified that, and he played in such an amazing way to avoid that situation and secured the win there. Like, you never want to, like, be in like a 99% winning situation and just throw it completely there, and Rayatos avoided it, and that is an important skill. Exactly right, and it's really cool as well to see for a player that, again, as we're aware, he's coming into this. It's his first ever top 8, right? Top 7, sure, top 8, right? We already know, like, seeing that come through, and sure, could have played in multiple SVOs before, maybe just missed out or whatever. But of course, I was being picked up by Twilight Knights. Obviously, we know TK to be one of the top teams, right? In Shadowverse and English-speaking side of things, always have some of these top players. In SAO, they have the top players. They're going to use Sad Feeder, right? A lot of these top guys coming through. And just showing it now. He's got himself to the grand finals. He'll be taking on either Historia or KSL VD here for the final spot. But just before we give you a bit of a break here, Zones, of course, as you get ready for grand finals, what are your final thoughts going into this particular match here between Historia and KSL VD? Of course, KSL VD being a fellow teammate.
Well, you know, I don't have to hide my bias, so I'm just gonna go all and root for KSLVD. He's my teammate. I love how he plays. He's very thoughtful about the game. But you know, I think Astoria has his chances. I mean, I've been impressed with this play so far, so I will be a little bit more balanced. But I'm still secretly rooting for KSLVD. Not so secretly. Big
thanks there to Zones for covering us here for semi-finals 1. We'll see more of him in the grand finals at the end of the night. So cheers for that, Zones. Having Trickster now. Jumping back into this one here for the second semi-final. Of course, as we said, Historia against Austria at KSL VD. No more bias now for a start. Thank you, Trickster, for that one here at least. And no, it's going to be an exciting match. You're right, of course. You were covering the KSL VD match quarterfinals a little bit earlier today. And yeah, I mean, as per usual, we expected out of the man, right? A nice 2-0, nice and clean for him, as we expect to see over the years.
Yeah, I think both of the players got a 2-0, so probably having a lot of momentum now. And I'm interested to see how this match goes because both of the players have Burial Rite Shadow and Condemned Haven. So it's really kind of going to come down to their third deck to differentiate them. And so that's going to be Mars Sword for Historia and then Mysteria Rune for KSLVD. So kind of thinking about that, the Mars was really impressive against Dragon, and there has been a lot of Dragon today, but not in the lineup of the opponent this time. I think that Mars might struggle a little bit. And so we'll just have to see, though, maybe how that works out.
Yeah, well, as you said, right, again, we saw earlier that Mars Sword, again, when Historia took on Hishiro, just dismantled the Discard Dragon deck, right? And we know Mars Sword at one point was a fairly high tier deck, right? It's kind of dropped off a little bit as the season has gone on, the meta has gone on, but I think you're absolutely right, seeing that run into, again, maybe Mysteria Rune might be interesting, right? Because that's that battle for turn 7, right? And that'll be interesting to see who can get ahead here. But against Condemned Haven and Burial Rite Shadow, that's what I'm interested to see, especially against Condemned Haven, because both the decks that, again, I'm not saying rogue, because that's absolutely not what it is, but it's definitely one of the more played decks where there's maybe not as much experience, right? Maybe that some of the players have had going into them. And Mars Sword might have a slight advantage in the early game, getting the early aggression, right? Where, you know, Haven have to keep spamming out these amulets, right? And trying to keep up. But Condemned Haven, right, as the amulets they have, you know, Holy Lightning Bird, for example, is such a good card to help deal with these early aggressive decks.
Yeah, and Haven does have the ability to sometimes clear boards without really having to establish one of their own, and so not really maybe going to have a lot of followers for Mars to trade into. You mentioned this too just a little, but Mars is one of those decks that it's pretty straightforward to pilot, and Haven, though, it's newer. There's a lot of lines. Sometimes when you get the bad hands, especially, it can be tricky. I wonder too if like our players are maybe going to leave up Haven just because they maybe don't think their opponents are as confident on the deck, and they might try and like test them in that respect. So yeah, going to be interesting, or just ban it though because of like the Skullfane high rolls. So yeah, definitely a couple ways to take this. These players are going to be like watching the reviews, seeing how their opponents have played, asking their teammates if anyone faced them, and be like what are they good at, what are they not good at, what should I worry about, and definitely doing their research right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is as well, like, I feel like it's also ban bait a little bit as well. You know what I mean? Like, again, we both have Shadow, right? Let's be honest, they're probably going to get through. Like, I mean, these players have probably played them enough. You know, they have most of that experience. I'm most likely seeing them come through. Mysteria Rune, again, is kind of like a 50-50. But yeah, I do believe like that Haven is probably the optimal ban. And then on KSL's side, again, Haven's going to be the optimal ban because Mars Sword is that 50-50 spot, right? Depending on where it can go. I believe bans are ready. They look about ready, or at least on what I could see, or at least it will be in just a short moment. We'll see if production response is over or not. No, not ready. Okay, we'll get to that in just a short moment. What do you think then, Trick? Let's talk about the bans and that sort of thing. let's say hypothetically it's not Haven banned, even though today's been Haven banned. And that's been kind of the story for most of the day. Do you think it might just be that sword ban, or could we actually maybe see Shadow be banned out because of it being played heaps, because of it maybe being a deck where they're like, I'm sick and tired of this, I'm sick and tired of seeing that skull, get me out?
Yeah, it's definitely a good question. I feel like in myself, I would not have a lot of respect for Sword right now, and so I would want to leave Sword up. It's not been doing as well in the meta, and some of its best matchups aren't really in this head-to-head, so that you don't have to worry about them. So I'd definitely be leaving up Sword. I would definitely consider banning Shadow. I think I would definitely be between the Haven and the Shadow ban for both players, honestly. And I'd like getting rid of Shadow somewhat, because it feels like when everything goes right for Shadow, there's just like nothing you can do about it a lot of the time. So without some of that counter play, it definitely has the potential to get a good hand and roll you, but Haven has the same story. And I'd say that Haven is a little less consistent, where its best hands are less common than Shadow's, but like maybe more powerful. So it's just like a trade-off of like the more likely versus the more powerful maybe, and what you're familiar with, what you think they're going to play well. But I'd definitely be leaving it up between those two. Mysteria is interesting. This is a version with only one copy of each of the cards. So depending on how you respect or don't respect that variant, that might play into your ban. It's a little newer for me, so I don't exactly know how that version lines up into these decks. I feel like it's a little bit more of a glass cannon. I personally don't like it as much as the other version of Mysteria, but when everything goes right, it is probably stronger because you don't have dead cards in the hand. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards last weekend with SAO stuff, right there, you're definitely right. Glass cannon, absolutely, but the fact that the draw seemed to always be perfect, the damage always seemed to be perfect out of this deck was weird. It always seemed magical in a way, like someone was adjusting the cards on purpose or something. It was very, very strange how well that deck worked. But we have bans ready finally. Let's take a look to see what has been banned away by these players. We're interested to see, will be that Mars Sword actually banned away on Historia side. KSLVD losing out the condemned Haven. So, well, right, Haven was banned on one side. We did expect to see it at least on one side, but I'm very surprised to see the Mars Sword banned away here.
Yeah, it might be kind of going into what players expect to see. Sword maybe not being very represented, people maybe aren't as prepared for it, or maybe they're thinking it has a good matchup into their decks that they brought to face against the meta. So maybe that's why we see it banned out here.
Come on.
Yep. Well, let's wait and see how this matchup will go, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the second semi-final here, and the final spot up for grabs for the grand final for the June Cup Shadowverse Open West 2023 series. We from the viewpoint of KSLVD taking on Historia. Both players come in 2-0 into the second semi-final, so that one's going to be exciting. And as we do get that Shadow Mirror matchup coming through, I believe we already had one or two of those earlier today. I'm going to double check that for you guys. Oh, not yet. We had one at the start of the day. We had one Shadow Mirror matchup at the start of the day. We're not going to get one more towards the end of the day, finally, which is cool to see. But yeah, I'm just excited for this matchup here, sorry, Trick, to see how this one will go. I mean, again, as we said, Historia made it here. He had to go up against Hishiro, right? Go up against one of the top players to make it here. He gets to semifinals. He has to do the same thing again against KSLVD, right? Another top player to make it to the grand finals here. So a lot of pressure, I feel like, is going to be stacked on this man.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very fitting match for the meta. It's the most popular deck, and we have it on both sides. Seen it once already today. I like Historia's inclusion of Sweet Soul Necromancer in this matchup, but it's usually a little better going second, I would think, than first, because sometimes we were saying it's like an advantage to be first, and you can put your damage in, and Sweet Soul can be a way to, as the going second player under pressure, heal back a little and kind of flip the table, so now you're the aggressor. But having it in Historia's hand, probably just gonna throw it out early at full health and just get the burial rights and the draw going. So won't see it at its full potential, but still cool to see it in the hand.
It's funny as well, I'm just saying, I love how the Metatron was just slammed down straight away. It's all right by Historia. KSL as well, picking that one up for himself here for that. We'll say the perfect Metatron turn, right? On that turn 4 to have that Evo ready to go. It's the play points, etc., etc. coming through, and these guys now definitely going to think this one through, because again, It's gonna be one of the more tougher matchups for these guys to play out, right? Again, trying to match barrel right, trying to match board control here, as well as making sure they have the ability to run things straight through. And as you can see right there, the big burn damage, 3 burn damage is huge. Very, very huge in the early game. Still not enough for Metatron, and that ward still stays up.
Yeah, and the hand was pretty awkward for KSLVD last turn because even though there were a lot of burial right cards, there wasn't a lot of good targets to pitch. Usually if you draw like the invoke cards that you don't really want to have in your hand, you can throw them away, but everything in the hand seemed pretty important last turn, and so not choosing to do 2 1-cost invokes, 2 1-cost burial rights, because there wasn't really a way to have the Great Arm put 2 followers back into the hand and things, but instead going with the 2-cost, slowing it down, maybe going to do a Lackandula invoke this turn instead, and now with Great Arm, you can still get the Ceridwen back that was pitched because the pool's so small. So definitely good seeing KSLVD here, really figuring out the ordering, realizing Lackandula invokes early, maybe not as important as like keeping the right resources in the right order. Definitely impressive to be seeing like the way he's been navigating this, and now even deciding to draw instead of just jamming more invokes to get the important cards and maybe just save that Lackandula invoke for later in the game.
Yeah, building up plenty of good, obviously, Barrite. The shadows, of course, damage now, which you thought was on Historia's side, is going to be returned just as hard from Castle VD. But he's going to go for the Call the Great Arm anyway. Maybe to look for that, or maybe decides not, still holding off. Again, we're going to expect the turn, so maybe a little bit longer this match. So maybe settle in to find out where we go from here. But it's cool to see Historia is all right, how he kind of held on. You know, because obviously a lot of those guys want to keep in hand anyway, but not looking to destroy the 1-2 right in leads to make sure you don't get the last words proc, but Coral Souls anyway. I just like to see that come out and still get that proc, still get damage in, and now Historia is going to have to start making use of that Sweet Soul Necromancer.
Yeah, and KSLVD was really rewarded for doing the extra drawing because at the time he had Metatron in hand, but without the follow-up Muriel to be able to play on 6 play points, it's not as effective. Drawing into that means that that can be online now for 6. The burial right count though is still only at 1, so there is a potential next turn to play Great Arm and Ceridwen to hit 3, and then you can get to that 5 magic number with 6 play points. But if that's not the line, even drawing into the Septic Shrink, it won't be active on 6. So it looks like though the Great Arm is being played. We'll probably see another 1-cost come down just to set that up in case it's drawn off the top.
And he's going to have his options now to see, and again, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, right, this is that match spot for the grand finals here. Codewinds looks like it's finally going to come out here. I knew it was going to come back from Call of the Great Arm. I believe we just tossed the GTA there, so that's now going to be in the back pocket. We still haven't seen GTA play today. Obviously, we don't normally until we see more dragged out matches, which could potentially be this one, which I really hope we see GTA. I really want to see the Ghost come out here today. It'd be such an awesome card to see in this matchup. And there's, of course, the free Evo of, on the Metatron, which we expected to see come through. And we already knew that one Metatron a couple turns ago was a problem. How about an evolved one on the other side and extra play points to match things up? Sorry, now I'm gonna have to try and find a way to get over it.
Septic Shrink is in the hand of Historia, so gonna be able to have that 3 damage and the revive bringing 3 more later on. So even though KSLVD was able to kind of switch things around to get the first Muriel, it's not going to be as strong as the counter Muriel from Historia. So definitely interesting. Kind of showing you need all of the pieces and not just some. And so we'll see what turns out being more important, getting to 6 first or having that extra damage on the revives.
Easy clear. More damage coming through, and I love this. How it's just going to be this back and forth game. It's just trying to stay at that 20 health mark and also try and get that burn damage through. Muriel gonna come out here, gonna go for that Evo. Toss 1 Muriel because you might as well. You've got 1 on board, and I didn't see which other one he kicked out. It's gonna be the other leads come through. Gonna get leads part 7. At this point, Michael coming out as well, the Evo on leads. That's going to be a huge board there. the KSLVD has set up. Historia does have the ability to do the same thing, and now it is just going to be, you know, how much AoE damage, how much healing can these players get out to try and survive. Now we are in that main game stage.
Yeah, and it's definitely at the point now where you're going to be having so much shadows and burial right that you kind of want just some of your end game, and so having the septic shrink is definitely good for Historia, putting him in a good position. But things like Deathly Tyrant and Sin Hunter are good draws now as well. Going to be able to like close out the game too, if even through healing. Even just dealing with this board right now is going to take several burial rites, so kind of locked into what this turn's going to look like for KSLVD.
Yeah, Historia already being well set up, and KSLVD having a dig right, just to try and clear this board and survive. Not even knowing, you know, there's Sin Hunter Central, of course, in hand for Historia. Also having another Septic in hand as well. Get more of that burn damage through. Sin Hunter picked up by KSLVD. Finally, might be nice to clear that evolved Muriel if he chooses. Maybe get some return burn damage in. Well, actually, they don't even burn damage, base damage. At that point, Night Terrors as well for the heal and the extra draw. Now heading to that bottom 20 stage for both players too. We said it was going to be a good back and forth, and that's what we're getting here.
Yeah, and something to be thinking about at this stage of the game too is if you need to like maybe jam a Lack and Dula to prevent Deathly Tyrant Sin Hunter. And so we did see a lot of the Lack and Dulas being tossed, but sometimes the only way to not die if your opponent has a Deathly Tyrant in the late game is putting that Lack and Dula down. Then when the Sin Hunter kills it, it'll get killed by the 3 damage ping in return, and that can be a pretty effective defense. But neither of the players have been able to set that up. The 2 wards would prevent it now and not having to worry about the shadow count yet, but maybe that's something that Historia could consider, would be like trying to play Lack and Dula, but just yeah, we'll see. It seems like the player's not really having the tools to play around everything. It seems like on both turns the damage comes down, and 6 here plus the 5. It's a big turn for Historia.
Yeah, actually, I believe actually this is going to be close to game so far. Yeah, his Coral Souls and double 3 off is going to actually make it game here for Historia to get the win over KSLVD. Exactly right, double 3 ping to get that 1 win up. And there you go, Historia just having a stronger matchup, a stronger turn here in the mirror match against KSLVD. Now 1-0. And we're on the makings here, trick of Historia maybe doing it again. 2 upsets from him in one day. Of course, jumping on a little bit, KSLVD still has plenty of options to bring this one back. But, I mean, so far it's been 2 zeros left, right, and center. It's going to be a big ask here with Historia bringing in Condemned Haven now against the Burial Shadow once again from KSL.
Yeah, we really saw the power of the Septic Shrink here, and now it's in the mulligan. I almost wonder if KSLVD will hold on to it. I definitely like that keep, because without Septic Shrink, it makes a lot of your cards like Ceridwen and Myril infinitely weaker. They're not doing the extra 3 damage, and it adds up to like 6-9 damage over the game. And so yeah, holding on to that in the mulligan, definitely something I'm very happy about. And the Skull Thane on Historia's side, that's a very important early game card too. I think we're going to see that kept. Now, though, the question is, maybe do we look for the 1-drops to try and pair with it that are so strong? And none of them in hand right now, so we'll see. Oh, double Skull Thing.
I mean, the Skull Fate is nice, don't get me wrong, but no amulets and on turn 1 to play down definitely hurts a little bit here. So, obviously, hopefully, that top deck, Heart of the Cards, has been very strong here. So, let's see what he gets. Emerald Maiden, not bad.
Turn late.
So he's going to see that one come out. But yeah, as you said, check it out. Would have been nice a turn previous. It might even have been worth just going for the 2 cost there instead, to get that search right, and then just maybe go for turn 3, get 2 out. Have to wait and see, as KSLVD hovering the Call of the Great Arm. Probably going to use it on the Septic, and going to have that in the back pocket already. A much stronger turn. Stronger start here from KSLVD to kick things off.
Yeah, I really like that Call of the Great Arm on the Septic Shrink because it's good to have in hand for the damage as well as good to have in the dead pile, and so both of those are effective. I wonder if we're going to see the 2-drop held onto in Historia's hand to be able to get it for full value with the discounts. Maybe that's a part of the game plan, saving it till later for the combo pieces. Maybe it'll have to come out at some point if there's not like the right cards to pair with it, but maybe we'll see it. Maybe we'll see it be saved, yeah, to really get a great combo turn with in the late game.
Skullfang going to be used out there just to get the draw and get one ping on the Skullfang. Another Emerald Maiden. It's a bit of yikes, I'm going to say myself. Definitely something he doesn't want to see in hand there when he already has that one on board. We're going to have plenty of cards in hand here. At least we'll be able to use the Skullfang on it though in the next turn. And perfect turn for Higan and Munin to come out there on KSL VD, get that board up, of course, get double draw, last words. Very strong to have. And finally going to get the Lightning Bird, going to get the Luminescent Gem as well. Would have more like to have seen these a couple turns ago.
Yeah, it's true. I feel like it's still going to be pretty strong, and there's not that much pressure. It's not known to Historia, but in KSLVD's hand, we aren't seeing Metatron or some of those cards that put a lot of pressure on. So maybe both of the players having the slower start will kind of even out. It's interesting to think about like what the long game plan is for both of these players. They both have a pretty clear like solitaire win condition of like, okay, I get the Shrink in the discard, I get the 5 burial rights, I get like Muriel online, and then the damage just naturally happens. And then for like Historia, it's like I just play my amulets, get the Skullfang to 0, play like the Unreal on turn 7, jam the amulets, and you win. And like, but like those aren't in thinking about the interaction. So now it's like, how do you adjust the game plan to mess up your opponent, or how do you like put some healing in there to stop it? And right now for KSLVD with 2 Skullfangs, it's going to be pretty hard. Even being at full, you're still like in lethal range. So I don't know if there's a lot to do. Maybe KSLVD just has to like race to try and be faster than the turn 7 lethal that's on the way. But with the cards in hand, that's a little tricky to do. So we're gonna just have to see how that works out. Maybe this will be even the first time where we see like a GTA to come down to transform the Unreal, but we'll just have to see if we even get to that turn without Metatron to get us to 7 first.
Well, he's gonna put it in that burial right spot, right? Gonna be in the graveyard to call out if he's able to survive to this turn, and you can see the timer is running down here. KSL, of course, still has one more attack to use. He can immune before the turn ends here. And yeah, definitely thinking outright how as you said, Patrick, to continue the game. Another Emerald Maiden coming out there for Historia. Going to use the Skullfang again onto the Holy Lightning Bird, hoping to hit the Cerberus. Unfortunately, hits one of the Higan Immunians, giving a free draw over to KSL. The Prison Priestess coming out now is going to get the low cost coming through onto Crusaders, which could potentially be an option. We're going to go for the Bum's Examination Hall to get that damage through. We'll hit Mimi, go for the Evo onto the Prism as well, just to make sure to get that clear onto Cerberus. You know, 2 tries, unlucky, 3rd tries a charm. I'll do it myself. Get the Evo, get the clear, and definitely needed because Historia can't afford to start taking. Right, even if it's small pings, they start stacking up, and that will give KSLVD the chance to just snatch this game out from under him.
Are we sitting at, is it 3 out of 4 for the Skullfangs right now?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot to be in with 2 in hand, because you could just jam one out and lose it just to get the discount ticking down. But instead, it seems Historia wants to kind of get more value over time instead of like a little less value fast. So maybe thinking with the tools in hand, no Unreal, having to get that extra damage from the Skullfangs and not just being able to go full speed ahead.
Fascinating.
Higan coming out. I was going to say, Coral Soul definitely has to be played here. Not even to get the extra damage, but to get that draw. Double Sin Hunter going to be picked up here. So Would be nice for KSLVD to have one, but probably won't see it used for its Evo effect. Definitely will probably see it used for just the great storm damage over a short moment as the clear will come out. Big damage now coming through. And this is what we're talking about. Starting to come through. Huge damage coming out. Skull Flames will be used now to get the clear. Get a bit of healing back in onto Historia's side of things, but he's still searching for the Winged Enforcer, right? Still looking to try and pull that one out of the deck. As the amulet count's nice. You're getting big healing back with Crusader's Rallying Cry, but that's going to be a whole board essentially.
Yeah, it's a lot of healing, and like you're saying, it's gonna be a lot of board presence when those amulets pop.
There he is.
Yeah, definitely a good draw. Almost wondering if you want to pop some of these amulets in advance so you don't have as much followers in the way, so you can play other cards. We'll see if that's the plan, or if with the extra healing and stuff, Historia is now just trying to delay the game to like a turn 8 win or something.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, KSL, it's so much damage last turn, right? He was able to cycle in there. I don't think Historia was expecting. And of course, no matter how Historia, like, he's going to set up the win, right? He's going to come through. Turn 7's looking good, maybe turn 8. But this might even be what KSL VD favored here at the moment. And you think about the Barrerites all set up, the Barrerites that he has set up, right? Ready to go. With about GTAs there if he needs it. But the Septic Shrinks is what's the most important, right? Already there. In the back, ready to go, ready to be spawned out when he's able to get the Muriel. And yeah, gonna see another Emerald Maiden, the final one, 3 of 3, be used up. Raquel comes out, an easy Coral Souls target to search and get more of that damage in. Unfortunately, still no sign of Muriel. I mean, Metatron's cool, I guess, but definitely not what he wanted off the top.
Yeah, the Metatron would have been really nice a couple turns ago, but now it's just going to be 1 damage to face, so not the best here. It is unfortunate having, I think one of the reasons that the amulets weren't popped last turn is to protect them from being wiped on the board, maybe from Muriel or something like that, but there's not even one in hand to be able to get the Septic Shrink back and get the damage going, so KSLVD just going to keep probably drawing and trying to figure out like what to do, try and get the Muriel. There's another draw card. Maybe we'll see that, but the hand's looking kind of tight, so might need to empty it first.
Yeah, he's gonna try and go for some of that face damage. I mean, at this point, even gonna use an Evo on the Ghost to push damage. Okay, so gonna use the extra Evo when he does have available just to try and bring things back. Of course, when Muriel will be available, he's going to have himself a great rotation of combos to go through. Coco will come down. That'll be that extra card he needs. The Night Terrors. And there is Muriel in the hand, ready to go for turn 7. He's going to use, he's going to lose, sorry, the Lakandula. But of course, already, I believe, has some in the Barrite pile. And there's that rotation for Historia. He can't clear any of those cards. And Trick, I think that actually might be game just about coming through for Historia being completely board locked. KSLVD going to go on an absolute tear with this Muriel combo now.
Yeah, there's 3 damage on the board. Gonna be.
Actually, doesn't even need to. Sin Hunter, right? It's a Deathly Tyrant even.
Oh wow, yeah, that's it. And I knew that the board lock was looking bad, and there was a way to clear it for Historia. Could have used the Skull Things to get some of those followers out early, but this path made it impossible to heal or do anything on the last turn. Oh.
Well, we got our first series, ladies and gentlemen. As we took all the quarterfinals, the first semi-final, and now, of course, our last one here to get to it. And that's what we're worried about, right? Is that rotation of damage. KSLVD was still trying to push through. He knew it was coming up. And guys, here we go. 1-1 Historia KSLVD. We are straight into it. Mysteria Rune Light, right? Against the likes of Condemned Haven. Still so close that last game. I still can't believe, right? We're tracking shadows and then forget about them, and the Deathly Tyrant is the play.
I'm still processing that. I feel like Historia had several times where the Skull Thane was kept in hand, and maybe it needed to be played. Earlier on, it could have gotten Skullfane cheap enough to make a power play earlier in the game, and then there at the end, the board lock just, I don't know why it ever made sense to play those 2 amulets that pop for 4 followers plus the other one. I'm still trying to think about that. I wonder if Historia just didn't do the math right or something, because you set yourself up to not be able to do anything that turn.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, right? Or maybe he just wasn't expecting the
empty
one of
board.
Tyrant Sin Hunter, right? I mean,
Yeah.
even still, I think even the Muriel combo would have set him up for game regardless, right? I don't think Historia actually probably could have come back in the next turns anyway, unfortunately. I mean, again, that's in hindsight, and VOD review on that, of course. We're going to jump into our third game there and move straight on, as Freya's already been called in, and the first component of Exodia has been picked up here. Of course, the Anne and Greya Royal Joy here picked up. Now just needs the other Mysteria to come through, and already gonna be looking strong. Actually, I say that, it's already in hand. I didn't even notice it between the 2 Angel's Blessings. They look very similar. It's already in hand, so both cards actually already in hand from the start of the match. That's absolutely insane.
As you
Yeah,
wish.
and it's exactly how you want it. Then you can play the 5 drop on 5, discount everything, and just spam followers to get your reductions on 6. I like the Angel's Blessing there because it's kind of an expensive spell, and so you want to cycle the cheaper ones to play later on, and so it definitely makes sense to get rid of that when you're not the second player. Maybe
And,
we'll even see a second copy played here.
yeah, I was gonna say, just keep rotating, right? At this point, there's no reason I'd say not to look towards getting actual Mysteria cards, right? I mean, he's gonna need the other Freyas to search out the rest of those Mysteria followers, and this, of course, you can find that one of Hannah as well to be able to do that. Obviously needs the Craig. He needs to find here mainly at the moment. He doesn't run the second Anne. I do want to point out though, which I know some with this variant, some people do, some people don't. KSLVD is not running the second Anne here, so won't be able to have the Anne summoning, for example. But already got all the buff cards, got the main card set up. I mean, it's going to be Mysteria into Anne and Greya, right? So it's going to be quite easy. As Historia now is fighting against the clock just to spam as many amulets as he can to get to that 5, the magic 5 number he needs.
KSLVD gonna have to worry a little bit about overdraw too, just because there are only 1 copy of all of your important followers, and so to get enough names in the grave for revival, you definitely don't want to like mill Craig or something. So we'll see how these turns are played. But it's kind of that spot where it's like everything's going right. Now just do whatever you can to not mess it up. So if it's like a small chance of overdrawing, probably try and sequence your cards to avoid that as much as possible when you're already gonna have 1 the next turn.
This was foreseen.
And you can already see like the transformation coming out as well, just to try and stay alive. He's gonna end up dropping Asvel as well, just to keep spamming those out. And the Skullfane 4/4 is active, finally gonna have it here to be able to use. And KSLVD though already got, I believe that's Mystic Sorcery ready to go. Gonna search and gonna get Hannah off the top, and that is gonna be able to get himself Craig.
Yep, this is definitely good. Get those cards into hand. I guess using it this way to get an extra reduction on the Craig, possibly with the Evo, or we'll see if the Mysteria comes down this turn, hovering it, but maybe considering even a different play. Huh, interesting.
I mean, I think now is probably the time, right? You've got everything else set up that you need to go. You've got those spells ready to go in hand as well. And I personally don't see reason here not to just drop it now, right? I mean, get her on board, go for the Evo and cut everything down. They just need to get Craig down ASAP, right? And you're good to go for that potential OTK whenever you're ready.
Yeah, sometimes you might want to order the play so that you would reduce the Hannah first and then draw Craig after, because Craig can often get to 0 on his own. But it looks like here that it was a priority instead to have the Craig be lower. Maybe knowing the Skullfanes are in hand, worried about like big damage early and having to heal.
Yep. We know it's coming now, right? It's only 1 turn away before we are going to see the Condemned Haven game plans start popping off here and look towards getting Historia that second win needed. Gonna run into Mysteria, but only gonna be 4-1, not going to be enough here. It does somewhat board lock, but Raining Blades is in hand, Crushing Rain is in hand, Mysteria Party's in hand. Like, there's some big damage that can still come out here alone, even without the main game plan of Mysteria.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots where you don't know how many Taurus spells are in your opponent's hand, but if they play those with the Skull Thanes, this could be like a 20 damage turn that you're facing next turn. Having the board locked doesn't give you a lot of options to play wards, and even if you do, they'll probably get cleared. Historia is just setting this up to have like a big one-turn lethal.
Yeah, Party's gonna come through and cut down Rain and its Raining Blades. Even gonna go for the Winged Inversion play potentially to get this player points back. He's gonna maximize them, because there could potentially be an OTK staring us right in the face right now. Syrian Rite, of course, going to be cut down. That's going to cut down the last of these spells to come through.
This deck has definitely been impressing me. The extra spell boost in it, it does surprise you out of nowhere. Being able to cycle your spell so early, getting extra damage, not something you normally expect when you board lock a Mysteria player.
12, that's going to be game, I believe. So that's 12 damage alone. Mysteria Party going to get that extra buff to come through, and that is going to be exactly lethal. Historia applauding KSLVD there. Good game, good manners all across the board. A fantastic way to wrap up the semi-finals. KSLVD 2-1 to get himself to the grand finals.
Wow, that was definitely not how I expected things to work out. I feel like Historia just kept having good hands, and I almost think it was just showing how Haven's a newer deck and people are still figuring out how to pilot it. Maybe something to go back and check the VODs and see, like there, it's like the lethal was set up, but leaving up those followers left it lethal for your opponent. And so maybe the 5-1 needed to be cleared, and maybe like the Taurus amulet wasn't what you should have been set up. And so interesting, gonna have to go back and like for people trying to bring that deck, maybe in the future, gotta really figure out what is optimal there and not, because it always felt like Historia was dying with so much, like so many good resources in hand. But KSLVD just keeping cool and not getting scared of the Skull Thanes, playing that expertly, setting up the lethals, finding the lethals twice with that Mysteria deck where they had to cycle and draw so many cards and spell boost on the turns, and just barely getting there, like you said, at the end with exact lethal. So definitely impressive from KSLVD.
And again, you talk about that Condemned Haven thing. Maybe, again, it did drop Historia because, again, the Shadow game, which he won first, right? He had that momentum. Was already very strong there. We already know he was strong in his Mars Sword, and yes, it wasn't a Discard Dragon. Yes, you can maybe use the excuse, right? That's a favorite matchup for Mars Sword as well. Maybe he would have preferred that over Condemned Haven. Maybe Condemned Haven out of the three was still a strong deck, obviously. He got here to top 8, but maybe it was the weakest of his three, potentially, as well, right? Especially into Shadow, especially into that, I'll say the light, the optimized, if you will, Mysteria Rune as well. A lot of players are coining now as well here, coming through. And it is that experience, it is that veteran experience of KSLVD. Year after year, right, competing in these events, making it to the top cuts in the end. Like we said, even last year, All Stars just losing out, and it was against the top player from SCAO in TK Sadfeeder, right? So it was like literally the battle of the top 2 region players coming through at the year. It was absolutely exciting. And now we can see him here in the grand finals coming through. An exciting matchup, guys, just around the corner. It is going to be a battle between Twilight Knights and Team Disaster here. Rayto's taking on KSLVD. After the break, we have the return of all 3 of us casters to bring you all the action for the grand final here. The Shadowverse Open West Region June Cup for the 2023 season. Don't go anywhere. Hold on, we're just time of death for Skullfland. Hang on, just waiting for it. Especially when it's at 0 cost right now as well.
It's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful deck. When you get the Skullfanes. I was watching some like other tournaments where this deck made its debut, and like I think I was thinking like Dragon should have a chance in this matchup when you deploy the Norm Blanc, but then every game is like here the double Skullfane. It's just so game deciding. Like
a very interesting way to go about wrapping that game up, but Veritas is going to take it there. One, okay, he's going to go for it. I was going to say, I was wondering who was maybe thinking about just holding off. That's 7 damage there. That's a huge amount, but no, he's actually gonna hold it. He knows.
He's very careful.
Yeah, Meme Legends now again into the 5 play points. He's stuck in a situation where he knows it's just unfortunate. And Ratos is gonna take it out 2-0 against the top current champion of the West region.
Maybe that's something that Historia could consider, would be like trying to play Lakandula, but just yeah, we'll see. It seems like the player's not really having the tools to play around everything. It seems like on both turns the damage comes down, and 6 here plus the 5. It's a big turn for Historia.
Yeah, actually, I believe is this gonna be close to game so far. Yeah, his Coral Souls and double 3 off is gonna actually make it game here for Historia to get the win over KSL VD. Exactly right, double 3 ping to get that 1 win up. And there you go, Historia just had, I believe, have some in the very right pile. And there's that rotation for Historia. He can't clear any of those cards. And Trick, I think that actually might be game. Just
looking bad, and there was a way to clear it for Historia. Could have used the Skull Things to get some of those followers out early, but this path made it impossible to heal or do anything on the last turn. Oh.
Well, we got our first series.
Definitely been impressing me. The extra spell boost in it, it does surprise you out of nowhere. Being able to cycle your spell so early, getting extra damage, not something you normally expect when you board lock a Mysteria player.
12, that's going to be game, I believe, because that's 12 damage alone. Mysteria Party going to get that extra buff to come through, and that is going to be exactly lethal. Historia applauding Castle VD there. Good game, good man. There's all of...
Capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of all households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open West June Cup 2023 season here for the grand finals now between Twilight Knights Ratos and Team Disaster's KSL VD. First of all, if you haven't seen any of the action, make sure you check out the VOD after this one. There's been an absolutely insane June Cup, upsets left and right, 2-0s left and right, an awesome series at the end of semi-finals to get us to this point. This has been an awesome way to wrap up the 7th anniversary celebrations, of course, for Shadowverse, and the end of a rotation set, of course, with the brand new expansion and Heroes of Riverband coming just around the corner. One Baz, one Trick, one Zones to bring you all the action here still to wrap up this grand finals here, gentlemen. And as I mentioned, right, what a day we have had of competition so far.
Yeah, we've really seen a lot of decks get to shine and players, and what I'm the most impressed with so far is this like slim Mysteria deck where they're just playing 4 of the followers, 1 of each, and we've seen multiple times that it's able to pull out a win with the extra spell boost cards where the normal Mysteria deck wouldn't be able to. And I think that there's just so much value in having every single card in your hand be live and helping you towards your win condition at the end of the game, instead of like bricking on like 4 extra Mysteria followers. And so that's definitely a deck that if I was like playing in this tournament, I'd be like, maybe I need to actually consider banning this, or like really plan around it, because KSLVD is going to be bringing that into this finals. And that's a deck that's been really just impressive today.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like the Mysteria is, I would say, probably one of the hardest decks, especially in terms of skill ceiling in the entire format. In even Mysteria Classic and Mysteria Light adds a lot of complexity. I think I was talking to a bunch of friends that like to play Mysteria, and they said that the Mysteria Light, slim Mysteria version does have increased consistency, but you're gonna have to work a little bit harder to play the lines. Whereas the classic Mysteria has a kind of a weird other issue where it's really strong when you're hitting everything on curve and all of that, but you have to figure out how to adapt to the plays where you don't hit everything, and it's a lot of calculation, and the sequencing is so important for that deck.
And we talked about that a little bit before, right? Between that and we'll say the combo decks as well, right? We've been dealing with throughout the day. So I think that there's a lot of decks in this meta, right? We have got a lot to keep track of, as he's called out quite a few players throughout the day, and there's also been fantastic for the players and gotten them some fantastic victories all throughout. But let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here to the grand final stage. If you are just joining us, or if you need a quick reminder, jumping into the grand final set. Of course, it started with Meme Legends getting a bye, of course, being the only player going 7-0 in day 1 regular competition. Of course, getting that bye is only 6 other players. Gwent 6-1, making this a top 7. Of course, unfortunately, he would lose in the semi-finals to Twilight Knight's Rayatos after taking out his fellow teammate Twilight Knight's Guilty. Of course, having the usual team kill Twilight Knight's antics that we have at least one point in the SVO season, getting himself to the grand finals 2-0 both ways. However, on the bottom half of the bracket, we saw Historia get an absolutely huge upset victory against Hishiro from Team Revelations 2-0. Unfortunately, he would lose out in a fantastic semi-finals effort against Disastra's own KSL VD. You can probably hear Zones cheering right now. Just ignore that, it's fine. Of course, after he beat Zolthren 2-0 to get himself to the semi-finals, they will now get Rayatos versus KSL VD, Twilight Knights against Team Disaster, where honestly at this point we could get another 2-0, or we could just get a full-on series where it's going to be absolutely insane either way, I think, coming out from both players. Have had a fantastic run throughout the June Cup here today, gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely excited to see both of these players up here, and going to be interesting to see how the point standings have shifted around as they gain some extra points from these matches. Something I'm thinking about too is both of these players seem to be going for more consistent decks, bringing the Wrath, which is maybe like the more consistent, less powerful Blood, and then the more consistent Mysteria as well. So with such consistent decks, I think it's really going to come down to the players having to make the best plays to set them apart, instead of just going for some high roll hand, which maybe isn't as available in their versions of the decks.
Absolutely, and I think the greatest point of skill expression in a card game is how you make your decisions and how you adapt to what the game gives you. And we've seen a lot of great decision making today, and I hope we see some more.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, right? As we get ready for the grand finals. Decks lists are now up and available. Let's have a look to see one final time what these players brought here to the June Cup. Starting off here with Rayatos and the good old tried and true Burial Rite Shadow. Nothing really to go over here. It's going to be that standard setup. One card I think real quick, guys, we do probably want to bring up is that key card in the deck, right? Is going to be the Muriel Death Enforcer. I want to say probably for you guys to talk about here as well, being really that main card, right? That's where a lot of the AoE damage is coming from, where you're setting up your Burial Rites, and there's really right there that key card to play around. And of course, you combine that with the Septic as well to get that extra AoE damage. Absolutely awesome, insane deck.
Yeah, when you play Mirel, her fanfare gives you a leader effect for the rest of the game. Every barrel right, up to 3 times per turn. There's 2 damage to the opposing leader and their entire board. Basically makes the deck really hard to defend against, but fortunately the deck is kind of limited in its OTK potential to have some try to counterplay against it. So the deck kind of revolves around this card, but I think we're seeing that you don't always need it to win. There are ways to mess with the ability to play Miroel for full effect, and then it's also important to set up your hand as the burial right player. So yeah, it's kind of cool. I think last time we were here, we were looking at another Condemned series of cards for Shadow, the Last Words, but we kind of get the other side, right, the Enforcer rather than the Convicts, and it is so we're looking at Burial Right, which is kind of the other keyword for Shadow. Really kind of nice to jump over.
I was going to say as well real quick, it's always fun as well when we get the Sin Hunter Deathly Tyrant antics as well, like we saw at the semi-finals there. So that one, if you manage to get that one off, it's actually a lot easier than what you might think. Back in the day, building up shadows was one thing. These days, 20 shadows seems like nothing, right? In modern Shadowverse. It's always funny to see the Deathly Tyrant's face come out and get that big dub. But enough about Shadow. Let's move on to the other decks here. Some of the more decks you want to break down a little bit more, that a little bit different. From what we're seeing. First of all, Wrath Blood here. The only Wrath Blood here actually in the top 8, and only one of 2 Bloods here to make it to top 8 or top 7, whatever. We get it. It's a thing. Courtesy Raytos, of course, coming here with that lineup. Real quick, lads, starting from Trick here. Wrath Blood. What are we getting ourselves into?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty similar to what we've been seeing for a while, but one of the cards I wanted to highlight for a second is Enchanting Rhapsody. It's kind of one of those cards I almost forget is in the deck at times, because in a lot of the normal play patterns you can't afford to play this card since it takes your whole turn and you don't really do anything besides set up for big plays in the future. But it is one of those cards where if you maybe go first or you have enough time, it can very much increase the ceiling of your deck, and getting 3 pings for 0 both to you and your opponent increases your damage potential, and the earlier turns you can do Gyaradeath on. And so this is definitely one of those cards too where you can where you have to play around your opponent and think if you need to set up maybe a big follower going into turn 5 so they can't afford to play it, and something that I wonder if that's going to play into these matches moving forward.
Yeah, I think that one of the reasons, I think that card might have used to be 3 when Dragon was more popular, and because the format revolves less around Dragon now, you can't really afford to play as many copies. Before, when Dragon and Vengeance was before the mini expansion, basically, you wanted to basically play Enchanting Rhapsody on 5 whenever you could get a chance to. Sometimes you could even fall behind on board because of how much board clear you have with Howling Demon. But now, not every deck gives you the chance to do that. You have other combo decks that are trying to get faster than you. So, going down to 2 copies makes sense. And finding room for cards like Fell Transformation. I think we mentioned that before, but it's a very critical way to just it can add the burst to you, it can get rid of a problem follower, it kind of just does everything you need when the game is this fast paced and revolves around key cards in play.
Another quick reminder as well, alternate art of Fell Transformation coming out in the Battle Pass, the expansion. So you guys like that, make sure to get that on the Battle Pass in just a couple days. But of course, the final deck now that Raytos is bringing here to the Grand Finals will be Condemned Haven, the deck of many bands. The deck most recent few games has been maybe questionable a little bit. It's kind of been up in the air a little bit here. Of course, we know it did some work in the SAO competition last weekend. It's obviously made some work here in the West competition here as well to wrap up this rotation set. Guys, real quick, Condemned Haven, how are we looking at it?
It's definitely been impressive today, getting lots of bans and doing well on stream, but we saw last match that it is pretty tricky to pilot, and so we'll see if Raytos can really play this to its full potential, because especially when you start to have a full hand with a lot of different amulets, it's tricky to know which ones do you play early and which ones do you need to save to do damage with Unreal. And so this is definitely one of those decks that our players are going to have to be really being patient with and like taking their full turns to plan ahead, maybe even like starting to plan ahead on their earlier turns for the more complex turns that are on the way that they won't have as much time for. And I do think that this list is pretty standard, but we're seeing something here like only the double Crusaders rally cry, and so maybe that's another way to hopefully not board lock yourself as much, and realizing like multiples of that maybe isn't what you want. So
and if we want to highlight any card, I don't know if we had a chance to look at her yet, but Ascended Prism Priestess, the gold 2-drop, is a card that's been sitting around in the format for a while, and this is her chance to shine. Her fanfare searches your deck for a Havencraft amulet. I think there's like a cost limit, like, and it has to be a countdown amulet. And reduces its cost by 1. And then if you've had 5 or more amulets destroyed over the course of the game, which this deck can hit by like turn 4 easily. Usually, I mean 3 if you're like really going. Actually, well, 3's not possible, and the player, but 4 is like. But yeah, so you want to get her down, and that kind of ties into planning ahead. She gets you those reduced cost amulets, which increases your damage potential on the Unarial turn, which is already really high. So definitely a critical card, and part of also the skill set is while it'd be nice to hold on to those discounted amulets for the Unarial turn, sometimes you have to play them early. So knowing when to use the resources is a huge factor in playing this deck.
I'm expecting a Prism Priestess leader poll at some point in a legendary. I mean, we've had a silver, we've got a gold now. I mean, she's an OG. We need it, guys. Come on. I think everyone will agree with me with that one there coming through. Yeah, but Condemned Haven, right? Such a cool deck to see come here. One of those, again, more unique-ish decks, of course, we're seeing towards the end of the meta, which you love to see. But Castle VD, of course, his lineup coming through now from Team Disaster coming through. Going to be the Mysteria Rune. Again, this is that light version, the one we saw a fair bit in the SAO competition. Seeing a bit more, honestly, over the past week compared to, we'll say, the regular variation of Mysteria Rune. This is the one where KS was actually bringing 3 copies of Blitz. The last time we saw only had 2 copies of Blitz, excuse me, in their lineup, which is going to be, you know, a little bit of tech difference, I guess, to hitting those ratios, because then you're having the 1 of its Raining Blades, 3 of Crushing Rain, as well, that spell boost potential to get that extra damage. But real quick, guys, what makes this one the light variant? Why can you afford to just have 1 of these followers, which you'd expect to have 3s of?
So first of all, I think what makes it the light variant is that just how streamlined it is, and you can afford to do it because you only need to play 1 of each follower per game. And while you absolutely want to draw each one, once you have the first one, the second and third is especially redundant. I feel like this deck it's so like slimmed down that we're literally playing Stay in Paradise, 2 of that, and all it does is draw Story of a Lifetime. Yeah. So you're literally trying to play so many of your draw cards that you're just playing a 2-drop that all it does is draw you another 2-drop that draws cards. And so it's not even getting full value by drawing 2 targets. It's just like this deck is really all in on just playing those 4 Mysteria followers and then having everything else in the deck just be a spell that as you cycle those, it gets your extra damage from your big spell boost finishers.
Yep, there's nothing else left but the workhorse of the deck for making sure you find all your cards. Freya, okay. I mean, we talked enough about it. Sorry, let's go on to Burial Rite.
I was going to say, Barra, I mean, again, talking about decks we've talked enough about. Barra Shadow, moving on. Anyway, it's going to be the next deck. No, real quick, obviously, Barra Shadow, as we said, right, very strong deck to see. Muriel, Sin Hunter, definitely Tyrants, of course, building up Barrier Rites, building up Shadows. Of course, you focus on the Barrier Rites, but Shadow count is something still to keep track of. I know maybe it's not something as much with the more recent Shadow decks, right? But you know, that Deathly Tyrant's feast can come out of nowhere. 1-2 punch and get that big victory. We also highlighted before as well the use of like Coral Souls, Night Terrors, right, to give you really quick draw power. Coral Souls, of course, giving you the Ghost as well, just to get extra ping damage and be irritating. And the likes of Michael, like obviously fitting really, really well into this deck. Technically a neutral follower, kind of a shadow follower only at the moment compared to most of the other classes, of course, getting an awesome heal back when you get that 10 rally count, and of course having Rush ready to go. I don't think we need to go into this too much, guys. I think we can go towards our final deck being serious now coming through, which again will be that Condemned Haven here. A bit of a difference here as well. Maybe a card, if we guys to highlight, of course, we talked about presets, of course, we know about the likes of Skullfane and Winged Enforcer. What about the likes of like Imperious Bishop, you know, Holy Lightning Bird? Some of these other cards help like round out not only as crystallized cards, but as strong followers that can come out.
Yeah, Impious Bishop is definitely one of the unique cards in here because it does not really play into the game plan of like killing your opponent fast, but instead is kind of drawing things out. And so maybe something like that is like what would have been needed in some of the games where we saw Haven lose because they weren't able to like keep healthy enough to survive to their OTK turn. And so it'll be interesting to see how Impious Bishop is used to maybe get the health up a little bit, get some extra wards, or if it turns out to be a burden and it's just kind of in the way when you already have the combo pieces.
Yep, and I'm a pretty big fan of the Spiritual Blow that both Rayitos and KSLVD have been running. The one cost silver spell. It has been sort of a nice tech option in Amulet type Haven decks, both the crystallized version and this one, and it lets you remove problematic amulets, which is a huge thing over most other forms of removal in this format. You can, for example, get rid of Carriage Wind before she does the Reanimate 4, and also crucially, when we talk about the board spaces being like a limiting factor for this deck, the fact that you can Spiritual Blow to empty up one of your own board spaces can factor into more lethal setups. So important card both offensively and defensively. There we go.
Especially like coming through there. Of course, one of that setbacks, right? You know, it's a double-ended sword, right? Or a two-ended sword. You know, you can easily get that banish target on one, but you do have to remove one of your own cards for that. And I think trying to find that balance right can be interesting. I mean, normally see with more of the whole cards, right? You're gonna get the first effect off. You've got it once, maybe you can afford to not worry about it happening a second time, right? Being able to use Spiritual Blow there could be a key choice. Plenty of options as well, but that is going to be the Condemned Haven for KSLVD. And all the decks are available for both players. We're getting ready to jump into this series. I believe the bans will be up in just a short moment here. I'm very curious to see what they'll be here in the grand finals. Because again, Condemned Haven's been banned all day. You know, I believe Shadow 9 times out of 10, if not every time, has actually not been banned. It has third quarter final, second quarter final. I don't know what's going on right now. We're in the grand finals. We're in a pretty late session. But being serious, you know, it's still been more of a secondary choice, right, compared to some of the other bans. We're getting them up now for you guys to be able to see what they are. And was sort of right. Haven banned on one side, Shadow banned on the side of Rayitos.
It's really an interesting format where it doesn't feel like there's a clear ban. A lot of these decks, while they are tier 1 and good, it's not like there's like a tier 0. And because of that, it leaves these players a lot of freedom to pick whatever they want to ban. Shadow seems like it's the best deck because it's the most represented and everyone really respects it. But even though it's maybe the best deck overall, it's not the one people are most afraid of because it doesn't merit a ban. And I'm not really used to a format where the decks that everyone feel like they need to bring aren't the decks that everyone needs to ban. It's definitely interesting seeing so much freedom for the players.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the volatility of the matchups too, and then you have to look at maybe some of the decks have the potential to lose a winning game out of nowhere, and sometimes you kind of maybe a bit of disrespect towards your opponent, but you know, when you're playing for this much on the line, every little bit of like advantage matters, and so you kind of maybe look for that angle too.
It's been a very contested matter, right, guys? I feel it's been definitely, we've had our highs, had our lows, and then the community has their feelings about it as well. But for one final time for this rotation set, ladies and gentlemen, then to wrap up the 7th anniversary celebrations here for SVO's June Cup Grand Finals for the West region, KSLVD taking on Rayitos from the viewpoint of KSLVD, Shadow v Blood. Hope you guys are settled. Hope you guys have got your snacks and drinks ready to go, because this is going to be a banger.
Immediately, KSLVD draws a Michael. Not the worst, but also not great. This is definitely a matchup where the healing from Michael matters, and the board lock potential is not really there. But his first 3 cards are amazing. He has Kerberos turn 2 into turn 3 double Burial Rite, which is a great setup. And honestly, I was making fun of Michael, but in this matchup, Michael does have the utility of getting rid of problem followers like Raging Commander. One of the sort of like trap setups you can do on the side of Wrathblood is go turn 2 Castle into turn 3 Raging Commander, and now that Raging Commander might survive into turn 4, and that would be a huge problem for Shadow.
Seeing Rayatos really thinking about if the 1-drop's going to come down now. It's unlikely it'd get cleared, but Michael could come down and just trade with it. But if it does stick around, there is ping cards in hand to start getting full value. Also, just a little personal bias, seeing the leader for Rayatos. It's my favorite Bud leader as well, so I'm gonna maybe have to be on the side of Wrathblood for this game.
Bro, I missed out. I watched the show too late. I watched it like a year or two after it happened. I'm so angry that I missed out. Sarcos, if you're listening, please bring it back. Please make the deal to bring it back. I want the leaders, man.
They've brought back some of the tie-in leaders before, so I mean, anything's on the table.
Fingers crossed, man.
Yeah, for sure. So is actually you know that Michael rushed down that you mentioned the previous turn Trickster. I think that's not a trivial decision here. Kerberos would be a nice default play, but as the blood deck gets wider on board, it is going to be tricky to clear everything off from the Shadow perspective, because you can only really clear 2 things at a time with Shadow, like one with leads or Carriage Twin, and then the Lakandula invoke. So if KLCVD ignores this threat, he's going to choose to play the Metatron, which is like the strongest play on board. That can clear off multiple drummers. It clears off bats really well. I like this line. Early Metatron is kind of a like overlooked line, but in this deck, it gives you a lot of options to leverage board advantage. And playing for tempo is also another option that you're afforded in this deck.
Yeah, it plays really well into future Raging Commander, because with the stat line, the Raging Commander's not going to be able to clear it, so you'll be able to clear like a 1/1 ward this turn and the following turn. We see Rayatos trying to play around it a little bit by not putting out 1/1 wards, hiding this behind the 0/2, or I don't even know if it really is playing around it or just trying to get the draw early, but now we can see probably going to be a Lakandula invoke from KSLVD, and it is a random ping, so we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, and that Fell Transformation off the top, it can help Rayatos really leverage its board back to his advantage too. So just his hands are not looking shabby for either player. We definitely have a game afoot. It was a little awkward here for KSLVD. I think he might be influenced to play the leads here over Kerberos. Kerberos would be like great because she kind of just turns like a Lakandula or the Michael into 2 more followers. Leads puts more pressure on your hand size, but you do have 2 cards that you can toss here out, and leads guarantees the clear, which is like more important. Kerberos makes it so the clear is more awkward. So, all right, draws a Carriage One and a Hugin Mugen. That's really good for KSLVD. He basically just has cards flowing into his hand for the next couple of turns. Always a good place to be.
Yeah, building up that Barra, right, and building up that draw potential here for KSLs. Rayatos, of course, is still trying to build up that Wrath count. Go for the Accelerate Demonic Drummer. Probably one of the better cards, especially defensive cards. I think that Blood has at the moment in either variant, as they're very, very strong card to have. And well, nice to have it out on the board and be able to get some heal back. That's just a turn over and done with. So still building up a little bit towards it, but it feels like KSL. It looks like at least KSLVD is doing more. But we are touching that Wrath count, I'm pretty sure, very soon for Rayatos. It's just trying to get those, also those finisher cards, right? The cards he needs to actually go for the win instead of more of the setup that he's pulling at the moment.
Yeah, sitting at the 6 pings, so yeah, right on the verge.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at is KSLVD did have the option to play the Carriage Wind that turn, but he actually chose not to. So I think he, from like a purely like rushing into the game perspective, there's no quote-unquote no reason not to play the Carriage Wind, but it's a burial right that doesn't invoke Lakandula, so it pressures his hand size if he does that. And then also I think he really values having that board clear ping for the next turn here, especially looks pretty good into this Vite. Any target hit by Carriage Wind can be finished, either cleared off or finished by the Hugin Mugen remaining on board. So definitely playing his resources very conservatively, which is a good way to make sure that you do not run out.
can see hovering the options now, right, to see what he will go for. And it's cool to see that Muriel in hand as well, finally for him. We're about to go for that very soon. Gonna push that face damage there and go for Cold Souls just to get 3 cards drawn for himself for GTA. Picked up Cool of as well. Very nice to see the Mikhail, the Michael, however you want to pull it, right, is going to be added to hand as well, which a little bit 50-50 because I believe that's both of his Mikhail's now been picked up and will be used. So it's going to be hovered here because he really does have to deal with this White and Vania combo at the moment.
I think the only card he's looking for to finish off this collection is the Septic Shrink.
Detestable.
I feel like that's been a theme today, that it always feels like the Septic Shrink is the one that's missing and not the Myro, but still pretty good place, able to clear off the board, and
it's gonna overdraw, which is a little awkward. Sorry, I was just saying the overdraw.
Honestly, your info was better. I was just gonna make a dumb joke. I'm not gonna bother now. It's fine.
Oh, I love dumb jokes. This is a great time for one.
I was just gonna say, I mean, last weekend, Septic was referred to as the bathroom ghost. So maybe it's still hiding. I don't know.
My nickname for her is Stinky Girl.
Stinky Girl, cause Septic. Yeah. we tried. The guys tried to pull something with that last weekend. I think yours is a little bit better.
All the disrespect is why she's hiding in the deck. She's like, you're gonna call me Stinky Girl. There's no way I'm gonna come out here and fix your hand.
What do you mean, man? We're not even gonna bother. Take your 3 damage somewhere else. Find it somewhere else. Do the Sid Hunter play instead. That's what you got now.
And then my favorite here's my favorite Wrath Blood combo, Castlevania.
Yeah. Yeah, you love to see it. And of course the ping's coming through. Double Bane as well is nice to have.
Yeah. And that's the double Fell Transformation.
Wow.
So this is the offensive application of Fell Transformation, using the Vania in-play effect to get these 2 bats with Storm. There's like a lot of damage coming out, and this is like
the hill back.
No, that's the Septic Shrink. That would have been a lot of healing. Yeah, that's
rough.
Ooh,
We're sorry. That's our fault. I think that's our fault. I think we need to apologize for that. That's definitely our fault.
Yeah, and that also I believe is the 0 cost the gift for Bloodkin from Vania in Raytos' hand. So by setting Raytos has been really on the point with these threatening setups, right? That Chaos BD has to basically risk it for the biscuit here because he is dead to a Gyarados combo here, but he is just gonna go in on the
and remind us well that Raytos has got the Raging Commander as well for that search if he needs it. So it's not even like a desperate thing, right? It's the fact that he can pull out Gyarados at any time and go for that setup. Cancel BD now being forced to go for the Miriam. I mean, he's going 20 right? It's turn 6. Go for that setup, but the followers that have come out not exactly what he wants, I think.
Raging Commander. Evolve the Raging Commander, see if you find a Gyarados on either of these.
Stand down or get masked. You ain't got
that is not a Gyarados?
Yeah, I was holding my
lost
breath.
track if he has one. Yeah,
He's got another one. He's got another one. It's okay. You can find another one.
Yeah, but does he have another turn to do it?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he's gonna have to play tank. I'm assuming he's probably definitely gonna have to play the Flawless right as well to get as much health back as possible. But
yeah. Tank, Flautist. Yeah, at the very least, the Muriel has plenty of defense, so as to leave up a trade target here for the Flautist. 3 defense now, so Flautist, any time of the next 2 cards is fine. Yeah, this is, at the very least, Raytos is maintaining a good amount of health here. Would be really nice to have a castle for him.
Yeah.
I will not accept this death.
Out of Castlevanias, unfortunately. Yes, we're done for now with that.
Your healing's in another castle.
But Castle going to pick up Night Terrors off the top. Again, not what we need, especially when 1 of 3 of Septics has been tossed to the wind. And
yeah, not even in the graveyard, so
yeah,
that is very unfortunate.
So going to try and search for the Great Arm. Going to be used there just to try and get some ping damage. Anyway, we are one off the Sin Hunter Deadly Tyrant combo, but Deathly Tyrant spell is not in hand. So that's not even an option for him at the moment. Otherwise, that would have been a nice game over.
Well, if he had invoked the Michael, that would have been that's the shadow. So that Michael invoke sometimes gives you the shadows you need too. So, but is he? He's okay. He's one off, right? I think that's 9. So he's still looking. I think he's on the looking for healing side of things now. Another thing he can do is try to deny trade targets. Sometimes that's how the Gyarados combo gets active. Oh, but yeah, healing out of range with his last
I was wondering
Evo.
how good the GTA would have been in this matchup because you can transform their Gyarados, but not going for that. It would have been interesting though because a bunch of weenie 1/1 ghosts might not be enough to kill and to stall things out.
I think, I think there's weird interactions with Lunel as well. It's really crazy. But
I mean, gonna run damage in, but just gonna be shy off, and I mean, Raiders can get that Gyarados.
He left him at 4, right? I'm seeing that correctly. So
4.
That without a steamrolling tank, 4 is not enough to try to Gyarados combo because you deal 4 to yourself first.
So if it was hard to draw the right cards with the Raging Commander last turn, it's even harder this turn. You get too specific. Off the top.
And he only has 1 steamrolling tank left in his deck, I believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna need it now. He's gonna try and get that combo off. I mean, even if he does, I don't think he's got lethal range. I believe it's only 11. Am I miscounting? The 8 storm, 3 burn.
If you do Vania, and then you evolve her, and then play both of the gifts, and then you play like, if you play the Howling Demon, I think you're 2 play points away from lethal, huh? Dang, yeah, it's kind of close.
I mean, Howling might just be needed anyway, right? Just to heal up, heal up, clear the board, get your own damage in, at least some damage. Because I mean, at the moment, Ratos must have a bit of an idea of, of course, there's going to be some Barrowite pings, but it's going to be maximum 6. Not counting any Septics, knowing that Septic apparently doesn't exist this game, just to remove their entirely from Shadowverse for the grand finals. I mean, that's shh. Don't tell him. Shh. There's no.
Does he have any drummers left? Nope. He's just chilling. He's counting on surviving this turn, but
and that's gonna be it for our first round, boys. Sin Hunter gonna come out. Easy clear, easy Deathly Tyrant, and once again we see the Deathly Tyrant Sin Hunter combo to get the W. Septic who? KSL now 1-0 after that one. They're gonna have the Mysteria rune up. Aritos, of course, still has the Blood and Condemned Haven to try and get the run back. So Aritos now, that's his first loss of the day, technically. A reminder, KSL has already lost one in the semifinals. So that's probably going to hit Ratos home a little bit more, I think, because getting to the grand finals, you lose the first game, and it's. Yeah. Do we want to say it's close? Close-ish?
I mean, he was coming in with both momentum and momentum. Momentum. I tried a little too hard for that.
Momentum.
Daria.
Remember, he stole me Merton's name now. Apparently, that's how that works for that semifinals. They've weighted their names or something. I don't know. Watch the VOD back. You'll get the joke later.
Okay.
So now we get to see the deck I've been the most excited about, Mysteria, the light version on the bottom, and the Blood Leader's back on the top. So maybe losing's not that bad after all.
That is a confident full keep there from Raitos. Which is.
I mean, he needed the tank last game. He needed a commander, even though I didn't get Gyarados. We didn't talk about that last game as well.
One of the plans is to try to hide your commander behind a tank, so he might just be looking at a 1-2-3 curve with tank into Maestro, but he drew the castle, and that's even better. Castle into commander is very hard to clear classically.
Well, we're talking about races before, like F1 races, F3 races, was one of them. This is definitely going to be one of those, right? Seeing how Blood can get those pings up and try and win before KSL gets that clear OTK combo right with the spell boost and whatnot. He does have Mysteria 1, still needs Aiden Greyer though, to at least get that one fully going. But already like halfway done, and we're only on turn 2, turn 3.
Paula,
Yeah.
don't see often, but getting the extra name.
The extra name, and what also important is the burgeoning genius. That is so. This list does not play Drea Crimson Promise. So
Yep.
Evo points, especially when you go first, are a scarce resource. Getting that Evo recovery, even though it's expensive, can basically come back and like cheat a lot of play points off of cards like Blessing, Freya, you name it. So
Yep.
that also an important consideration.
Yeah, and in this game with Mysteria Magic Originator, even if things are expensive, it's not for long, right? So that'll be going down.
Yeah, that this deck cheats way too hard on card costs. It's like it's so dishonest.
Remember,
How do they keep getting away with
Mysteria
it?
is getting buffed next expansion. Just a reminder. By the way,
Yeah.
so was it? There's a Twin Barriers. I think the card's called.
Twin
Or something?
barrier.
Or something, and that card is also stupid good, and it's a spell, so you could use that as well. So that's gonna be funny seeing that being used in whatever new variant of Mysteria we get coming through. Speaking of KSL, looking to search for Anne and Greya, the duo. Of course, not having the other. Speaking of not having the second Greya, he doesn't have the second Anne either. So of course, not having Anne summoning. All going to be relying on the baseline Anne and Greya, Mysteria, Craig, etc. that you do normally see in the OG Mysteria deck lineup.
Yeah.
And just going to rotate through now. Although quite interesting, I know you guys talked about it before, but choosing the particular teacher to get that Evo Guardian Golem spell is quite interesting, even though it is very expensive, though, and definitely not something at least I've seen since Mysteria about 3 years ago. Maybe the last time I saw that card get played. But he's going to get the Anne and Greya Royal Duo, so that is going to be huge. And now going to be able to quite easily and safely turn 5, turn 6, get those cards going.
Yeah, getting the duo now, it's like the perfect timing, and it's going to be really good too with Enchanting Rhapsody in the Hand of Blood. Definitely not going to be able to play that with the 7/7 staring you down, and so making some of the cards dead in Rayutis's hand as well. Going to be like kind of unfortunate there, like limiting the options of Rayutos.
Oh, he's trying to figure out how to use the inversion here. I don't think he wants to cut himself out of a name. Might have been thinking about using it on one of the Maestros, but it's actually kind of crazy that KSLVD has left up these Maestros for so long, because those cards are way more dangerous on turn. Like if KSLVD had destroyed 2 of these, I think he'd still be fine this turn. But like next turn, he runs the risk of just getting Gyaradeath to the face if both of these Maestros get destroyed. But after a duo heal, he might be fine. So maybe that's the calculation he's making, I suppose.
Eternal darkness. You ain't got nothing.
Commander, finding another commander. Gonna evolve. I think he's looking for the Gyaradeath. He's got double Maestro. And a great time to get, but that
There
looks
it
like the
is.
Gyaradeath. So that is a lot of damage for Rayutos. I don't think it's quite lethal just yet, especially when you consider that the damage this turn is probably going to get healed back. But it converts on the threat, and he finally found the Gyaradeath, which
A lot better than last game.
yeah, that was unfortunate for him
be
last game.
fair.
for sure.
Yeah, and now going to have that set up for him. Get the full board clear, have a full board himself as well,
Yeah.
already there set up.
With the Raging Commander in hand as well, possibly even going to be able to do back-to-back Gyaradeath turns. We do see the duo coming out now, clearing the board and healing, setting up another win condition for KSLVD, but we'll just see, how the pace of this game goes, who gets to their win condition faster.
Actually, real talk, gentlemen, for just a short moment, right? The Anne and Greya Royal Joy card. Is its Evolve Effect maybe the strongest Evolve Effect currently in rotation, do you feel? I mean, 5 clear, 5 healing, 7/7. Like, it's a little bit strong, right? I think it's a little bit. Like, you don't have to
just a
set
little
anything up
strong.
for it as well. You just get it for free, you know? Very, very powerful.
And there's Rayutos making the play. I'm a little surprised he's chosen to leave up the duo, but because he had the option of trading 3 damage from Gyaradeath for the clear there, but I think one of the basic patterns of this matchup is that if you're not at, you're either 0 or full, right?
Yeah.
sorry, Trickster.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking, it seems like Raitos maybe respecting the damage output of KSLVD's deck and knowing like if he's not winning next turn, he might not have another turn because there's going to be a lot of discounts this turn, and we've seen how on turn 7, with the discounts and all the spell boost cards, it's not hard to find 20 damage at all. And so I feel like we just saw Raitos there feeling like his only out is to win next turn, and so any damage going face is like valuable. And we're seeing like all this healing. I don't think that the damage he pushed was even going to be enough to set it up.
It's just so ridiculous, right? Like he was down to 9. What's he up to now? Like
16
16
and counting.
Yeah, and that's after he evolved the duo. So he was just, this is just on Craig and oh, he's gonna play the last party here for one more point of healing.
Crushing Rain, gonna get the clear, gonna do 8 damage more into 16, put him down the half health off that attack, and well, less now, of course, on 8. And Raitos, I'm gonna lie, boys, this is a pretty struggling spot here, especially when Majestic Sorcery is in hand. He has to heal up to 20.
KSLVD saw that Gyaradeath hit, and he's like, I'll just do the same back.
And heal as well. I'll do the same thing, but worse. And the healing is going to come through now. He's going to have to play that Howling Demon to get the full clear, to heal back up. But if I'm not mistaken, Majestic Sorcery and getting the Evo as well off the Genius is going to be game?
It's a little tricky. He cannot play the Genius before the Sorcery.
Yeah, he's going to play Sorcery first.
I lost track of how much Sorcery costs. Yeah.
Sorcery is at 0. It was at 6. It was at 0.
It was
I think it's just below
6.
6. Yeah. So you're going to get the full board. You're going to get the Genius Evo point back, as well as the healing. You're going to get Mysterian Ride off the Evo. Thanks to even Missile. And what's that? 5, 8, what's that? 59, 12. Yep, that's
excessive.
Gonna be it. It's what it was needed, but it's gonna do it. And KSLVD coming back here for the first time, top 8 this season, is gonna take out the June Cup and be your champion for the West Region June Cup here, 2-0. There, an amazing match there coming through. KSLVD made that look nice and easy, didn't he? Wrap that one up with a bow on top. But lads, again, what a way to wrap up Grand Finals there.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played by KSLVD. Always staying cool, no matter what crazy or scary things are coming from the opponent. Just like keeping a level head, remembering that there's still a way to win, and always finding it. And really impressed again by that Mysteria deck there at the end. It just seems so powerful and consistent. And like I think it worked every time on stream. So the glass cannon, it's just a cannon. There's no glass in it. It just does its thing.
I'm gonna double check that while this idiot to my right can celebrate and cheer and be happy and be not biased now because the finals are over.
I mean, props to KSLVD. I think of the players on Disaster, he's like one of the most confident in how he plays Mysteria, and it really showed. Like I just asked him questions about how to run the deck. Like I was asking him earlier today, like, what do you like about the different lists? And, we could even treat that. We're gonna jump in an interview with him, right? That might just be a cheat question for the interview. But the Mysteria deck is one of the deepest ones, and to play, to practice on, and I think he's tried like every variant of them. So like that's like his approach to the game. Sometimes he just tweaks stuff, and I think his experience and his ability to calculate all the different lines really showed, because those lines are like they just show up out of nowhere sometimes. And we got to see Pala get played, which is really cool. I think he said in the Swiss he managed to play Mr. Heinlein as well. So the whole teacher gang.
Yeah, well, I mean, he even saw that to even win the game. Every single card played, his whole hand, like everything. Each specific card, just like a game of chess. So it's basically, chess ranger thing. We're going to talk about that. Yeah, he pulled very close through, and it was nice and easy to run away with. Real quick for you, Trick. Rune only lost once today. So there you go. Any other time it showed up, it won. So besides one, and it lost to Shadow, to be fair. So, I mean, fair enough. But the other top deck, I want to say as well, alongside Discard Dragons, are not too surprising there. But the zones into that, we're going to have a player interview, of course, with KSLVD after the short break, as well as wrapping up the end of this June Cup and looking towards what's in store for July. So don't go anywhere, guys. Plenty of SVO stuff still to come just after the break.
You're gonna call me stinky girl. There's no way I'm gonna come out here and put your hand.
What do you mean, man? We're not even gonna bother. Take your 3 damage somewhere else. Find it somewhere else. Do the Sid Hunter play instead. That's what you got now.
And then my favorite blood Wrath. Here's my favorite Wrath Blood combo, Castlevania.
Yeah, yeah, you love to see it, and of course the ping's coming through. Double Bane as well is nice to have.
Yeah, and that's the double Fell Transformation.
Wow.
So this is the offensive application of Fell Transformation, using the Vania in-play effect to get these 2/2 bats with Storm. Which is real, like basically risk it for the biscuit here because he is dead to a Gyarados combo here, but he is just gonna go in on the. And
a reminder as well that Ratos has got the Raging Commander as well for that search if he needs it. So it's not even like a desperate thing, right? It's the fact that like he can pull out Gyarados at any time and go for that setup. Cancel VD now being forced to go for the Miriam. I mean, he's going to anyway, right? It's turn 6. Go for that setup, but the followers that have come. Yep.
Counting on surviving this turn, but
and that's gonna be it for our first round, boys. Sid Hunter gonna come out, easy clear, easy Deathly Tyrant, and once again we see the Deathly Tyrant Sid Hunter combo to get the W.
But it's converts on the threat, and he finally found the Gyarados, which
a lot better than last game.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him last
game. Yeah, and. Now gonna have that set up for him. Get the full board clear, have a full board himself already there set up.
With the Raging Commander in hand as well, possibly even gonna be able to do back-to-back Gyarados turns. We do see the duo coming out now, clearing the board and healing, setting up another win condition for KSLVD, but we'll just see, yeah. Rayitos maybe respecting the damage output of KSLVD's deck and knowing like if he's not winning next turn, he might not have another turn because there's going to be a lot of discounts this turn, and we've seen how on turn 7, with the discounts and all the spell boost cards, it's not hard to find 20 damage at all. And so I feel like we just saw Rayitos there feeling like his only out is to win next turn, and so any damage going face is like valuable. And we're seeing like all this healing. I don't think that the damage he pushed was even going to be enough to set it up.
It's just so ridiculous, right? Like he was down to 9. What's he up to now? Like 16
and counting.
Yeah, and that's after he evolved the duo. So he was just this is just on Craig and oh, he's gonna play the last party here for one more point of healing.
Crushing Rain, gonna get the clear, gonna do 8 damage more into 16 and heal as well. I'll do the same thing but worse, and the healing is going to come through now. He's going to have to play that Howling Demon to get the full clear to heal back up. But if I'm not mistaken, Majestic Sorcery and getting the E, gonna play Sorcery first.
I lost track of how much Sorcery costs. Yeah.
Sorcery was 0. It was at 6. It was at 0.
It was
I think it's just below 6.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get the full board. You're gonna get the Genius Evo point back, as well as the healing. You're gonna get Mysterian Ride off the Evo. Thanks to even Missile. And what's that? 5, 8, what's that? 59, 12. Yep, that's
excessive.
Gonna be it. It's not what it was needed, but it's gonna do it. And KSLVD coming back here for the first time, top 8 this season, is gonna take out the June Cup and be your champion for the West Region. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here for the wrap-up part of the SVO June Cup here for the West Region 2023 season. Of course, it's still us three. It's been us three all day. It's not going to be any different to wrap things up here. We're going to have a play interview for KSL VD in just a short moment, but real quick,
Excuse
guys.
me, I think that's Kaiserin Solvieg Lisbeth Vandrea.
We got it. We actually did it one take. Cool. We don't even need to re-record that. That's fantastic. We're live. Can't do it anyway. But there you go. That's great. I do want to ask you guys real quick. Wrapping up, of course, the whole thing as KSL does join us here real quick. How did you guys like the June Cup? How did things wrap up for you guys?
Yeah, it's a great tournament. I feel like the mini expansions especially have really made it so that it feels like things stay fresh for the game. And even going into this tournament, it just feels like the meta kept shifting, even just like in weeks before. And so I've really enjoyed how it feels like you always have to be on your toes for deck building. And especially with the new expansion coming out, it's just going to be new decks again. And whoever can figure it out first, they'll really profit, just like today.
Yeah. Personally, I like everything except for one fact, which is I might have to learn how to play Mysteria now. And that's unfortunate, but I can talk to this guy here who's like really good at it. So
and bringing KSLVD on board now. First of all, man, big congratulations, of course, for taking out the June Cup. I was actually just laughing with this boy just before. I remember quite a few years ago when he started in the community cups, and I was even speaking to East about it and said, like, you're watching out for like one player who's going to be. I'm like, KSLVD, you got to watch out for this man. He's absolutely popping off. Years later, all these big cup wins and top 8 finishes and Contenders Cup and whatnot. And now, of course, I got the June Cup here. I mean, how's it feel?
It feels great. Not as good as I thought it would feel, surprisingly, but it feels pretty good.
Dang, everybody watching is like,
well, I mean, yep, that's a thing now. We're going to work with that.
I love the jug of water. Every time he goes for water.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Gotta stay hydrated.
It's important.
So
I just love a bottle.
Your decks, they were pretty interesting. I really liked the Mysteria build. It looked very strong and consistent on stream, and the Haven deck gaining popularity recently is interesting as well. How was your preparation leading up to the tournament? Like, what did you do, and how did you land on those decks specifically?
During the past few months, I play kind of like a lot of everything, so that when the meta kind of like settles and the best decks emerge, I'm able to decide like which ones I want to play. So that I'm not like just starting from scratch and just like being caught out of my element. But how I decided upon these particular ones, Shadow just to me seemed like the clear like #1 deck that everything was trying to beat, that the meta kind of like revolved around in a way. But unlike the 2-deck 0 ban format, you can actually ban Shadow. So in my opinion, like a lot of the reason certain decks are popular in that format is because you don't have a ban to work with. So for instance, Dragoncraft Discard has a pretty good matchup into Shadow, but seems kind of weak against a bunch of other decks, like Wrath, for instance. But or where I was going with this. So even though Dragoncraft is typically the second best deck in most people's opinion, I figured it didn't really make that much sense for me to bring it if I wanted to ban Shadow anyway. So I just focused on 3 decks that could potentially win against everything else, and I just went with the 3 that I was most comfortable with. One thing I really liked about each of them is that they are pretty good even when you go second. And like turn order is like I guess like a contentious topic in Shadowverse where everyone thinks you want to go first. But there's a couple decks where going second is better. But I know personally, I just feel like mentally defeated when I pick a deck that doesn't have any cards with like a when you have more evolution points than your opponent sort of effect in the text. So just for better mentality, I decided to include cards like that in every deck that I played.
Nice, I like the mental game. Yeah, I actually think I mentioned that one of the reasons you play Impious Bishop is to get that quota for second cards in your deck.
Yep.
I have a little cheat because we were talking about like ways to fill in that slot. So I have a question for you, and this is going to be a little more fun. I don't know, all these questions are fun. But with the Heroes of Rivenbrand expansion coming out in like, I don't know, like a day and a half, and I know you love cooking up deck recipes. Have you had a chance to look at the new cards? If you have, what are some decks you're looking forward to play with that? And if you haven't, what's your wish list for that like? So what are some classes you think you'd like to play with? What are some of your like not so much,
I'm hoping Runecraft gets some new draw cards. Those are a favorite of mine. So far, like as far as like complete archetypes go, I'm looking forward to playing Artifact Portal, and I don't even know what to call this new Shadowcraft. I guess it's like Necromancy Shadowcraft, but that's a little bit redundant because there are a few new cards with effects that activate like based on the number of Necromancy effects you use each turn. Those seem pretty interesting. Also, it looks like they're really pushing for these new like Evo-based decks. So I really need to see like what more of the reveals are in the full Shadowverse Portal drop, but I'm looking forward to some of those as well.
We've now got Odin coming up right as well, kind of in amongst that. So maybe Zeus, Evo Zeus might be a thing again, which would be cool.
Oh
to see.
yeah, I'm also looking forward to the new. Hopefully, there's a new Forestcraft deck with Oberon that is pretty good. Forestcraft has been a bit of a drought.
Yeah.
This expansion, I think.
Oberon looks really, really cool. I really hope he does get picked up for Forest play. But once again, big congrats there, KSLVD, for this victory. I know we're halfway through the season, or over halfway through the season now. Real quick question. I mean, I think you kind of hinted towards it a little bit, so I'm expecting a kind of a memey answer. But is there anyone that you consider maybe like a rival coming into it now that we are getting towards the end of the season? Is there anyone you're watching out for to maybe get into the top 8 to get to Contenders Cup this year? Or do you think it might just be a bit of a breeze, just keep collecting those points and you'll make it there eventually as per usual?
I think typically a struggle for me has been Hishiro when I play against him. Usually I'll make like one crucial mistake at least one like major mistake. Sometimes, obviously, I make tons of at least smaller mistakes all the time, but I feel like that's one opponent I've yet to beat in a long time, or if maybe even at all. So I wouldn't use the word rival, but the next time we play, I definitely want to win.
Maybe fingers crossed grand finals we'll see that happen between you guys. That would be absolute banger to see. But I think that's all for the interview then. Big thanks KSLVD, congratulations once again.
Wait, one thing, do you have any shout outs or call outs you'd like to make?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Team Disastra, my family, all the people I talk to regularly in the Shadowverse community.
So Trick and I will just go outside. We'll give you a few minutes, it's fine. We'll give you your own space here, it's fine.
No, those are the main groups. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem at all, man. Hope to see you again sometime here later this season. Hopefully, fingers crossed. We'll have to wait and see. But that was KSLVD, guys. They're taking out the June Cup here for the West region. Now zones can come back down to earth a little bit. We can get that back here. There's a Dawnbreaks member. There's technically a Mana Surge member here as well. All right, so let's just have a combination, collection hug.
It's gonna have your turns in the upcoming months.
So,
next month.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm going to get the whip out for my boys. I think we'll have to get them on board and wait and see. Speaking of leaderboards, let's see how the end of this cup has affected leaderboards. Because of course, Meme Legends was on top there. Currently still stands at 36 points. Of course, luckily the other players currently chasing him down haven't earned the points. And actually, if you notice, there's not actually been a change here in our top 10 so far after the June Cup. A lot of it will be happening literally just below. If you guys have access to the points thing, definitely check that out when you get the chance. However, it is going to be a huge tie up here for, what was that, 5 members? Mana Surge Styles, Disastrous KSLVD. I said there's a lot of KSL's actually moved up. Mana Surge Justin, Nautilus, Yawn Calby, and Melon all moved up here. Of course, at 25 league points, all tied up. We're talking about how close it was. I'm showing you, it's literally half the group here, all tied up same points. Vision and of course Yo from Team Revelations tied up there for 26 league points. But again, OSAV and Meme Legends are holding on to those top 2 spots there. And when the points are this close, that's quite a comfortable lead actually for both these guys. So they're definitely going to be the 2 players that are being hunted down, I think, lads.
Yeah, looking at the points for Meme Legends especially, 10 points above everyone except for Osav. That's like more points than you can even get in an SVO. So even if he sat out next month completely, he'd still be on the leaderboard. That's like a pretty big gap there. It's going to take us several weeks to get over that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been several months already, and there's like a couple months left, so there's time for anything could happen in the next 3 cups to decide that leaderboard, right? So get your decks in and get practicing.
And we have a fair few number of champions in this Right guides who even made it to like second place or top 4 as well. So of course that chase is going to be on. Hope you guys at home are still signing up, of course, to chase this point. So I have quite a few months left. You know, we're halfway through, but still a fair few months to get every point that matters here. Of course, that also counts for the SAO guides as well, which is really big there. We'll talk about that in just a short moment. However, of course, we're wrapping up the community support program here as well for you guys. Of course, we talked about that towards the start of the stream, saying it was pretty much the length of the stream to end up submitting your things. I hope you guys have done that if you had anything to submit to get those card packs. I believe there might be a couple hours or so left. I might be slightly wrong there of the community program. Definitely submit it just in case though. Of course, svo.gg/CSP to be able to receive awesome card packs to steal for yourself or give out to the rest of the community. Of course, all you got to do is submit some awesome content, whether it be YouTube videos, you know, making cool articles, live streaming, on whatever live streaming platform you prefer. All those types of ways can get you these awesome card packs for the next set, which of course we now know to be the Heroes of Riverband set releasing later this week. So submission deadline is today. It says Saturday. It's actually today. For you guys in the West region. For me, that would actually, we'd be done. Here in Australia, actually well past that. But luckily, it's the West region, so you guys are okay to do some final uploads for that. But, gentlemen, that's going to be here for the June Cup. Final comments before I close shop here for another month.
Great casting with both of you as always. It was a lot of fun today, and I'm excited too to just get that upload going like late in the wee hours of the night. As soon as the new cards come out, I'm going to be trying to get that get on there first. So excited for that as well in this coming week.
Yeah, I mean, you guys couldn't have said it better. I love being back on here with you guys again for another third month little bash, and hope to see you guys again soon because this is so much fun.
Fingers crossed. It was always great to have you zones on board. Of course, again, we've of course had a lot of history casting for a number of years now, doing community stuff at SVO. It's always good to have you on board, my man, here with myself and Trick. But that is going to do it. A quick reminder, of course, to sign up over on Battlefy for the next SVO Cups happening in July. I believe it's going to be the West Cup first happening July, and then followed by SCAO. So we'll get to see over the next few weeks what this new expansion will do to the meta. See the crazy cool decks you guys pull out after, you know, playing ladder and maybe some other competitions over in Japan. But over here, we get to see the cool stuff happening here for SVO. But from myself, Baz, from Trick and Zones, thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you guys next month for the continued action of the West region competition and, of course, the SCA competition. Till then, guys. As well coming through, but that's gonna be Raitos 2-0.
No, don't do it to him. Don't do it.
Gonna hit him with the corner great arm anyway, because he has to solidify that he's the best.
Oh, but he can't. Wait, he can't shoot the golem. Oh, but he has the sweet soul. He has the sweet soul. So yeah, and his that's or the carriage one, either way. Yeah, and that's the power of the deadly time.
And I can't believe we're about to say this, Sam, but Historia has come through out of nowhere and 2-0'd Hishiro.
It wasn't actually. Hard to tell. Oh no, it was not. It was not. That was a freshly drawn Crusade. Is it? No, that was cost reduced. He has one click. No, he has 0. Sorry. I'm waffling back and forth on that. And that is just going to set up a little bit of damage next turn, using all his play points as effectively as possible.
Almost wondering if the spell would have been Feather Tempest.
Yeah, Mimo just now again into the 5 play points. He's stuck in a situation where he knows it's just unfortunate. Yeah. And Raitos is going to take it out 2-0 against the top current champion of the West region.
Maybe that's something that Historia could consider, would be like trying to play Lakandula, but just yeah, we'll see. It seems like the player's not really having the tools to play around everything. It seems like on both turns the damage comes down, and 6 here plus the 5. It's a big turn for Historia.
Yeah, actually, I believe actually this is going to be close to game so far. Yeah, his Coral Souls and double 3 off is going to actually make it game here for Historia to get the win over KSLVD. Exactly right, double 3 ping to get that one win up. And there you go, Historia just had, I believe, has some in the very right pile. And there's that rotation for Historia. He can't clear any of those cards. And Trick, I think that actually might be game.
Just looking bad, and there was a way to clear it for Historia. Could have used the Skull Things to get some of those followers out early, but this path made it impossible to heal or do anything on the last turn. Oh.
Well, we got our first series.
Definitely been impressing me. The extra spell boost in it, it does surprise you out of nowhere. Being able to cycle your spell so early, getting extra damage, not something you normally expect when you board lock a Mysteria player.
12, that's going to be game, I believe. So that's 12 damage alone. Mysteria Party going to get that extra buff to come through. And that is going to be exactly lethal. Historia applauding KSL VD there. Good game, good manners all across the board.
Raitos maybe respecting the damage output of KSL VD's deck and knowing, like, if he's not winning next turn, he might not have another turn, because there's going to be a lot of discounts this turn, and we've seen how on turn 7, with the discounts and all the spell boost cards, it's not hard to find 20 damage at all. And so I feel like we just saw Raitos there feeling like his only out is to win next turn, and so any damage going face is like valuable. And we're seeing like all this healing. I don't think that the damage he pushed was even going to be enough to set it up.
It's just so ridiculous, right? Like, he was down to 9. What's he up to now? Like 16
and counting.
Yeah, and that's after he evolved the duo. So he was just, this is just on Craig and oh, he's gonna play the last party here for one more point of healing. Yeah.
Crushing Rain, gonna get the clear, gonna do 8 damage more into 16 and heal as well. I'll do the same thing but worse, and the healing is going to come through now. He's going to have to play that Howling Demon to get the full clear to heal back up. But if I'm not mistaken, Majestic Sorcery and getting the Evo to play Sorcery first.
I lost track of how much sorcery costs. Yeah.
Sorcery is at 0. It was at 6. It was at 0.
It was
I think it's just below
6.
6. Yeah. So you're gonna get the full board. You're gonna get the Genius Evo point back, as well as the healing. You're gonna get Mysterian right off the Evo. Potentially even Missile. And what's that? 5, 8, what's that? 59, 12. Yep, that's
excessive.
Gonna be it. It's what it was needed, but it's gonna do it. And KSL VD coming back here for the first time, top 8 this season, is gonna take out the June Cup and be your champion for the West Region.